Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Monster Hunter in Witcher married Ciri? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I doubt you understand the gravity of a wandmaker offering to teach his craft to another Harry, so I shall inform you, that was a very big deal. Albus immediately told him. Harry's eyes widened. Truly? Indeed. Jarek hasn't offered an apprenticeship in close to 50 years if my memory serves me correctly. He is an indisputable master of the field, the likes of which is rarely seen. I would advise you to truly take such an offer under consideration. Dumbledore counseled. Harry nodded much more seriously than he had been. He would indeed consider the offer, though he was less interested in wand lore than some other personal projects he had. Good. Now, is there anything you wish to do before we depart? I don't believe so. About my clothes, I need to come and get them in a week. Is that an issue? Harry asked. Shouldn't be. Minerva will be meeting with you next week, and I am sure she would have no problem taking you. Dumbledore told him. All right, just making sure. Harry said. With that, Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder and Harry grimaced. Now, I shall try to make it as smooth a trip as possible. You say that every time. Harry said back with a sigh. With that, Dumbledore brought them both out of the alley, and with that, his first trip to Diagon ended. Hours later. So how was it? Ciri asked as she went through a few stances on a hexagonal wooden platform with a short sword that she had apparently been given at Caer Morhen. Harry was looking over the astronomy book he had bought earlier that day. He had flipped through the book before going to bed and looked at each page. Even if he could normally not directly remember the text in his mindscape, he could pull the actual pages from his subconscious and actually pay attention to them in more detail, especially since it was such a recent memory. Enlightening, Harry said without looking up from the book. How so? I learned things. I got to see how ambient magic interacted with each other in a dense environment. I got to see where my money was being stored. I got to see what a magical-based world compared to the normal one looked like. I also got a first-hand look at social issues I am likely going to run into when interacting with others. Oh? Like what? There seems to be some either racism or classism, or maybe even a mix of both that exists within wizarding society. It seemed rather deeply ingrained as well. I can't help a strange feeling it's going to be something I will run into once I rejoin the world fully. That sounds bad. We have a lot of such things here, and I'm not much of a fan either. Ciri told him as she continued in her movements. Harry looked up and idly noticed how well she was doing. It was almost like looking at someone performing a ritualistic dance, except this one was a dance of death. Despite that, the dance, just like all art performed by someone who knew what they were doing, was beautiful. Harry could get lost watching her do it. Ciri once told him that she felt the same when watching one of the Witchers at Caer Morhen performing their own movements. She said it was so easy to get mesmerized by it. Harry. Ciri called out, not stopping her movement but looking over and making eye contact with him for a brief moment. It was enough to jolt Harry to remember the conversation they had been in the middle of. Sorry. Yes, it's a nasty thing to watch. Other than that, I believe the trip was a success. I also got an offer of an apprenticeship. A rare one at that. Harry informed her. Ciri looked at him in surprise. I didn't know you had apprenticeships still. Isn't that the point of your schools? Yes, apprenticeships are rare though. They're more common in the wizarding world. You need to complete an apprenticeship to become a master or become so good in a particular field that your mastering of it is undeniable. That second option is much rarer than the first and much harder. Harry answered. Oh, so what field were you offered an apprenticeship in then? Wand crafting, an incredibly rare field in magic. For example, there is usually only one wand crafter in an entire country. And even then, only more developed magical countries have such easy access to them. Wow. Are you going to take him up on it? Ciri asked him, sounding in awe for a moment. Probably, but not for a while. Wand crafting is a rare skill and it would be nice to know, but it isn't really necessary for me. I would be open to learning about it when I have fewer things on my plate. Harry answered. Interesting. Speaking of which, you got your wand today, did you not? I did indeed. Would you like to see it? Of course. Ciri said back as she stopped her movements and hopped off the platform and approached him quickly. Harry smiled, seeing the excitement in her movements as she came over. Calm down, calm down. Hold on a moment, there. Harry told her as he crafted a simple illusion of his wand and handed it to her. Ciri quickly snatched the fake wand and held it up to eye level so she could get a good look at it. She twirled it in her hand and inspected it seriously. She then struck a pose and went through a movement as if she were casting a spell from the wand. She looked incredibly silly while doing it, causing Harry to start to snicker quietly. She stopped her movements and quickly turned to him to glare. Unfortunately, her cheeks puffed up when she did it, turning Harry's snicker into a full-blown laugh. She seemed to take offense to that as she suddenly chucked the wand at his face, causing him to duck. You're quite violent, Harry commented after finally calming down. Keep laughing and I'll show you what real violence looks like. Ciri growled. Harry smiled at her before shaking his head in amusement. Very well, I apologize. So what did you think of it? Harry asked, summoning the fake wand back to her. She didn't take it. Instead, it just floated near her face. It looks like a fancy stick. Considering that's pretty much what it is unless handled by the proper user, I suppose that is appropriate. Harry responded, not taking offense to the blunt statement. With that, the wand disappeared as Harry struck down the illusion. Ciri looked at him. Did it at least help your magic? It is a focus, isn't it? It is, though I have not used it yet. It has something called the trace on it. A piece of tracking magic the government can use to make sure children aren't using their wands. I can only use it when I go to school. Harry answered. That's dumb. What's the point of letting you have it if they won't let you use it? It's not like I can't use magic without it, so it's not big of an issue. I am far from helpless. Harry reminded her. Couldn't you just take the tracking magic off of it? I could probably find a way. I have read up on spells already that can do such a thing. They are a little complex, which means that I'd have to find a way to adapt them to my methods. Though I don't see much point in truth. As I said, it's not like I need it or anything. Besides, I shouldn't rush to become so reliant on a wand. While I am sure it'll make things easier, it was the death of sorcerers everywhere in my world. So, you've told me. Still, it just seems dumb to give a child a new tool and not let them use it. Ciri said with a sigh as she slumped into a chair next to him. I suppose you're not wrong. So, shall I ask how your day was? Frustrating. I still haven't made any progress in learning signs. Gerald told me not to try and force it and let it happen naturally, but good advice. Have you tried meditating? That's what happened to me when I tried to reach the magic that lay within. Harry asked kindly. He knew Ciri was still a little sensitive about her lack of progress. Of course. I try that after supper every day before I go to bed. I know it's only been a couple of weeks, but Gerald says signs are literally the easiest form that pretty much exists. Even those with no talent should be able to do it with no problem. Ciri hissed in anger. Harry frowned at that. He understood the premise of it. Hell, even he could throw out signs once she showed him. They were pretty much just raw magic shaped slightly to get easy to make spells. They weren't that strong, but certainly enough against things that had no defense against them. Perhaps there is something wrong? Perhaps you have some sort of mental block. Or maybe it has something to do with our connected mindscape. Harry suggested, trying to possibly place some of the blame away from her. Then why would it not affect you as well? She questioned. Maybe it's why I am so easy to use magic. Perhaps I am sucking the talent right out of you. Harry suggested, though he didn't really believe his words. And from her expression, neither did Ciri. You once told me you could feel magic within me. Tell me, can you still feel it? And don't you dare lie to me. Ciri told him seriously as she got up and moved to stand in front of him so she could look into his eyes. Implying that I would ever lie to you? Harry asked rhetorically as he looked at her with a frown. They both knew he would never do such a thing, and he couldn't help but feel insulted that she would suggest as much. I don't mean outright, Ciri responded apologetically, But let's not pretend you wouldn't withhold information if you thought it would harm me in any way, feelings included. You've done it before, she pointed out. Harry frowned but couldn't refuse it. He had neglected to tell Ciri things like when he was overworking himself and such because he knew she would become upset if he did. That's fair. Although I am telling you it isn't necessary, but if you truly wish, I will check you again. Harry told her with a sigh before standing up and before her. He opened his senses to the magic around him and immediately felt the only sources being Ciri and himself. He shook his head. I can still feel it, Ciri. You have a lot of it just as you did the last time I checked. Harry told her with another sigh. Are you sure? Be thorough, there must be something wrong. Ciri told him with exasperation. Harry rolled his eyes before once more paying attention to her magic. He moved a step closer, even though it's not like he needed a better look. In truth, Ciri emanated a lot of magic. Even more than he did. When he first actually observed Ciri, he was astounded. She had lots of magic and she was still a child. Even with no training or nurturing, he wouldn't be surprised if she had reserves that could match Dumbledore when she reached adulthood or even higher. He knew what to expect, of course, once he got past the overwhelming sensation. Magic both emanated and circulated through one's body. Harry had even created a theory about it, that magic came in two parts, one from the soul and one in the blood. You needed both to be a wizard. The soul, for most, only provided what Harry called the magic of life. Base magic that all seemed to have. If enough of that was collected, then you would get enough magic to be what was considered a magical. And that's what the problem was. Ciri's magic was so powerful and dense, he had never bothered to look beyond it. Now that he finally bothered to, Harry finally saw what the issue was, or at least he thought he did. I believe I have found the issue, Harry finally said. Well, what is it? I have never seen anything like it, but you don't have magic in you. What? That's not right. You do, but you also don't. Can you explain what you mean? I'll try to explain. So a person has two sources of magic usually. There's the magic in one's body that flows within it. There's also the magic one has in their core that doesn't flow but emanates outward. This magic is stored in one's magical reserves and what one normally uses to cast spells. That being said, to be considered magical, you need to have somewhat of a balance between those two. Harry explained to her. And I don't have a balance? Is that what are suggesting? It's more than that. Ciri, your soul has almost no magic at all. You have enough to live, but you have no magical reserves. Told her sadly. I don't understand. If I don't have magic, then what have you been sensing all this time? She asked him, both confused and sad at the same time. Well, that's the thing. The reason I believed you to have plenty was because of how much magic I can feel emanating from you. Magic from your core radiates outward and away from the body. It's kind of like the light from a star. Magic in the body simply flows through one's body like a river. However, despite having almost no magical reserves, your blood and body are carrying so much magic in it that it's literally rolling off of you. I have never seen anything like it, Harry admitted as he eyed her with wonder. So, what does that mean? Honestly, I have no idea. You need magical reserves to cast spells. That being said, I have never heard of a case like this before. In this world, we have squibs, which are people who have the opposite of your problem. They have magic and even reserves, but their bodies have little magic and cannot channel the magic from their reserves. Harry answered, already thinking about what this would mean for his friend. He would have to look into this as soon as possible. But it does explain why I can't use magic? She asked. Well, yes, although I suppose that's not entirely true. You can do things that don't require reserves. Things like potions, rituals, possibly alchemy as well. But things like spells may be out of reach until I can find a solution to help you. Harry told her. She rolled her eyes. You don't know you'll be able to help, Harry. So don't promise me anything. You've already got enough impossibilities that you've told me you'll make happen. Ciri told him. Harry shook his head. I will make it happen. I don't go back on my word. Do you not trust me? Harry questioned with a glare. Ciri shook her head. I trust you to do everything in your power and then some to accomplish a promise you make. And that's what worries me. Ciri muttered the last part, but Harry heard it. You don't need to worry. I am better at telling my limits. But there has been progress, and I believe now more than ever that there is a solution to my problem. I ask that you trust me on that. I trust you, Harry. With my life. That doesn't stop me from worrying, though. She reminded him. Harry nodded in understanding. He worried for her too, much more than he worried for anything else. I know. Were you worried today? Is that why you reached out? Harry asked as he recalled her voice when he was in Diagon after leaving the clothing shop. When Harry had first created their improved shared mindscape, they noticed that they could feel emotions from each other. He had speculated then that they may also gain other new abilities as a result. One that had later presented itself was the ability to communicate even when awake. It was by no means an easy thing to do, nor was it necessarily quick. If intense enough, Harry could feel Ciri's emotion and vice versa. Thoughts, however, were a little more complicated and took a little longer to send through. It required concentration, though, so it wasn't something you could do at any time. Or at least not when you were doing other things. That being said, he noticed that the more they used it over time, the easier it was, so there may come a point where it was truly instantaneous. A little. Why? I've been annoyed before, he pointed out. It wasn't just that. Normally you're annoyed because you're exasperated with something. That I am used to feeling. This was something else. You were annoyed, but it was based on anger. I haven't felt anger like that in you in a while. You're normally very level-headed. True, I suppose. It wasn't anything. It was just a boy I ran into while shopping today. He was annoying, a racist and an idiot. Harry told her calmly. The incident no longer bothered him. He wouldn't waste time thinking about someone who meant nothing to him. I suppose that's better than you getting in some sort of altercation. So, does that mean you're ready for your school then? So it would seem. Dumbledore tells me Hogwarts has the biggest magical library in all the UK and one of the biggest in the entire world. I can't wait to see what it has to offer. Harry told her as the conversation lost some of the earlier tension. He knew she was trying to avoid talking about her magic problem, and he didn't mind going with it. After all, he already had made up his mind a long time ago. He would always do everything in his power to help Ciri, whether she asked for that help or not. He would help her magic problem. This is the end of part 1 of the story. The next chapter obviously begins the Year 1 Hogwarts arc. I'll be taking a short break until after the new year to begin posting it. Besides the holidays, I am also about to move and begin job hunting in a new place, which is both very exciting but also time-consuming. So, I wish everyone a happy Christmas and New Year, and shall hopefully see you soon. Chapter 12. Thanks for the patience. For those of you who care, my move went well, though it did take a little longer to get set up than I thought. Either way, we have the first chapter of part 2 of this story. Enjoy. September 1st, 1991. Harry stood looking at himself in the mirror in his room. He thought he looked rather well, if he did say so himself. He wore a simple pair of dark blue jeans and a button-up, short-sleeved, collared shirt colored black. It's not like it mattered too much. Before he even got to the school, he would have to throw his robes on top of the outfit anyway. After spending another moment to take in his own appearance, he finally turned away and looked at his luggage lying on his bed. He sighed as he moved over and grabbed before setting it on the floor. Dumbledore had gotten him a nice chest to keep his things in. It was older, but Albus had personally put protections on it, so Harry trusted it more than anything he could personally buy. He then left his room and closed the door for what would be the last time in a while. He then took his luggage and started walking down the stairs slowly. In truth, he was rather nervous. Despite doing his best to overcome many of his social issues from his childhood, he still did not like being around large amounts of people. What's worse, all the people around him would be children. He didn't spend much time around children besides during rare occasions. The last one was Olivia, and he hadn't seen her since he moved to Potter Manor. He pulled himself out of his thoughts as he approached his fireplace. He had worried about if he would need the professors to take him to Hogwarts, but it turned out the platform was connected to the flue system. He took a deep breath and picked up some flue powder from off his mantle. He then threw the powder into the fireplace. Platform 9 3/4. He called out as he watched the fire roar. He then grabbed his luggage once more and hopped into the fire. The next thing he knew, he was staring at what looked like an old-fashioned steam train. As if to confirm his thoughts, the train let out a loud whistle, likely supposed to signify it would be leaving somewhat soon. Harry immediately waded through the platform full of parents and their children as they talked and said their goodbyes. When he finally reached the train, he stepped onto one of the stairs leading into a compartment and immediately pulled himself up. As he entered the train compartment, he breathed a sigh of relief for no longer having to be within the large crowds. With that, he looked at the compartments and saw that were still empty. It must be because a lot of people didn't get on the train until it was about to leave, probably to spend as much time as with their family. It was lucky for him, though, as he had the pick of the litter, as it were. Despite the options, he just picked one of the first empty compartments he could find and decided to set up shop. He placed his chest on one of the seats and opened it so he could retrieve one of the books he was going to be using to stay entertained for the duration of the trip. This was the astronomy book he had picked up from Diagon Alley. So far, he was loving it. It actually told him about different celestial bodies and how their positions could affect important things like certain potions and rituals. If he was lucky, he might even be able to use this to one day create his own rituals. With the book pulled out, he closed up his chest again and set it up on a rack that was above the seats in the compartment. With that done, he turned back to the door of his compartment and shut the blinds on it so no one would be able to see inside of it. The last thing he needed was to find out if he had fans among his fellow schoolmates. With that, he sat down and flipped open his book. It was another 30 minutes before Harry heard another whistle from the train, which should be the one signaling that they were leaving the station. A moment later, he felt the train start to slowly move, confirming his thoughts. After a moment, he looked down and continued to read his book. He stayed like that for close to 15 minutes before he was interrupted. A knock sounded on his compartment door before someone poked their head in. It was a red-headed boy who met eyes with him almost immediately. He had freckles and round cheeks which showed he still had some baby fat. "Can I help you?" Harry finally asked, as the boy seemed to be rather nervous to speak. "Yeah. Would you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else seems full," he told him. Harry frowned at the words, remembering how many empty compartments he had seen open earlier. He then let his gaze soften as he remembered how many students had simply been standing around on the platform. He shouldn't be surprised the train would be all filled up now. This boy probably got on late. "Sure. I'm just reading if you don't mind." So Harry trailed off, shaking his book slightly in a clear indication that he would prefer to not be bothered. The redhead nodded as he opened the door more and came in. He quickly moved his trunk up and placed it on the above railing across from Harry's own trunk. The boy sat down and Harry went back to his reading. While he tried to ignore the other young man, it was hard as he seemed to be trying and failing to force himself to stay quiet even though he did not wish to be. He started shifting slightly in his seat from discomfort and then started swinging his legs back and forth. Sometimes he would swing his legs to far back and hit wood of the bottom of the bench he was sitting on. Despite doing that, he didn't seem to want to stop. Harry closed his eyes and took a breath before closing his eyes. "Is there something you wish to talk about?" Harry decided to try. The redhead looked at him with wide eyes. What? Is there something you wish to talk about? You seem restless." Harry pointed out, looking down at the boy's still swinging legs to make his point. The boy followed his eyes and looked at his swinging legs before stopping them abruptly. His face started to slowly turn red and he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I am just a little nervous. This is my first year at Hogwarts." "What about you?" the redhead asked him. "It'll be mine as well," Harry answered simply. The boy nodded rapidly at that. "Oh, are you excited too? My brother said we will have to fight a troll to get sorted into one of the houses. Everyone in my family has gone to Gryffindor. I'm trying to go there as well." "Which house do you want to get into?" the redhead asked. Harry shrugged non-committally. "It doesn't really matter to me. I have no preference," Harry told him. The redhead frowned at that, as if that answer surprised him. "Well, I guess it won't matter too much as long as I don't get into Slytherin. I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." "What's your name?" the now identified Ron asked. Harry had to actively fight to keep a scowl off his face at the question. He debated lying but didn't really see the point since he knew it would be revealed when they got to Hogwarts. He did have an illusion over his scar at the moment. I am Harry, he finally said reluctantly. The redhead's eyes widened and he felt his insides flinch in response. Oh, like Harry Potter? That is my name, yes. He responded blandly. Ron's eyes widened and he watched the redhead's eyes shoot upward to his forehead where his scar should be. Where's your scar? Ron asked bluntly. It was so blunt. Harry was almost taken aback by it. Harry recovered and then visibly frowned at the boy. In the future, that's quite a rude question, and not something you should just ask someone. Why not? Most people do not like to have their disfigurements pointed out and asked about it. It makes them self-conscious and possibly might make them feel bad. Harry explained, thinking about reading on something similar. Harry had read Inger books on social interactions in preparation of coming to a school. The last schools he had gone to, he had been expected to stay nearly as silent as possible at nearly all times. Needless to say, his experience when it came to others was pretty much limited to, well, Ciri. Oh, I guess I didn't think about that, sorry. You don't have to show me, Ron said, backing off a bit. At this point, Harry understood then that this boy wasn't intentionally being rude but was likely just a little thick. It's fine. To answer your question, I am uncomfortable with large amounts of attention from people, so I hide my scar when I go places or walk around, Harry admitted. Ron frowned at that. What's wrong with people having attention? I kill to be famous, Ron told him, looking off in the distance with a smile on his face. I'm famous for a Dark Lord coming into my house, murdering my family in front of me and then failing to murder me, Harry tried to explain bluntly to the boy. At this, Ron was knocked out of his daydream and started blushing in embarrassment again. Oh, I guess I never thought about it like that. Sorry. I guess I'm not making the best first impression, Ron said in a rare moment of insightfulness. Harry almost felt bad for the boy at this point. It's all right. We're young and I've been told I have an older perspective on life due to certain things. It's easier said than done, but I would advise you to try and think about what you say before you say it. Pick up on context clues and such. Like I said though, I won't hold it against you, Harry replied. Thanks. So, would it be rude to ask what you meant about when you mentioned the older perspective thing? Ron asked. Harry could tell it was a genuine question and the boy was trying to keep in mind what Harry said. Could be. Depends on the circumstances. For example, your closeness to someone could also be a factor. Personal details like that can be tricky and some things may not be your place to ask about. In relation to that question, I would be willing to answer since I kind of brought it up, Harry explained. I think I understand. So, I grew up in an abusive household. Like many in those circumstances, I was forced to grow up faster than my peers, Harry said, pretty much repeating what Dumbledore had once told him about it. Actually, most of the things he had said had come from the professor. Dumbledore had made sure to have sit-downs and talks with him to help him understand and grow socially, especially since he almost exclusively spent time with older adults for the last year or so. I'm sorry. It's fine. I have come to terms with it. Abusing children is, and even further, that's insane. Ron shook his head in disbelief. Harry shrugged. It's in the past. So what about you? Did you grow up in a magical household or otherwise? Harry asked politely. The truth was, he didn't care. That being said, he had a feeling that this Ron wasn't going to settle down until he was a little more comfortable around him. I'm from a magical one. I live with my parents and 6 siblings, Ron responded. Harry noticed he seemed somewhat apprehensive when he told him. Do you have not an ideal relationship? Harry asked politely. It only seemed fair since he had spoken about his own baggage. No, we get along. Just, I live with a lot of siblings and I am one of the youngest. Kind of means I don't really stand out in my own home, Ron mumbled. Harry thought about that situation. It was kind of the opposite of what he had dealt with, where he did everything he could to stay invisible from his relatives. If your family loves you, I wouldn't worry about it. We're young. If what I read is anywhere correct, we are going through a period of life where we may experience lots of confusing feelings while we also try to understand the world around us and our place in it. If I were you, I would instead focus on something you feel passionate about and make efforts to pursue it. Harry told him, basically regurgitating a textbook this time instead of his professor. I'm not really passionate about anything though, You don't have anything you strive for or like doing? Well, I like Quidditch. Quidditch? Is that the sport on the brooms? Harry asked. He thought he vaguely remembered a shop centered around it in Diagon Alley. Yeah. I know all the teams and players. I keep up with all the stats of the game and everything. Ron said excitedly. Do you play it? Harry asked. Well, only with my family. Maybe you should focus on that then. Learn what it takes to get better and take steps to advance. I imagine training reflexes and developing a certain type of physique would be a part of it. Harry explained. Maybe. The school has house team, but they rarely ever take on first years. Then become good enough to be an exception. Find a way to practice. Harry encouraged. You really think I can do it? Ron asked hesitantly. I think anything is possible if one has but the willpower to make it so. Harry replied easily. Of course, he used such logic mostly with himself. After all, he was trying to do something a little harder than get on a Quidditch team. You know what? You're right, Harry. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna try to get in shape for tryouts and join the team. Do you think you could help me? Help you? No offense, but it sounds like you know more about the subject than I do. I'm not really sure how I could help you, Harry pointed out. Ron shook his head though. No, I can tell you're really smart. Much smarter than I am. You talk like you're already an adult. Maybe you could at least give me advice on the right direction. You said I should work out right. What kind of workouts do you think I should do? Ron asked with excitement. Harry frowned in confusion at the adult comment. Not sure if he should be pleased or not at those words. I don't really know. I mean, it's a sport. I imagine you should do some cardio to build up stamina and get in shape. Harry suggested, not even sure what it is players actually did in the game. I think I remember Fred and George mentioning about how much they are forced to run in their practices. That's probably a good idea. See, I knew you would know what to do, Harry. You are so smart. Would you like to be friends? Ron asked as he looked at Harry with wide eyes. Harry stared back and blinked. Was this how people made friends? If you want, I wouldn't be opposed. Though I shall say now, I will likely be very busy all the time. So, if you're looking for someone to hang out with all the time, I may not be the best person to consider. Harry warned. He wasn't against making friends, but Ciri came first, and so did his project involving her. Ron looked slightly sadder at his words, but the expression changed to one of curiosity. What will you be busy with? I am sure our course load won't be too much this year. It is not the school coursework I am worried about. I have interpersonal projects that I put lots of work into, and they are, unfortunately, very advanced. They therefore require lots of study and experimenting. Harry revealed while trying to avoid the true purpose of his projects. Why are you doing the projects then if they're so complicated and so much work? I'm afraid the reason is rather personal. Needless to say, though, it's a matter of great interest to me. Harry told him. Oh, sorry. It's fine, that question wasn't unreasonable. Harry told him. After that, they experienced a few more minutes of easy conversation before a lull in it allowed Harry to finally get back to his book. It seemed he was right, and with Ron now feeling a little more comfortable around him, he was much less antsy. Unfortunately, his reading only lasted for another 15 minutes before being interrupted again by the door to their compartment being opened. In the doorway was a boy who Harry immediately recognized. It was the platinum blonde annoyance from Madame Malkin's shop. The boy was a racist who had annoyed him greatly that day. Judging by his stuck-up nose and the two thick boys on either side of him that looked like they could be brothers, he doubted his opinion of him was about to get any higher. The boy said to himself as he looked between Harry and the redhead. He immediately seemed to dismiss Ron before settling on him. The boy's eyes seemed to analyze him before jumping to his forehead. He could tell the boy was looking for his scar, though even if he had it visible, his Harry would have hid it. What is your name? He demanded. Why? Harry asked back, already knowing the reason for it. Harry Potter is supposed to be on this train. I am looking to speak with him. Are you him? The blonde asked. I am. Harry answered blandly. The boy smirked at his response. I thought so. I am Draco Malfoy, heir to the most noble house of the Malfoy, he said, holding out his hand to be shook. Harry had indeed read up on wizarding customs and knew he should take the hand and show himself to be open to speaking with the boy, even if he wasn't. Harry also knew the Potters were a most ancient and noble house, which technically put Harry as a superior to Malfoy. Considering how they first met though, Draco technically owed him an apology for his behavior and insults. Okay, was all Harry said without taking the hand. Draco frowned and a sneer appeared on his face. Very well. I shall tell you once, since you likely do not know. Some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You would be wise to choose your friends carefully. I know who you are and who your family is. We've already met before. Harry informed the boy blandly. He had read about some of the ruling families of magical Britain, and the Malfoys had come up a few times, especially in more recent history. We have? I don't recall. Unsurprising, I looked a little different at the time, and I had red hair as well, of course. I believe you called me a mudblood and told me how I would learn who my betters are. Harry reminded him easily. Despite his feelings, he was rather casual with the words. As soon as the words left his mouth, he could feel a tension suddenly enter the air. Draco's look of confusion quickly turned to shock before settling on something between a mix of anger and horror. You're that boy from the robes shop? Draco realized. Yes, I am. Harry answered, making eye contact with the boy. Draco looked like he swallowed a lemon. They both knew at this point what Draco was supposed to do, especially since Harry was not ignorant of wizarding customs. I apologize for my earlier behavior, Potter. Draco said with a slight bow in recognition of Harry's higher status. Sorry that you greatly insulted someone who you believe to be in lower social standing to you, or sorry that it has come back to cause you a problem? Harry asked, looking at the bowing boy. Draco stood up and looked at him in confusion. What? Did you not hear the question? I did, I just did not understand it. Then let me simplify it. Are you sorry for your actions in insulting someone, or are you sorry that in doing so you now have to deal with negative consequences? Harry asked once more. I'm sorry I insulted you. It was not my intention. It was at the time. Harry pointed out. Well, because I did not know who you were. Draco told him. Harry stayed silent and looked at the boy. You know, I was once told the easiest way to judge what kind of person someone is on the inside is to give them power over others and see what they do with it. Harry remarked. Draco's mind seemed to finally catch up with the conversation, and he bristled at Harry's words. What are you saying? Draco demanded. I'm saying that I don't judge someone on their social standing but by their own character. As of right now, you fall very short of my standards. Now, if that is all, I was reading this book and I would like to get back to it. Harry told the boy before turning back to said book. You'll regret this, Potter. That's Potter when addressing me, Malfoy. We are not friends, and you do not have leave to speak to me so casually. Perhaps I should send a letter to your lord and speak on his failure to raise an heir who knows how to observe proper decorum. Harry smoothly said. Harry didn't know the Lord Malfoy, but he imagined he was either as big a prat or his son, or he would not be happy to receive such a letter. Luckily, Draco said nothing else. He simply slammed the door closed and left. Blimey, Harry, you tore him apart. Ron said in amazement. What a poor child. Harry commented absent-mindedly. Ron scoffed. Nothing poor about him, he's simply a git, pure and simple. Malfoy's attitude is a direct result of the environment he's lived in. If he acts like this, it is because he believes he's allowed to. Either his parents never discouraged such behavior or they overindulge him and possibly encourage it. Either way, it'll come back to bite him later in life because he will be surrounded by people who neither like him or are actually loyal to him. What a sad way to live, Harry said with a sigh. He could understand being a product of an unfortunate environment. He didn't blame Draco for his attitude, but that didn't mean he had to like the boy, I guess. With that, they descended back into silence, but this length of silence was even shorter than the previous one as a knock came from the compartment door, and it was opened by a bushy-haired girl. She looked at both of them. Excuse me, have either of you seen a toad? She asked politely. Harry blinked at the question before thinking about it. Was that supposed to mean something like slang, or did she mean an actual toad? Like a pet toad? He asked for clarification. Yes. A boy lost his, so we've been searching the train for it. She replied with a nod. Then I am afraid not. Sorry. Harry said to her politely. Haven't seen anything either. Ron chimed in. The girl sighed before thanking them anyway and closing the door behind her. After that, they finally had peace for nearly the rest of the trip. Occasionally, Ron would ask him something and he would pause and answer, but other than that, the boy kept to himself and actually slept for most of the trip. Near the end of their trip, Harry finally finished his book and set it aside in thought. According to the book, astronomy, as he thought, was mainly used in rituals, potions, and divination, which is why it was still a required course. Of those three, it was actually more commonly used for potions, which Harry found surprising. Certain potions could only be brewed during certain lunar cycles or when certain celestial bodies were prominent. It used to be more common for rituals, but many rituals were banned by the ministry these days, and the ones that weren't were usually part of family magic to prevent the ministry from getting involved with them. New rituals were rare in the UK, but Albus once told him that they were more common in mainland Europe, though still not as common as they used to be. Once he got to Hogwarts and got settled, he would need to make notes on which effects each celestial body could have and how he might possibly implement that into his future endeavors. He was already rather excited about it. If he was lucky, Hogwarts would have some more books on rituals and he could begin to see if he could perhaps make his own. That being said, he had made quite a bit of progress with ancient runes and was now at a solid 4th year level, which would mean he was an adept of the art. Arithmancy he had never stopped using, and Dumbledore said he was near 6th year level with that. Harry was still upset that both of those classes wouldn't be available till 3rd year though. That always threw off his calculations on how advanced he really was. Harry was so advanced that he had even made injure more spells on his own at this point, and he had finally done so outside of just illusionary ones as well, though he did have to craft another illusion spell specifically for people with occlumency. He had named it Uru Miran Taz, as it was simply a further upgraded form of his already upgraded spell Miran Taz. He had an official fire spell that Minerva had helped him create. He had finally found a way to increase the heat of the fireball and not just the size. He had also found a way to seep magic into the flames rather than simply have magic create the flame. His fire spell now burned away shields that stood against them, first weakening to allow heat to bypass before fully breaking and allowing the fire to push through. He had made the spell word for that spell Ignitus, taking inspiration from the fire spell Ciri had told him the Witchers in her own world used. He had also recently upgraded and found a way to create lightning. Unfortunately, he was having an even harder time trying to further enhance it with magic or creating large amounts of it. Lightning was much more draining, but the explosive power behind each bolt made it a formidable attack even without magic increasing it. His next spells he had created were actually wards, which he had finally had some progress with. One was a simple ward that prevented entry into whatever it was protecting. He had to practice layering as much as possible until he believed he could not possibly condense the magic any further. The best part was he finally found a way to make sure he could walk through without letting anyone else do so. Minerva had personally tested it and declared it to be satisfactory. He had named the spell for that ward Unbreakus. The next ward he had created was essentially a Notice Me Not ward. It was both a mix of an illusion and a compulsion that made it so when any besides the caster interacted with it, they would be unable to see what was being hidden and also wish to suddenly leave whatever was hidden alone. He had named this one Cantus Miran. He had other things still in progress, but as he previously did, he would not assign official spell words to a spell until he was sure it had all the effects he wanted it to have. Another problem was that some spells were made with his knowledge of arithmancy and made to be cast with a wand. While he could adapt some of his ideas to wandless magic, some ideas were too complex for him to currently attempt to do so without a wand. He was knocked out of his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door. He looked and saw a male older student poke their head in. "We're 30 minutes from the station, so you might want to change into your robes now," the older student said. "Thank you, we will get started now," Harry replied. The boy nodded at him before closing the door as he left. With that, both he and Ron pulled their trunks down and began to extract their robes. Harry pulled out the custom ones he had gone back for at Madame Malkin's and admired them for a second. They were just as smooth and soft as he remembered. He nodded in satisfaction before putting them on over his clothes. He looked over himself for a moment before closing his trunk and putting it back overhead. He turned and saw Ron was looking at his robes longingly. "Are those robes brand new?" They look really nice, Ron said with a wistful tone. Indeed. I had them use silk instead of the normal material. Feels a little more comfortable. Harry answered easily. Ron looked down at his own robes and frowned. Mine are hand-me-downs from one of my brothers. Ron sulked. That's smart. I'm sure it helps save a lot of money. I also imagine they're easy to repair with magic too. Harry said back easily. Ron looked up at him with injured emotions going across his face. Must be nice to have new things. Are you upset with me for having new things? Harry guessed. It was rather strange to see someone actually jealous of something he had considering how he lived for most of his life, though given his change in financial circumstances, he shouldn't really be surprised. Well, no. Are you then afraid of what people will think if they see you in older robes? Harry guessed again. Ron's face went a little red as he looked down and shyly nodded. Seeing the confirmation, Harry paused and thought on what he should say. I suppose it may mean less coming from me, but I wouldn't worry about it. Impressions are important, but people who only judge others on the quality of the things they have instead of the quality of their character aren't likely good people to associate with in the first place. If it helps, I don't think any less of you for wearing hand-me-downs, and I don't think you should think less of yourself for doing so. Rather, remember the reason you do so is because you don't wish to put further financial strain on a family you love. Harry advised. There was once a time when he was younger and heard the harsh words of his uncle on how much of a financial drain he was on the Dursleys and felt bad. That was back when he still wished for their approval though. I guess you're right though, my family can't really afford much in the way of luxuries. I guess it makes me a bad person for wanting more. It could be worse after all. Ron said reluctantly, clearly trying to act more mature. There's nothing wrong with wanting better for yourself to some extent. I believe everyone does. The grass is always greener on the other side is an expression I believe describes this. I've been told the trick is to temper the want for more by remembering what one already has. Harry said back. In that case, one day I will get new things for myself. But I won't do it at the cost of my family. Ron declared proudly, puffing up his chest a little. Harry felt his lips twitch upward at the boy before nodding. A reasonable goal. If you're looking to make money, there are ways to do it without too much issue. Going into more difficult fields of magic can usually yield quite a bit of profit. Alchemy, for example, is a hard magical subject to learn but rewarding because how few people can accomplish anything in it. Even the easier things to create with alchemy can yield decent profits because how rare alchemists are these days. Harry told him, remembering that at one point, Dumbledore had used his skills in alchemy to restore the Dumbledore family's finances to what they once were. The man knew his stuff but was by no means a master. Alchemy, huh? I don't think I am smart enough for that. Besides, there's not even any classes on the subject taught in most institutions anymore. True, but most schools still have some books on the subject for private study. If you're interested, you could probably look into the subject at Hogwarts. If you show some commitment to it, I bet Professor Dumbledore would even let you look at some of his own collection to help you. Harry suggested. Dumbledore's stuff? No way. Anything of his is probably priceless. Maybe, but he enjoys aiding growth in students and simply doesn't usually have the time to do so face to face these days. Simply asking for books though is in his power and he'd likely just give you a copy anyway. Wait, you know Professor Dumbledore? As in the greatest wizard alive. Yes, he is my magical guardian. Harry answered easily. You live with Professor Dumbledore? No, I originally lived with my aunt and uncle, but that didn't work out. I was moved to my own place and live on my own for the most part. Albus or a friend of his drop by once a week though to check up on me, making sure I am safe and taken care of. Wow, what's he really like? First and foremost, he is a scholar. He enjoys talking about theories and especially likes to speak on obscure topics. He is also very helpful, though I think he knows a lot less than people think, but a lot more than most do. He has a certain eerie wisdom about him, likely due to his advanced age. Harry explained without hesitation. Wicked. With that, the train finally stopped or pulled into wherever their destination was. Harry grabbed his trunk and made his way out of the compartment. Unfortunately, so was everyone else, which meant the small corridor was packed. It took almost 10 minutes just to get off the train and onto the platform. Furs years meet over air. A giant man further down on the platform was yelling while lazily swinging some sort of lantern to draw attention to himself. Harry idly felt like it wasn't really needed considering the man towered over everyone around him. He must have been nearly 8 feet in height alone, not to mention his massive size. He approached and noticed the other first years were being directed to leave their trunks in a pile near the man and told they would be delivered to their rooms later. Harry frowned at that but did as he told. If something happened to his things, he would simply go to Dumbledore and have it sorted. After placing his luggage in the pile, he was directed with many other children that looked to be similar to him in age onto small rowboats. He stepped carefully into one and Ron followed after. Behind him was the bushy-haired girl who entered their compartment earlier with another pudgy shy-looking boy. Hello again, I don't believe I introduced myself last time. My name is Hermione Granger, pleasure, she said politely while holding out her hand for a shake. Harry reached over and shook the hand without issue. Then Ron did the same. I am Harry. It is nice to meet you both. I'm Ron and same, Ron said looking at them while shifting his gaze between the two newcomers. With that, they all looked at the boy who seemed to shrink in on himself from the attention.
I'm Neville.
Neville Longbottom. Nice to meet you as well, Neville said with clear apprehension in his voice. Harry observed the boy. He was clearly not used to lots of attention and it seemed to cause him large amounts of discomfort. It is a pleasure to meet you, Heir Longbottom, Harry said respectfully with a slight tilt of his head. Harry had read about the Longbottoms. In previous periods of war, they often allied with the Potters who were considered predominantly light-sided and produced famous war mages. Further, House Longbottom was of equal social status as his own house. You know of my house? Neville seemed curious. Ron smiled and looked like he wanted to say something at that, but Harry held up a hand to stop the boy. Indeed, our houses have been allied many times in the past. I am Harry Potter, he revealed smoothly. Both Neville and Hermione's eyes widened at that revelation. You're Harry Potter? Hermione almost yelled but seemed to realize it partway through and changed the volume of her voice. Yes, he answered easily. I've read all about you. Did you know you're listed in? I believe I should stop you right there. Yes, I know about the books that I apparently feature in. I shall tell you now, almost nothing written about me is true. With that knowledge you may want to rethink what you're about to say. Harry interrupted. Though he was slightly annoyed by the girl's response, he did not let it show and simply explained the situation to her as polite as possible. Well, do you need a moment? Please. Very well. Back to you, Neville. I assume you understand now why I addressed you as such, Harry asked. Neville nodded at that but still seemed somewhat hesitant. I didn't think you would know about that. I thought you lived with some Muggle relatives, Neville revealed. Harry rose an eyebrow at that. I'm surprised you knew that. May I ask how? I heard my gran speaking about it with Professor McGonagall during a visit once. I wasn't supposed to though, so I never brought it up, Neville said with some embarrassment. Harry nodded at that. That's fine. I did used to live with my relatives but do not anymore. It's not important though. I'm glad to meet you. You seem nice, Harry commented. Neville blushed for Ed again in embarrassment from the compliment. Harry wondered if this was going to be a constant with this boy. Nice to meet you as well. So, are you excited to enter Hogwarts? He said, trying awkwardly to make small talk. Yes, it has one of the greatest magical libraries in the world and I intend to make full use of it. What about yourselves? Harry replied, biting the easy conversation piece. Oh, I can't wait myself. Can you imagine the secrets it holds? Hermione snapped with excitement. Harry looked at her for a moment with a raised eyebrow. He had a good feeling he knew the kind of person she was already. So, you like books then? Ron asked the girl warily. Hermione looked offended by the question. Harry decided to interrupt there. Now Ron, remember that different people have different ideas of what is enjoyable. It's not nice to judge them for that, Harry admonished gently to his new friend. Ron looked down in embarrassment before looking back up. He's right. Sorry about that, he told her. Hermione looked a little surprised at that but nodded her acceptance. I forgive you. To answer your question, yes. I love books. Do you as well? she asked, looking at Harry with hope. Harry shrugged. I suppose, though, I truly view them more a means to an end than anything else. I find reading relaxing, but I don't necessarily do it for pleasure. I do it with a goal in mind. Harry answered. Hermione seemed satisfied with his answer and nodded at that. That's fair, I suppose. Do you have anything specific you are looking into? I currently have areas of study I am focusing on: arithmancy, ancient runes, and rituals. I suppose I will also be taking my knowledge of ancient runes and begin experimenting with enchanting eventually, Harry revealed. All the eyes on the boat besides his were wide now. But whatever was about to come out of their mouths was interrupted by the giant man who was leading the boats, yelling for everyone to look ahead. They all did so and found themselves looking at a truly beautiful sight. A medieval castle stood elevated on a hill, and it was full of beautiful lights to illuminate it. Harry drank in the sight and oddly felt at peace while looking at it. Now that's a view you could kill for, Ron murmured to himself. Harry couldn't help but nod at the boy's assessment. Soon, though, they pulled close to the castle and could no longer see it due to the proximity of the hill it stood on. They then pulled to the shore and exited the small boats. The giant ordered the students to follow him, and they started heading up the hill. Harry couldn't help but notice it was kind of steep, and it seemed strange that they wouldn't have an easier way to get up it. He didn't complain, though. They finally got to the top of the hill and made their way over a bridge to what appeared to be the main entrance of the castle. Now that they were closer to it, Harry couldn't help but marvel at the impressiveness of the massive structure. He wondered briefly if this was once a Muggle structure that was converted, or if it had always been a magical one. He was brought from his thoughts, though, as the giant man knocked on the door to the castle entrance. A moment later they opened, and a familiar woman appeared.
Ello, professor.
I have brought the furs years for ye, the giant said to his friend, now professor. Yes, thank you, Hagrid. Why don't you go get ready for the feast? I shall take it from here, Minerva said to him politely. The now introduced Hagrid nodded before entering the castle after saying goodbye to the first years. Good, now please listen carefully. This is how it shall go. We shall enter. There is a sorting hat who will sing a song, after which I shall call each of your names one by one. You will then go up to the stool that hat rests on and sit on it. I shall place the hat on your head, and it shall sort you into whatever house you will be in for the remainder of your time here. When your house has been announced, you shall go sit with them. Are there any questions? Good, now wait one moment, then you will follow me, Minerva said to the group of children. They stood outside for a few more minutes, with most of the children muttering amongst themselves, likely from the nerves of the situation.
A sorting hat.
Can you believe that? My brothers told me I'd have to fight a troll. Ron groaned softly. Harry said nothing about the gullibility of someone who would believe that. He simply shrugged. Where do you think you will go, Harry? Hermione asked curiously. I don't care for one house over the other, but I imagine I will likely go to Ravenclaw or maybe Hufflepuff. Harry answered easily. Really? Not Gryffindor? She pushed. I mean, it's not like I know for sure. From what I've been told, though, I just think those two are most like my personality. Well, I'm hoping to go to Gryffindor. It's where Dumbledore went, you know, Hermione said with some excitement. I don't mean to put you down, but I think you should go to a house based on the success of someone else who was previously in that house. Harry told her, trying not to sound rude. Hermione frowned anyway, though. Dumbledore is one of the greatest wizards in all of history, though. Hermione argued. Maybe, but that doesn't really have anything to do with his house. Dumbledore was simply more driven in his youth and took advantage of opportunities presented to him to grow is all. Harry said back. Another thing he knew from Dumbledore himself. Hermione frowned but didn't say anything further as Minerva came out once more. All right, follow me inside, please, Minerva said to them, and fully opened the doors for the rest of the first years. They all shuffled inside and entered a hallway right in front of big open doors. They walked into the second set and entered a giant hall filled with tables and people who watched them enter. Harry looked around the hall and got lost in the beauty of it. There were floating candles in the air over the entire room, and it looked like the Rood was charmed to show the sky outside. Harry looked at it in excitement. An illusion? An actual pure illusion that wasn't some subpart of a spell? How wonderful! It didn't actually look terribly complicated until he reached out and opened his sense to the magic around him. He was taken aback by what he felt. Like Diagon Alley, the entire room was almost all engulfing in magical presence. He had some practice though and tried not to focus on it. Instead, he paid specific attention to the roof of the building. It was actually more complicated than he expected. It seemed to be a mix of a static and complex illusion. He could see the static part easily but wasn't exactly sure what made it a complex one yet. He'd likely have to spend time observing it find out. "I'm the Sorting Hat." Harry blinked as he noticed everyone clapping politely, and he was pulled from his musings. He realized the hat had apparently just finished its song and he hadn't even heard it. Oh well, he didn't care about it too much anyway. "When I call your name, please come and sit on this stool." "First, Hannah Abbott," she called out. A young blonde girl came up and nervously sat on the stool. Minerva then placed the hat gently on her head. Nothing happened for a few moments before the hat yelled out, "Hufflepuff." After the first, a lot of the tension seemed to settle with his fellow first-years and the sorting continued on as normal. Harry didn't pay too much attention to most of the people since he didn't really know them. The first person who came up he paid attention to was Hermione. He watched the hat get placed on her head and the hall went silent. He watched Hermione's face change in time from anxious to upset to finally thoughtful. It was on her head for nearly 5 minutes before it called out finally. "Ravenclaw," the hat yelled out. Applause drowned out all noise in the hall as Hermione gave back the hat and moved to the Ravenclaw table. He briefly made eye contact with her as she did so, and she gave him a small shrug and nervous smile. Harry returned the nod and tried to give a smile he hoped was reassuring. The next person he knew up was Neville. The boy was his normal shy self, but the hat was only on his head for a moment before calling out, "Gryffindor." Neville looked more relieved than any child previously had. Harry was happy the boy apparently got into wherever he wanted to go. Unfortunately, the next person up who he knew was Draco Malfoy. Harry felt his lips dip a little at seeing the boy called up. The hat didn't even get fully on his head before it called out, "Slytherin." The boy looked quite proud of that fact and sauntered over to the Slytherin table, who seemed to welcome him warmly. Harry watched it for a moment before turning back to the sorting. "Harry Potter," Minerva finally called. As soon as she called his name, the entire hall burst into whispers. "The Harry Potter. No one's seen him in. Can you see the scar?" Harry ignored all of them as he approached the stool and sat on it as he forcibly relaxed his posture as much as he could manage. As soon as he felt the hat land on his head, he felt a pressure on his mind. Well, you have quite the impressive shields, Mr. Potter," a voice said in his head. I assumed you must have been communicating mentally with the students." "Thank you for the compliment, by the way," Harry responded with ease. "Quite intelligent, are you? Well, would you mind bringing down your shields? It's how I sort you," the hat requested. Harry frowned at that question. "I do not believe that would be a good idea. My shields protect more than just myself, and a breach of my mind would unfortunately affect another." Harry tried to explain. I see. Well, do you have a preference for a house you would like?" "Not particularly. You would just let me choose. Of course, I never put a child somewhere they truly do not wish to go. You have input more so than others at this moment." "I see. Well, if it helps, I believe based on the traits of each house, I would fit most in either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. And of those two, I already know someone in Ravenclaw. Based on that reasoning alone, I believe you to be correct." "Very well, better be." Ravenclaw the hat yelled out to the hall. The Ravenclaw table exploded into cheers and Harry gave a polite smile. "Thank you kindly, Mr. Hat. I'll be watching your career with great interest, Mr. Potter. Good luck," that hat said as it was pulled off his head and given back to Minerva. She looked down at him with a raised eyebrow. Harry gave her a small apologetic smile. "You knew this would likely happen." "I did, but I still hoped for otherwise. Still, I'm sure Flitwick will be glad to have you. Now go join your new housemates," Minerva whispered to him. Harry nodded and approached the still cheering table. He decided to sit next to Hermione, who looked ecstatic to see him. "We're in the same house, Harry. Can you believe it?" she asked him with a smile. He gave one back. I certainly can, considering I am sitting right next to you. I can't help but notice you're not sitting at the Gryffindor table. Harry commented slyly. Yes, well, I decided to take your advice. The hat said I would fit in most here, and I will simply have to trust its judgment. A wise decision, Harry commented before turning his attention back to the sorting. The last person to go was Ron. He nervously sat on the seat and had the hat placed on his head. Harry watched carefully as it was quiet for a few moments before the sorting hat made its decision. Gryffindor. And with that, the sorting was completed. Dumbledore stood up at that point and began his welcoming speech. Harry zoned in and out, but he was pretty sure he got the main points down. Don't go into forest, don't go snooping around the third-floor corridor, and enjoy the year. With a few nonsense words that were rather in character for the man, the food appeared and the feast began. What do you think he meant when he said nitwick, blubber, and such? Hermione asked curiously. I assume it has something to do with the food appearing. It possibly was a code phrase to have the cooks send the food out magically. Or maybe it was something else. Harry answered back easily. Hermione nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So, what class are you looking forward to most? Hermione asked. Charms, I suppose. I have experience in transfiguration and a little in astronomy, as well as defense against the dark arts. The other classes like herbology, potions, and history of magic do not personally interest me as much. Charms is the only thing left that I don't really have a grounding in, at least not directly. I am proficient in arithmancy, so I know some spellcrafting, but not much can be put into practice without a wand. Harry answered as starting cutting up and eating a pork chop he had placed on his plate. Arithmancy isn't offered until third year though. I couldn't wait that long. I have things that need to be accomplished and arithmancy aids me in accomplishing it. Like what? While I have no issue sharing my methods, my goal is personal and private. Needless to say, it is complicated magically speaking to achieve, and I need to have a firm base in possibly many different areas to accomplish it. Harry explained. Hermione looked like she wanted to press him but decided better of it. It must mean a lot to you then. She decided on. More than you can imagine, Harry answered back cryptically. After that, they spoke more on their classes and what they expected of them. Hermione did most of the talking, seemingly growing more excited the more she talked. Harry shook his head in amusement as he watched her. It was nice to see another person passionate about something. Hermione loved knowledge and the pursuit of it. He found that rather pleasant compared to some things children his age focused on. It was still a couple hours before they finally got assigned rooms, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to find out, since there were so few boys in Ravenclaw this year, they actually got to have their own rooms, or were also given the option to double up with one another if they wanted. A boy named Terry Boot and another named Michael Corner decided they wanted to room up together. Harry, however, chose to take his own room, as did another boy named Anthony Goldstein. When Harry entered the room, he found it to be rather small and plain compared to the one he had gotten used to back in Potter Manor. That didn't bother him though. It's not like the room needed to be big for him to sleep in. Although, he did need to find a space to start conducting his research and personal project. He had brought all of his notes and the current books he had been using with him. At the end of the night, he said goodnight to Hermione before turning in. It was getting rather late, and while he and Ciri didn't need to go to sleep at the same time anymore to meet up due to the construction of their mindscape, she would likely worry if he did not appear soon. With that thought, he quickly stripped his robes and put on his nightwear before crawling into his new bed. With that, he drifted off to sleep. You're close to an hour late. Don't you know it's rude to keep a lady waiting? Harry smirked as he opened his eyes and looked to see Ciri sitting in one of the chairs of their shared library reading a book of some sort. She closed it and put it down when they made eye contact though. Then it's a good thing there are no ladies here, only you and I. Harry shot back, feeling both his body and mind relax into a more comfortable state. He had to duck quickly as a book sailed over his head. He laughed at the glare Ciri sent him before he came over and wrapped his friend in a hug, which she returned. How's my favorite warrior princess today? Harry teased as he pulled away. Ciri scowled at the name, though Harry noticed her cheeks were tinged red. He decided not to point it out though. If he pushed too much, Ciri would legitimately try to hurt him, and she had found a way to do it too. She's tired as she always is. Ciri grumbled back. That just means you worked hard again. You should be proud of the fact that you can keep up such a pace without quitting. Not everyone is so strong, you know. Harry pointed out as he took a seat next to her. So, you've said. Unfortunately, pretty words don't change the pain I constantly feel or the ache in my bones. I have faith in you. I know you won't give up just because it's hard. Harry told her encouragingly. He saw her lips twitch upwards at his words, so he knew he was cheering her up even if she wouldn't admit it. Humph. Enough about me, let's talk about you. Today was your first day at that school. Wasn't it? How was it? She asked. Harry shrugged. It was more a welcoming day. We haven't even attended any classes yet. So far it looks good though. I am excited to begin my classes and get started back on my work. Harry told her. Did you make any friends? She asked. Harry nodded. 3, actually. Their names are Ron, Neville, and Hermione. Hermione is my housemate while Ron and Neville are a part of another house within the school. Harry had already explained the housing system yesterday, and since she looked like she still understood, he felt no need to re-explain it. I'm glad to hear it, though you better not forget about me just because you got some more friends in the real world. Ciri told him sternly. Harry rolled his eyes. I literally spend nearly 8 hours or more of time with just you in private almost every day. How could they possibly take your place? Harry asked rhetorically. Ciri smirked at his words and looked pleased by them. Good. What about you? Any progress on your magic? Harry asked. Ciri's smirk quickly turned back into a scowl. I have had no progress. The more I try, the more I am convinced you were right. It seems I am powerful in all the wrong ways. Ciri said with a sigh. I have been doing some speculation on that. I think I maybe help with that at some point. From what I can tell, you should still be able to channel magic, just not your own. Or at least not consciously, as the magic is in your body and not your reserves. I don't want to get your hopes up though, so I will let you more about it later if I have something more concrete to go on. Harry told her. Ciri looked curious at his words, but she simply nodded and didn't push him. I suppose it's not too much of an issue. I am still taking the potions they give me and they are improving my physical abilities. I have started to notice the difference. Ciri said happily. Harry looked at her curiously. He knew about her taking the potions, but he hadn't noticed any changes in her. What kind of changes? Well, I'm getting faster for one. I'm also stronger as well. I'm going to go back to practicing with a longsword again soon. I also noticed that I think my senses have increased a bit. It's most noticeable in my vision, but I think it's most or all of them. The increase isn't huge, but still, that's good, I guess, as long as it doesn't have any negative after effects. Harry told her as he analyzed her expression to see if she was hiding anything. She shook her head simply though. Not that I've noticed. Good. Let me know if you notice anything. Why, so you can add fixing it to your projects? She asked rhetorically. Yes. Harry said back seriously. Despite that, Ciri just rolled her eyes at him. Whatever. So, what do you feel like doing tonight? Read? Nah. Say you want to beat each other up with pointy sticks? Nah, it'll just me beating you up with one. Perfect. Chapter 13. Sorry about the delay. Just been super busy with work. Anytime I miss a week, I'll try to post anything I missed in the next update, so there will be 2 chapters coming out this week. October 1st, 1991. Ah, Harry, my boy. Why don't you have a seat? Dumbledore said in greeting with his customary smile in place. Harry returned it with one of his own as he took the offered seat in front of the headmaster. He shifted slightly as he got comfortable before paying full attention to his headmaster. So, how have you been settling in, Harry? I noticed you seem to have made some new friends. Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Longbottom. Don't tell me you've gotten into the habit of spying. Harry said back to the old man. Dumbledore chuckled at that. A man my age must find something to do to pass the time. Don't you agree? I'd rather thought your 3 jobs had kept you busy enough. Harry pointed out. In truth, he wasn't concerned Dumbledore was keeping an eye on him. He would too in the man's position. He briefly wondered how the man did it. Sure, there were teachers who could report to him, but he wasn't always around teachers. Then again, he spent most of his free time in the library and the librarian could be reporting on him. How do you monitor what happens in the hallways? Harry asked curiously, already having an idea forming in his head. Dumbledore smiled at the question, which was really all the confirmation he needed. The portraits. You sneaky bugger. Harry murmured. Very intuitive, Harry. Yet, I can't help but notice that you haven't answered the question. How have you been settling in? Dumbledore asked. Well, all things considered. Harry replied easily. Harry was smart enough to know this was just a lead-up to what Dumbledore truly wished to bring up. I have been told you have not attended your potions class since the first week of school. Would you like to tell me why? Dumbledore asked politely. Harry frowned at him. I imagine, given how informed you are, you know exactly why. I have asked around. Professor Snape may be the premier potion master in the entire U.K. and one of the best in the entire world, but that does not mean I shall sit there and be verbally assaulted by the man. I understand your grievance, Harry, but potions are an important class. I shall speak to him and have him curb his behavior. The man tried to use legilimency on me, Professor. That's a prison sentence and we both know it. So no, I shall not be attending the man's class again. Even if he promised to never verbally assault me or mentally do so again, I would never allow myself to be taught by a man who thinks it is okay to do such a thing to an 11-year-old, regardless of his reasons. Harry growled at the man. At his words, Dumbledore turned deathly serious. He used legilimency on you? Are you certain? Dumbledore questioned. Of course. You've tested my shields yourself. Do you think I would mistake a mental intrusion, especially with what's at stake? Harry shot back rhetorically. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment, before pulling out a small sheet of paper and began writing on it. When he finished, he folded the paper and held it up. Fawkes, Dumbledore called out. Immediately the phoenix, who has simply been sitting quietly on its perch, burst into a private parts of flame, reappeared over Dumbledore's hand, snatched the paper and disappeared. While that is being taken care of, why don't we speak on something more pleasant? How is dear Cirilla doing? If she knew you called her that, she'd take her sword and shove it right between your legs. Harry said, losing some of his temper at the mention of Ciri. Then perhaps you shouldn't mention it. I'll consider it. She is doing well. Her skills have continued to improve. I doubt there are many in our world who could keep up with her skill with a blade, especially with the enhancements she has gone through. Harry said with pride, though he frowned at the end. From what it sounded like, Ciri was taking potions, but potions to permanently enhance were rare in this world and also dangerous. It was more commonly used with rituals to mitigate the danger, which were even more rare, of course. You seemed concerned. I don't know if I should be or not. In truth, in our world such things are dangerous, but perhaps in theirs it is not so. Harry suggested. Have you asked her? She claims she doesn't know what's in them, though she has said she is not getting the same types and amount full Witcher trainees receive. Harry answered reluctantly. When we last spoke of her, you explained to me her magical situation. I have scoured my own collection and have found nothing in our history that sounds like it. The closest, as you know, is a squib, and their existence has been well documented, though only a select few know why they can't. I wasn't surprised you of all people discovered why. I don't understand, Dumbledore. It seems like every time I get close to one thing, another comes in, causing both to start slipping through my fingers. I know I can't solve everything, but I'm afraid you have fallen into a common trap of the intelligent. Because you are intelligent, you believe you can take on more than most. You forget that, at the end of the day, you are just like everyone. You need to tackle one problem at a time, and then when you finish one, move on to another. Simple as that. None of my problems seem easy enough to solve. Yet, I do believe you will solve them. You know, you remind me of an old friend of mine in his youth. Passionate, driven, yet perhaps even more brilliant. When I see you, I see his potential without so many of the flaws I had missed or simply ignored when I was younger. Like him, I believe you will accomplish your goals and let nothing stand in your way. That's a terrifying thing to say. That remains to be seen. So, I believe in your message you said you had something you wished to discuss with me. Dumbledore reminded. Harry nodded. I wish to start a club. Oh, and what brought this about? Doing so will aid my goals. Simple as that. Harry replied. And what shall aforementioned club be? The Research and Development of Magical Advancements. Nickname is the R&D Club. Harry answered. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment and shook his head in amusement. And what resources would you need to start this club? A room, a big one. I'll place protections on the room, but I would appreciate you putting on even more. Harry told the headmaster. You feel that necessary? The work of my club could be dangerous in the wrong hands. I need to make sure it is as secure as I can possibly make it. Harry pointed out. Very well, I believe I can do that. Who are your founding members and which staff member do you believe will oversee the club? Dumbledore asked. Yes, about that. I was hoping you would waive the members' rule and be the club's overseer yourself. Harry told him. Dumbledore frowned at that. I'm afraid that'll not be possible. That would be a clear sign of favoritism from your magical guardian. I have no issue with being the overseer. You still need, at minimum, 2 more members to be part of your club, I'm afraid. Understand, is what he said, but in truth he was rather upset at that. The point of the club was to have a private space where he could do his work. He had already wasted a month acclimating. He didn't want to waste any more time. Shouldn't be hard. Do you not believe your friends would be willing to join this club you are making? Well, Hermione probably would. I'm not sure about Neville or Ron. They're less inclined to the pursuit of knowledge than us. Harry admitted. There is no harm in asking. Besides, they may surprise you and find this club to be just what they need to push them forward. Dumbledore suggested. Harry sighed and nodded. I will try. I suppose that is it. I guess I should head out then. Not quite. I would like you to stay for a moment. Oh? Is there something else you wanted to discuss? Yes, just not with you. What? A knock at the door signaled someone else was outside. Harry looked at Dumbledore confused, but his guardian simply looked back at him with an unchanging expression. Enter. You summon me, headmaster. Harry frowned as he immediately recognized that drawl. He schooled his face into an emotionless mask as he suddenly stared blankly back at Dumbledore. The man had still not looked away from him, but his expression now matches Harry's own. Hello, Inger. Please join Mr. Potter and I over here, would you? Dumbledore said, finally looking away and somewhere behind him, assumedly at the potions professor. Harry heard the footsteps at the man's approach. I see we are finally going to discuss the boy's punishment for... No, we are not, Inger. You see, I have gotten a very worrying complaint. The boy is lying. He has... I did not ask you to speak, Dumbledore said with an unnatural calmness. Unfortunately, nothing else seemed to match the calmness. For as soon as he spoke the words, a sudden weight seemed to settle on the room. Not a light one you sometimes got where your body was telling you to tread carefully as there might be danger. No, this was heavy, as if his instincts were telling every fiber of your body you were already in danger and you needed to get out of wherever you were as fast as you could. For a moment, Harry felt his chest seize up and he couldn't breathe. It took him a moment to remember how. Apparently, Inger Snape was experiencing something similar as his breath seemed to catch and Harry could see his legs almost buckle underneath him as Dumbledore made his presence felt in the room. It was in this moment Harry finally understood the greatness of Albus Dumbledore and how much danger there truly was hiding under the skin of the pleasant old man he knew so well. He couldn't imagine anything be able to come near this man with confidence. Dark Lord or not. Dumbledore stood and walked over to Snape. He stood in front of the man and looked him in the face, causing the potions professor to look down away from the gaze. This is not the first time I have had reports of your verbal tirades you launch on students, Inger. I told you to pull it back and you told me that they were over-exaggerated. I chose to trust that you were simply a strict teacher and students didn't like that. I see now I have been too lenient with you. You see, verbal abuse, that is one thing. I could give you a slap on the wrist and have you ensure such an issue never arises again. But this, to have allegations brought to me that one of MY professors in MY school illegally tried to invade the mind of a child, needless to say, at this very moment, my displeasure is almost immeasurable. Dumbledore trailed off as he looked at the man. For once, he actually felt bad for the potions master. What he did was most assuredly wrong, but having the full weight of Dumbledore's presence brought down to bear on you like that must have been lighting off every nerve in his body. Judging by the amount of sweat coming of the man, it likely was. Headmaster, I did no such. Harry jumped in his seat as the professor's voice boomed and almost seemed to shake the room. As he did so, Fawkes flamed back into existence right over him and landed on his shoulder. The bird seemed to almost be glaring at the potion's master. Harry felt himself grip the seats of the chair he was sitting in tightly. Harry, what's going on? Are you all right? Not now. Later, was all Harry could manage to send back to Ciri. He hadn't realized it, but he was gritting his teeth possibly to keep them from chattering.
Noi.
You must think me a fool, then. Perhaps I am one. I foolishly believed you could put aside your irrational hatred and view the boy as his own person, but I see now I expected far too much from you, Inger. After everything I have done for you, this is how you repay my kindness? The tightly contained anger was also mixed with disappointment as Albus looked at the smaller man who seemed to shrink in on himself. I apologize. I was wrong, headmaster. It was not me you tried to violate. Dumbledore rumbled. Snape looked like he swallowed something sour as he turned to Harry. Potter, I apologize for attempting the assault on your person. I was wrong. Inger said, though he looked like he couldn't believe his own words. When they finally left his mouth, some of the pressure in the room seemed to dissipate, but it was still there in the background. It was like a snake that was no longer attacking but still coiled and ready to strike. Dumbledore looked at Snape for a moment, who still couldn't meet his gaze, before turning and walking back behind his desk, though he went to a window and looked out of it instead of sitting once more. As of this moment, you will not speak to Mr. Potter, you will not look at Mr. Potter, you will not inquire about Mr. Potter. I made the mistake of trusting you with the boy's safety once. I do not believe I can afford to do so again. As of this moment, you will act as a proper teacher in the classroom, and I will hear nothing further of verbal assaults or unfair treatment. If you do not, you will wish I had left you to be sent to Azkaban. Am I clear, Inger? Albus said softly once more. Snape shivered at the words but nodded. Yes, headmaster. Good. You are dismissed. With that, Snape slowly backed away and made his way over to the door of the office, still not looking recovered from the incident. As he opened the door, Dumbledore spoke again. Lily would be so disappointed in you, Dumbledore said out loud. There was a pause at the door before Harry heard it shut softly. Dumbledore then returned to his seat at his desk, and the pressure he felt in the room seemed to dissolve into the air. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, no longer feeling it hover all around him, before looking at Dumbledore, who looked back to the normal old man he usually was, though it seemed rather disingenuous now that he knew of the sleeping dragon that lied beneath. Apologies, Harry. It was not my intention to scare you, Dumbledore said easily. You could have asked me to leave. Harry pointed out. Indeed, and yet I wanted you to stay. Why? Can you not guess? I can honestly say I have absolutely no idea. Do you remember our first meeting? Of course, what does that have to do with this? I don't believe I have ever told you my perspective of that day. When I first saw you, you reminded me of a cornered animal. You hid it quite well, but I have been alive for quite a long time. Earlier that very day, I had visited your relatives and saw the aftermath of your argument. I admit, I used legilimency on them after I found the cupboard under their stairs. I felt in such a situation it was warranted. It cleared up some questions but also revealed more worrying ones. Harry scrunched his brow and listened in silence to the man. When he took a pause, he said nothing, as he was sure he wasn't done yet. I have told you that you remind me of other great wizards. The truth is, you remind me of three in particular, myself, Gellert Grindelwald, and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Two of those people became some of the worst and powerful Dark Lords seen in the last 1,000 years, and the other could have had a similar fate had certain things happened differently. Harry frowned at hearing that. He knew who Gellert Grindelwald was. It was the Dark Lord that Dumbledore had defeated that cemented him as the greatest wizard of the last century and unofficial leader of the Light. Judging by the lack of recognition with the name and other recent Dark Lords, he assumed Tom Riddle must have been the Dark Lord Voldemort that he had vanquished. It was, however, the last thing he said that caught his attention. You were almost a Dark Lord? Harry asked, not really believing it. Albus simply nodded back gravely. As much as I hate to admit it, yes, there was a time where I came close to falling. But how? I shall tell you something not many know about me. In my youth, I was best friends with Gellert Grindelwald. We learned most of the magic we know today together. We were geniuses, completely unmatched in skill by any of our peers, and even further, we had very similar mindsets. That being said, an incident occurred which caused our pathways to diverge. However, had that not happened, I cannot say where would be today. Considering what I've read about Grindelwald and what I know about you, likely under your control. Harry pointed out, Grindelwald was a nightmare on his own. But with a wizard who was his equal if not superior, there was no illusion that they would have conquered the whole world. Perhaps. Either way, my point is, I see a greatness in you, Harry, and I have no doubt that one day you will be my peer if not superior when it comes to magic. You are already more advanced than I was at your age, and your drive is even stronger than mine was at that age. With power comes a certain mindset that many great wizards develop usually when they encounter a question in relation to the world around them. It has to do with, if I have the power to change the world the way I want, why shouldn't I? Dumbledore informed him. Harry pondered that question. But, I don't want to change the world. I don't really care about all that stuff. I just want to protect those I consider close. Harry told him. Dumbledore nodded. I believe you. It's a noble goal to have. However, let's go back to when we first met. Even back then, I knew you had much potential. I could tell when I saw the curse you placed on your aunt.
Un accident.
I was just venting. I didn't even know what I was saying. Harry protested. I know, and I cannot blame you, which is why I only mitigated some of its effects instead of fully removing it. But my point is that I had failed you and you didn't trust me at the time. I would like to think as time passed though you came to, am I right? Albus asked him. Of course, you didn't try to control me and you trusted me to take care of myself. You also have helped me a lot. I probably trust you the most. Besides Ciri. Harry added at the last moment, which only caused Dumbledore to chuckle. Of course. However, it took a while to earn back that trust and get you to stop isolating yourself so fully. I must admit, I wasn't comfortable with having a child live virtually on their own, even one as mature as you. I allowed it though, because I could not foresee any other location I could place working out well for you. And my plan worked and you have come to trust me again. I value that trust quite a bit and I wanted to show you that it is not misplaced. I could have disciplined Professor Snape in private, but then you would have never been sure if I had done so properly. I allowed you to stay so you could see me discipline him and know that I can be trusted to support you should the need truly arise. Dumbledore explained fully to him. So, all this was just to make sure I continued to trust you? Well, I must admit I was furious with the man for what he did as well. The skill of legitimacy must be treated with a certain amount of tact and responsibility. To use it on a child is, well, I'm sure you understand. I see. Then may I ask, why is my trust so important to you? Because one day I will tell you things or possibly withhold things from you, and I need you to trust me when I do so. Like the box from Gringotts you told me was important, but that it was also a great secret and asked me not to comment on it? Indeed. I trust you haven't been snooping. No, but I would assume it is hidden in the third-floor corridor. I'd also assume since you announced it to the whole school, it is acting as some sort of trap for someone who you believe wants to steal it. Very astute, but I believe you are holding something back still. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to twinkle as he looked at him. Harry hesitated before answering. Well, I met Hagrid last week with Hermione, he admitted. Dumbledore chuckled at the admittance. And, I suppose our gamekeeper let slip something he wasn't supposed to. He may have mentioned Nicholas Flamel's name. I see. Then, I take it you have some guesses to what was in that box. I do, although I know I am not supposed to ask. It's not like I went looking for information on it. I already knew who Nicholas Flamel was and his major accomplishments beforehand. It is fine. I believed you would discover what was hidden there before the year was out. I expected it take a little longer, though. May I ask, why have you brought it here? Isn't it dangerous? Quite so, but it is a calculated risk. I believe the castle to have been infiltrated, but I do not believe the perpetrator will actively try and harm any children. In doing so, they would tip their hand too early and gain my full attention, which they believe to currently be under. I must ask, who is it you believe wants to steal it and also has the capability to steal it from you? I have one major guess, which is why I also wish to trap them. I need to confirm the person before I go on to my next plan. Your guesses are usually correct or, at the least, insightful, may I know? Harry asked. Not yet, but perhaps I'd be open to sharing it with you a little later. In the meantime, I would appreciate if you would report anything you see or hear that you find to be strange going on in the school. Dumbledore told him. Harry rose an eyebrow. You don't have enough ears listening in for you? One more can never hurt. Now, I do believe you have some friends to speak with? 1 hour later. Hey Harry, where you been? Ron asked from a seated position at one of the tables in the library. Next to him sat Neville Longbottom, and across from them was Hermione, who had the only remaining open seat next to her. Harry slid onto the bench and put down his book bag. Just finished up a conversation with Dumbledore is all. What are you all up to? He asked the table. I'm helping Neville with his potions assignment. Hermione answered simply while Neville nodded in agreement. Not Ron? Harry asked, looking at the redhead who looked back proudly. Nope. I already finished mine, Ron said back, puffing up his chest. Harry rose an eyebrow at that. Ron had not hidden the fact that he didn't care for school work. The first 3 weeks of school Hermione practically had to force him to do it. That being said, the redhead was getting better with some encouraging from Harry.
I'm impressed.
Then what are you reading? Harry asked. Ron smirked before lifting the book and allowing Harry to look at the cover. The Beginner's Guide to the Basics of Alchemy. You finally found one then? Harry asked rhetorically, looking at the book. Harry had not told his friends anything about what was hidden in the third corridor, so they had no clue as to why there was so few books of alchemy on the shelves. The fact that there was this one meant either Dumbledore missed it or it had made no mention of the legendary item. Yep, the book's talking about all sorts of stuff you can do if you get good enough at it. Although, it does require a lot of arithmancy. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get good enough at that to put any of this into practice. If you truly wish, I can tutor you when I have free time on the subject. I am considered to be quite good, you know. Do not put yourself down, Ron. If you truly are interested in something, there will always be work that needs to be put in. I believe if you truly put your mind to it, you can do anything. Harry told him as passionately as he could manage. Ron looked surprised at his words, but by the end of it, his face looked red and he nodded as he looked down and away from Harry's gaze. He's right, Ron. If you're willing to put in the effort, I think you could accomplish quite a lot. I will also help you when I can. Hermione told him with a smile. It was clearly becoming too much for the Weasleys, so Harry elected to change the subject. So, I have a favor to ask you all. What is it, Harry? Hermione responded first though. Both Neville and Ron looked up from what they were doing towards him. He sighed. I am making a club and I need at least 3 people to start one. I was wondering if you all would be interested in joining with me? What kind of club? Neville asked curiously. The Research and Development of Magical Advancements. Or the R&D Club for short. Ooh, that sounds interesting. What do you do in it exactly? Research any topics in magic that may intrigue us and give us a place to put our theories to the test. Harry replied easily. That sounds exciting. I'm in. Hermione said quickly. Well, I suppose I don't mind joining as well. Even if this alchemy thing doesn't work out, I could always help you guys out. Ron answered hesitantly. I don't know. I don't think I'm smart enough for a club like that. Neville admitted, causing Harry to narrow his eyes at the boy. He liked Neville quite a bit, but the boy was terribly shy and had no self-confidence. Something they were trying to fix. Don't ever say that again, Neville. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even if yours isn't book learning, there are many other things you could end up good at. And even if you didn't, we'd all still want you to join. You're our friend, Harry told him. Ron threw his arm around his fellow Gryffinder's shoulder and pulled him. Yeah, what Harry said. Small Matt. You've seen my grades, you know I'm not a genius like those two either. You could just help us out like me if you can't find anything you like. Ron encouraged. Neville looked at him and then back to Harry and Hermione contemplatively. Well, I guess I can at the very least give it a shot. There you go, Nev. I am proud of you for at least trying, Neville. Who knows, maybe you'll find something you click with. Hermione pointed out with a smile. Harry nodded in agreement. Thanks. Neville mumbled, looking a little embarrassed but happier nonetheless. So, who will be the person overseeing our club? Flitwick, McGonagall? Hermione questioned. Harry shook his head at that. Dumbledore agreed to do it. Harry answered easily, causing all eyes at the table to widen. Really? Headmaster Dumbledore himself? How did you convince him? Hermione asked back-to-back, barely giving Harry the chance to respond. I simply asked. When he heard the idea of the club, he was interested and agreed. That'll be so awesome. Can you believe the Albus Dumbledore will be our club overseer? I don't think he is for any other clubs.
No.
He hasn't been since the disbandment of the Alchemy Club more than 2 decades ago. Hermione answered. Harry actually hadn't known that and was rather impressed she did, even if it was on par for her. That's great. Speaking of him, though, did you speak with him about Snape, Harry? Neville asked. Neville was another common target for Snape, so it made sense he would be the most anxious to hear if something would be done about the man. Harry nodded. Yes. Because he mentally attacked me, Dumbledore has agreed to continue with my removal from the class for 1 year to see if I can handle self-studying the subject on my own. I will be required to take a test at the end of the year to prove competency. He also seemed to order Snape to rein in himself. Judging by how he did it, I expect you will see a very different Snape your next lesson. Harry told them. You're so lucky Dumbledore is your guardian and allows you to do that. Mom would never sign off on me self-studying a subject. Ron grumbled. What do you mean by how he did it? Hermione asked. He scared the daylights out of the man and me as well. He released his magic and you could feel it in the whole room. It was so dense it literally weighed you down to the point where if I hadn't been sitting, I would have fallen to my knees. I saw firsthand why Dumbledore is considered the greatest wizard of our time. Harry answered with a shiver. His friends looked surprised. I didn't think he would go that far. Hermione commented. He likely felt he had too. If Harry had wanted, he could have tried to press charges on the man for mentally violating him. With his influence, Snape could have very easily gotten to prison. Technically, he got off easy with having the life scared out of him. Neville pointed out. Harry nodded in confirmation. Dumbledore wants him around though, and I trust him, so I'll leave it be. It's not like I'll have to deal with the man again. The headmaster didn't happen to let slip anything about what's on the 3rd floor. Did he? Hermione asked curiously. Out of all of them, she was the one doing the most investigation into that. Harry frowned at the question as he considered what he would say. He wasn't one for lying, especially to his friends. He didn't directly say, but he said enough that I was able to figure it out. He doesn't want me speaking about it with others though. Knowing what it is, I'd agree with that decision. Harry answered. The rest of the group frowned. That must mean it's dangerous. Is it safe to have in the school at least? The object itself presents no danger to the school. But knowledge of the object at this school might? Hermione picked up on. Harry shrugged. Maybe. Either way, it's not our problem and I plan to stay far away from it. Harry told them. Ron and Neville were still frowning though. Here, I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you more details when the object is no longer here and presents an issue. Deal? Harry asked them. The 2 Gryffindors looked at each for a moment before looking back and nodding. You are one of the smartest blokes I know, I guess. If you think it's better this way and so does Dumbledore, then you're probably right. Agreed. Neville said. Harry nodded his appreciation to both of them. Well, now that this is taken care of, come on Neville, let's get back to this assignment. Hermione said energetically. Kill me. That night Harry looked over from his seat on a chair in his library mindscape to Ciri, who was standing on her training platform. In her hand she had a sword and she sat in the middle of 2 dummies who stood diagonally from Harry's point of view. I'm looking, he called over. She smiled, then her face turned serious. She planted her feet and held her sword up near her shoulder with the tip pointed behind her. She stayed like that for a brief moment before springing into action. She quickly changed the position of her legs so one was over the other and did a full 360-degree spin in place. As she did this, she whipped her sword around her in a perfectly straight horizontal line, perfectly taken down each dummy at the neck. When she finally came back to the direction she was originally facing, she stopped herself. "Ta-da," she said with a big grin as she held her arms out and bowed, as if she just finished a theatrical performance. Harry smiled at her and started clapping. A beautiful maneuver. I give it a 10 out of 10. He called out while cheering at her. Oh please, you're going to make me blush. Ciri said while holding a hand up to her face to hide the wide grin she clearly had on it. Harry just laughed in response. That was actually very impressive. Did you learn that today? No, last week. This is just the first day I managed to do it properly and with no mistakes. Gerald said I did good. Even Lambert was impressed. Ciri with a smirk. Harry knew the name was one apparently associated with the prickliest of the Witchers. I'm sure they were very proud of you. How about your lessons with Vesemir? Harry asked with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. Harry knew how Ciri was when it came to studying, and he wasn't disappointed when he saw a scowl appear on her face. It's so boring. Who cares about who found out about what monster? I know how to stab something with a sword. Why does it need to be more complicated than that? Ciri complained as she dropped her sword and came to sit next to Harry. She fell onto his side and placed her head on his shoulder. He just watched as she did so. Comfortable? Harry asked sarcastically. Ciri looked up with a glare. Do you have a problem with a beautiful girl using your shoulder as a pillow? Not at all. Where is she? Harry shot right back, earning him a solid punch into his leg. He flinched when it happened. He wasn't positive, but he was pretty sure Ciri's blows were starting to actually hurt more in their mind. He wondered why that would be. So cheeky. Where's that cute kid I met years ago who looked at me with stars in his eyes? Ciri complained. You let him hang around you too long, and now he gives as good as he takes. Harry answered with an eye roll. Could she expect anything less from him? She was a strong personality. It was obvious she would rub off on him one way or another. Humph. She stayed like that on him for what felt like hours as he continued to read through the equivalent of a 7th-year arithmancy textbooks. Harry was now at a point where he was at an advanced arithmancy level. It's not like it was that hard. As long as you could properly memorize formulas and which types of magic they correspond with, you would be fine. Despite his ability in creating new spells and working out the math behind each of them, charms was currently one of his worst subjects. Unlike transfiguration, charms were all rather complex in what they did, or rather, they were all very specific, likely due to how refined they had been over the centuries. Harry would sometimes focus too much on the process of a charm rather than the result, which apparently was the wrong mindset to have. Apparently, he simply needed to be able to properly figure out what the charm did and visualize it correctly. That was, unfortunately, against how Harry performed most of his magic, so to cast charms properly he basically had to fight against his whole mindset the whole time. That being said, Hermione loved the subject, and although she wouldn't admit it, it was likely due to it being one of the few she was better at than Harry was. Harry didn't mind though. Rather, it was normal for people, especially intelligent people, to stand out. He imagined he would also likely have the same issues with defense against the dark arts if they actually started learning anything useful in the class. That was Harry's current least favorite for injure reasons. First, Professor Quirrell barely taught them anything and mostly just spoke on theory. Second, trying to decipher what he was saying through his stutter was very annoying, even if he was sympathetic of someone trying to go through life with such a disability. The third and most important issue was, being in Quirrell's class always gave him a slight headache. It sort of felt like someone was trying to breach his shields but not how he normally felt it. It was almost like a heavy fog pressing down on his mind rather than a direct assault. What's worse, he wasn't sure why it was happening. He had suspected the professor himself, but the man always had his back turned to him. Even if he was a master legilimens, he shouldn't be able to launch a mental attack without, at least, eye contact. He just wasn't sure what was going on with that class. So, yes, I was wondering, would you be okay if I told Geralt and Vesemir about you? She asked. Harry blinked at the question, not expecting that. I mean, if you would like to, then I don't see why not. You trust them, right? Of course. Then I guess I don't see a problem with it. Of course, they may not believe you, you know that, right? Harry asked. Ciri shrugged. What they believe is up to them, I just thought it may be time to tell them. I mean, it's not like they can change anything with us, right? Didn't you say Geralt knows a bunch of sorcerers or sorceresses or something? Harry asked. Yes. Well then he could always take you to one if he gets concerned, and that person might be able to do something to us. Harry pointed out. So you don't think I should? I didn't say that. I just want to make sure that you have weighed the decision in your mind. I'll support whatever choice you make in the... And Harry told her, lifting his arm. causing her head to drop onto his torso instead of his shoulder. He then used his now free hand to pat her head comfortingly before beginning to run his fingers through it. It had been a while since he had done so, and Ciri didn't seem to mind. I'll think about it," Ciri said with finality. With that, they both drifted into a comfortable silence. Chapter 14. October 31st, 1991. Harry flipped the silver coin in his hand as he looked at the intricate design on it before flipping it over and continuing to stare at its back. Despite the simplicity of its appearance, Harry couldn't help the smile that was on his face as he continued to look at it. "Harry, are you okay over here? Why are you looking at that sickle so much?" Harry looked up and saw Hermione approaching his work area. They were currently in their new clubroom where they had moved most of their activities. Harry loved it already. It wasn't quite the peaceful safe haven his library at Potter Manor or his mindscape was, but it wasn't as far away in feeling as he thought. Originally, he was worried that his friends may in fact ruin the atmosphere for him. When it came to his personal projects, he liked to remain as focused as possible on them. That being said, most of his friends had not actually done much to bother him. Hermione often used this time to start reading ahead on certain topics. Ron had finally finished reading his first alchemy book and had taken up a beginner's arithmancy book, and Neville really just used this time to work on his homework. He had not found a particular thing he was passionate about. Needless to say, though, it was actually rather nice to have a place that was still somewhat private yet allowed him to work in peace. He had made sure to implement some rules that the club would not be advertised nor would it be spoken of in the halls near others. If others found out, they would apply and he would need to present legitimate reasons why they could not join. As the club overseer, Dumbledore had made it clear he could be removed if he was biased, so Harry had to figure out some way around that. Luckily, the excitement from having him join Hogwarts had mostly died down and most people were now used to his presence. Somewhat. People still sometimes whispered about him though. Apparently with how quiet and private he was, people had taken to making rumors to fill in the blanks about his life. That was still better than them bothering him about it though. It's not a sickle. It's not technically a coin either, it just looks like one at first glance. Although it is made out of silver. No, what this truly is the first magical item I have managed to create," Harry said proudly. Hermione looked surprised at that, and it seems like his words had reached Ron and Neville as he noticed both their heads shoot up as they stopped what they were doing and quickly came over to see his work. "Your first item? Well, don't leave us in suspense. What does it do?" Ron asked with excitement. Harry held up the coin-looking object for him to take. Ron grabbed it and held it up near his face to observe it. Both Hermione and Neville got in close to look at it. It has the time on it? Not just the time, it also tells the season on it as well. See, it says autumn right there. Hermione pointed out. Ron looked back at him. "Why did you want a coin to tell the time?" he asked. Harry just smiled. "The coin is a little more complicated than that. It doesn't simply tell the time. It can tell where I am on the planet and adjust itself with no input. It knows where the planet is relative to the sun and where I am on said planet to give me the most accurate time of day," Harry explained, rather proud of his work. "Whoa, that's actually really cool." Neville chimed in as he continued to marvel at the coin. Hermione nodded in agreement before looking at him. Was it complicated to do? Not really. There were already existing runes that measured such things like time and where we currently are in space. European seafarers used to carry something similar to tell them the positions of the stars no matter where they were or the time of day. Harry explained easily. "Why did you decide on this to be your first project?" "It was small, easier to make than other things, yet still could be useful to me," Harry pointed out. Useful specifically if he ever hopped to a different world in particular. So, more of a proof of concept then. Yep. "What makes it an enchanted item versus just a normal charmed item?" Neville asked. "Enchanted items are permanently imbued with magic, most commonly by runes which one puts on said item, but, in very rare cases, can also be created through rituals. Basically, I don't need to feed it magic through myself or something else for it to continue working. It uses the ambient magic around us," Harry explained to them. Most people incorrectly assumed enchantments were similar to charms. Well, that wasn't fully true at least. They were actually more similar to a complicated version of charms where instead of a wand where you created instant results, you would use runes as a building block to build up the unique effect you wanted to produce. This is probably why Harry enjoyed runes so much more. It's most impressive. Given your knowledge of runes, what level would you say this is? Hermione asked. Harry frowned in thought as he rubbed his chin. It's not the easiest thing to make, but it's not exactly difficult for someone who knows what they're doing either. Certainly, a 4th or 5th year in ancient runes could do something similar if they wanted. Harry answered. It's bonkers that you're that far ahead. He's farther technically. After all, this is just your first practical application. In theory, you're closer to a 5th or 6th year, right, Harry? Hermione said with a smirk. Harry just shrugged and gave her a small smile. The girl was definitely the smartest and most astute of their group. When it came to knowledge, she was certainly behind him, but in intelligence he'd put her as his equal if not superior. She just had less of a head start was all. Man, I can't wait to get arithmancy down so I can start trying out some alchemy experiments. Dumbledore said if I managed to make sand by the end of the year, he would allow me to read some books from his private collection. Ron told them excitedly. Harry didn't bother to point out that they were all there when the headmaster had said that. No need to spoil the boys' good time. Harry turned to Hermione. What about you? Have you found anything you want to look into, or are you still sticking with just practicing? Harry asked her. I'm still just practicing. I still need to get better at arithmancy before I start to create anything myself, Hermione said, looking down with frustration. Harry lifted his hand and patted her shoulder comfortingly. You're a very intelligent girl. Don't think just because you're not where I am means you're any less intelligent. You just started later is all. Find your own place in the world. Don't keep measuring yourself to the accomplishments of others. Harry told her seriously. Harry was rather lucky that he didn't worry about things like that. His goals had nothing to do with his peers, but rather to do with helping his best and first friend. Everything else was less important in his eyes. I know you're right, but still. Hermione pouted. Harry felt his lips twitch in a small smile and shook his head in amusement. She would get it eventually. At least Ron had calmed down and worried less about his place in the world. Harry was actually surprised how well he was sticking to the whole alchemy thing. Alchemy wasn't easy, and it was built almost entirely on self-study. Ron wasn't the most studious of individuals, but he actually worked to study the topic. That being said, it was likely because he was hoping to earn money through the magical branch. So what are you going to make next then? Ron asked. Harry shrugged. This was more to make sure the calculations I made in theory were correct when put into practice. The next step then would be to start working on efficiency. Efficiency? Hermione asked as Ron passed her his coin to look at. Yes. The problem with enchanting usually comes up when you need to make something powerful. There is a limit to how much magic an enchanted item can suck in, so for the truly powerful enchantments, you need to figure out a way to use the power it can suck in as efficient a way as possible. Dumbledore once told me that it was said that half the runes carved into Excalibur were to help it use its power as efficiently as possible rather than dictating what its power actually was. Harry explained to them. Hermione looked the most interested while Ron and Neville seemed to just be trying to keep up. So that's why some people say high-level enchantments become needlessly complicated. Hermione asked. Yes. That's usually said by people who only know the bare minimum of enchantment or none at all, which is most people. Harry pointed out with a roll of his eyes. I see. That must be rather hard. Can be after a while. At the beginning it's not too hard. It's when you start reusing runic chains within the same overall scheme that it becomes problematic. You have to begin changing the order without disrupting the flow. If done incorrectly, the results have been known to be explosive. Harry commented without true worry within him. Should you not do this with Professor Dumbledore present then? No, this is still rather low level, so it should be fine, Harry said to her. Hermione looked like she was contemplating saying something but thought better of it and instead just nodded her agreement. Now that you're done, can we go to the feast?
I'm starving.
Ron groaned. Harry looked over to his gluttonous friend and smirked. The black hole needs food then? Hermione asked rhetorically. Call it what you want, it doesn't change the fact that I'm starving. Ron shot back. I told you you should have gone to the kitchens before we got here and grabbed a snack to hold you off. What would you have done if this had gone through the night? Harry questioned. Ron frowned at him. Dragged you out by force and down to the feast. Ron said in an even tone, showing his seriousness. While I may not agree with his reasons, I do agree about the dragging out part if it looked like you were trying to spend the night here. Hermione said with a glare. Neville didn't verbally say anything, but he crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Harry's eyes flicked between the three of them as he frowned. Traitors, I don't think allowing you to exhaust yourself through the night for no reason makes us traitors. Hermione pointed out. PSH. It does? Fine. Let me just pack my things and we can go down to the feast. Harry said as he snatched his coin out of his bushy-haired friend's hands and pocketed it. He was debating putting it on a chain and using it similarly to a pocket watch. He then turned to his desk and started collecting the papers on it and putting them into a nice and neat stack. He then placed them in a folder Her had labeled Enchanted Coin, and then placed it in a drawer. He then placed all his schoolwork into his book bag and placed back on his robe. Since the Halloween feast was ceremonial, he needed to be fully dressed for it. With that, he turned back to his waiting friends. All right, I guess we can go now, Harry called out. Finally, there better still be food left. Ron called out as he immediately started fast walking to the door to their club and opened it, beckoning them all to exit. Harry rolled his eyes as he, Neville, and Hermione all walked over to the redhead. Once they finally exited the room, Harry turned and made sure the illusion on the door was properly set to hide it from view. There were other protections placed by Dumbledore himself, but people wouldn't look for something that they didn't know was there in the first place. With that finished, they started walking in the direction of the Great Hall. Almost immediately Ron started trying to rush them towards it. Ronald, I swear, if you don't calm down, I'll place a curse on you so you can no longer taste any food, Hermione finally said. Ron immediately froze and looked horrified at the brunette. You wouldn't? No, you couldn't. We haven't even learned anything like that. Ron sounded more like he was trying to convince himself than Hermione. With all the studying ahead she and Harry do you really doubt she found something that can do that? Neville asked pointedly. Harry ducked his head to hide his smile as he heard that. Apparently, Ron wasn't getting on just Hermione's nerves. The slightly pudgy didn't usually aid in such fun poking. Ron looked even more afraid at his words as Hermione did her best to smirk viciously at the redhead. Maybe you could, but you wouldn't. You would get in trouble with the teachers. Some things are worth detention. No, you don't. Stop, Harry commanded as he stopped moving. Immediately, all three of his friends stopped and looked at him with confusion clearly written on their faces. Harry looked around in suspicion for a moment. Do you feel that? He asked quietly. Immediately all of them went completely still to see if they could feel what he was talking about. There was a brief moment of silence before Harry felt it again. A slight shaking of the ground. It was so small he was surprised he had felt it the first time. I felt it that time. Me too. Yeah, there was definitely something. They all confirmed quietly as they began looking around. Harry did the same as he looked up and down the hallway they were in. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be anything or anyone in this hallway at this time. They were on the second floor and there are mostly empty classrooms on this floor. Wait, do you hear that? Harry said. There was another moment of silence as they all tried to strain to hear what he did. I don't hear anything, Hermione finally admitted. Harry nodded. Exactly, it should be the middle of the feast right now. Even on a regular day, we should be able to hear the echoes from the Great Hall quietly in the hallway. It's on the floor below us. Harry pointed out once more. Hey, you're right. Do you think they closed the doors? Neville asked. Why would they do that? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head as he couldn't answer that either. He couldn't think of a reason they would, especially since they would leave it for any stragglers. Is anyone noticing that shaking is getting stronger? Ron pointed out nervously. Indeed, his friend was right. The shaking was getting stronger. In fact, he thought he could hear it as well. What is that? Neville asked again. It's coming from the direction we're going, Hermione pointed out. Harry nodded at that, having come to the same conclusion. Should we go the other way? Neville asked, anxiously shifting from foot to foot. It might not be anything. We are in a magic castle after all. That noise could literally be anything. Harry said back though he wasn't sure himself if it would be better to err on the side of caution. Still getting closer. Why don't we go up to the turn and peek around the corner to see what we can see from there? Hermione suggested. I could get behind that. Let's just make sure it's nothing. If it is, we go the other direction. Ron nodded. Harry squinted suspiciously at the boy. He had a feeling Ron just wanted to check it out because it was the fastest way to get to the Great Hall, but he wouldn't say anything since it's what he wanted anyway. Fine. Neville grumbled. He probably rather they went the other direction now, but he likely saw he was outvoted and decided to go with the group. With that, they all went to the turn in the corridor as quietly as possible. As they did so, Harry noticed the way the shaking happened wasn't really in any sort of pattern he could decipher. Sometimes they'd be one right after the other, but sometimes it would pause for unusual moments of time before continuing. As they approached the corner, Harry took lead since, if there was danger, he was the most likely to be able to fend it off. The others took no time at all to fall in behind him. As he got to the corner, he started hugging the wall tightly as the shaking had gotten progressively stronger and louder. He had a feeling whatever it was just past this turn. Harry paused for a brief moment, looked back at his friends, nodded, and then slowly poked his head around the corner. It took a moment to realize what he was seeing, but when he did, he felt his eyes widen astronomically. In the next corridor was some kind of dark, giant, humanoid being. He was seemingly almost as tall as the corridor itself. It seemed to be looking around in confusion and wearing some sort of rags and loincloth that must pass for its attempts at clothes. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the giant wooden club that looked as thick as a tree trunk on the end of it. Bloody hell. That's a mountain troll. Neville whispered furiously. A mountain troll? What the bloody hell is it doing in here? Ron immediately whispered back with an audible fear. It must have wandered in. There are no mountain troll clans anywhere near here though. Hermione shot back just as quietly. If it weren't for the dire situation, Harry might have rolled his eyes at the fact that she knew even that random fact, though he certainly wouldn't complain as he filed that bit of information for later. Harry held out his hand behind him and gestured for them silently to back. They seemed to get the message as they began to quietly move back, which took a moment since they had practically been on top of each other so they could all see around the corner. Once they all poked their heads away, Harry looked at them. Move quietly but quickly back in the other direction. He whispered as calmly as he could manage. They all turned and started to head in to the other direction with Harry taking up the rear, just in case. It was all going so well too until they got around halfway through the corridor. Harry unfortunately got to watch the disaster firsthand with just too little of time to actually prevent it. Ron walked a little too close to a suit of armor and got his book bag caught on one of the hilts of a sword a suit of armor was carrying. It pulled the bag and Harry had to watch in horror as he watched all of Ron's textbooks spilled out of the bag with a very loud but dull thud onto the floor. With that, everyone froze and looked towards Ron, whose face immediately went red and closed his eyes in embarrassment. For a moment, there was no noise whatsoever for maybe 3 seconds before the shaking started up again and was happening rapidly. It was clear immediately what was happening. The troll was moving again, and it was moving fast in their direction. Run! Harry yelled as he looked back. As soon as he had the words out, he watched the massive humanoid turn the corner and look directly at them. Even at this distance, he could see the creature's eyes light up. With that, Harry turned back and started chasing after his friends. As he did so, he immediately shed off his robes so they wouldn't slowing down his run. With them off, he easily overcame and then surpassed his friends. He frowned as he felt the giant being's footsteps getting closer and closer. When they got to the turn leading to the next corridor, Harry spun around and examined the scene in front of them. The troll was much closer now, perhaps only 30 feet behind Neville, who was trailing the furthest behind. At this rate, it would catch them, and considering the raised club it was chasing them with, it wasn't trying to make friends. Keep running into the next corridor. Do not look back. I shall buy some time. Harry called out as Hermione reached him. As soon as he finished speaking, he held out his hand and started forming a flame in it as he began casting his Ignitus spell. Luckily, fire was extremely easy to cast and certainly easy to make stronger because of its nature, so by the time Neville was past him he was ready. Ignitus, he called out as he threw the sizable hot fireball from his hands and directly at the troll's face. Harry watched the giant's eyes widened as the private parts crashed right into its face. The private parts stopped it in its tracks and even forced it to stumble backwards. He looked for a moment and noticed that the spell didn't seem to actually do that much damage to the giant, which meant it was likely very thick-skinned. Harry then immediately started casting an illusion spell next as the now soot-faced giant roared in frustration as it recovered from the attack. Harry took close to 15 seconds to form the spell, which was almost the same amount of time it took for him to form his next spell. Miran Taz, he called out, casting the complex illusion on the giant. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The troll should now be in an illusion that made it look like it was moving and continue to chase them as normal. He heard his friends calling to him from down the hall, so he turned and prepared to head over to them. He saw their faces and they looked rather anxious but confused. He grimaced as he would likely have to explain to them what just happened. He hadn't even bothered to pull out his wand. He frowned as he realized he hadn't yet tried to attempt any of his original spells with his wand. He would need to rectify that. Harry, watch out! Hermione yelled, causing Harry to get knocked out of his thoughts. He looked at and saw her horrified expression. He barely had time to throw himself forward as hard as he could just as he heard a whoosh above him. As he hit the ground, he felt a violent shake as he felt something else slam into the ground right where he had just been. He recovered as fast as possible and turned back to the troll. The giant was looking directly at him in anger and roared loudly right at him. What? The creature had somehow broken out of his illusion? Did it have some natural mental protections that prevented the illusion from sticking on him? That was bad. That meant his fire curse could do nothing and his complex illusions were useless. He could still use the basic Miran as it was a static illusion that didn't get cast directly on a target. Miran, he called out. As his original and most basic illusion, it had practically no cast time. With that, other Harry Potters were now standing in front of the troll in the same pose as him. The giant immediately went from looking angry to looking confused. So, he was right, he still didn't have any protections as long as his attacks weren't cast directly at him. He could possibly work with that. With a single thought, his illusionary clones all scattered and began running in all different directions. Some went to the right and left of the troll, some went and ran right under his legs, some just started to move around Harry himself to draw the attention away from him. The trick seemed to work as the troll stumbled back and looked between all of them, clearly not sure which ones to deal with first. Harry took the chance and immediately pulled his wand out and started casting. He pointed it at a nearby bench and started casting. Immediately the bench started morphing shape and splitting itself apart. A few moments later, there was now a pile of what appeared to be wooden pikes. Harry grimaced as he looked at them. Harry was good at transfiguration, especially for a first year. That being said, he still couldn't cast animals, and he still couldn't animate non-living creations. Both those things were what made most transfiguration duelists so dangerous. That being said, he could still create most non-organic materials and do so rather quickly if it wasn't a metal. Harry decided not to bother regretting his lack of ability and focus on what he could do. He pointed his wand at the pikes again and cast Wingardium Leviosa, he said quietly. Immediately, all the spikes started to float into the air, and Harry pushed to make them move upwards as quickly as possible while still maintaining control of the spell. Even if he was only decent at charms, this was one of the simplest charms to do so. Even he could manage it rather well, plus he could overpower it rather easily. His pikes made it to the ceiling rather quickly and hung there, pointed downward. Harry had made some slight alterations to them. While one side was extremely sharp, the other was built rounded to add weight to hopefully add more force to the fall. This troll was thick-skinned, so even if it didn't pierce through him, it could hopefully hit him hard enough to slow him down. It was rather lucky he got his trap into position when he did, as the troll had just finished slamming down on his last illusionary clone, dispelling it. Harry started walking backwards and prepared himself. He needed the troll to walk under his traps, but he couldn't be too far away or the troll might start running, making it harder to hit him. He also got ready to prepare another Miran spell if he missed or his trap didn't work. Luckily, the troll didn't run to approach him since he had only backed away slowly, and it also hadn't seemed to notice his trap. It likely didn't have to worry about much things attacking from above him with its height. Harry watched it lumbered toward him. He idly heard his friends yelling, and if he was hearing right, they were getting closer. He subtly aimed his wand behind him and built up his magic within it. "Unbreak us," he whispered. He felt the motion get pulled into his wand and spring outward, though he couldn't afford to turn around and see if the ward had managed to come out properly. He would just have to hope it did. He watched the troll get closer and closer to him, and he kept backing up slowly to make sure the troll kept moving forward. Finally, the troll entered within range of his trap, and he silently cancelled his Wingardium Leviosa spell. Immediately, the wooden pikes that had been hanging lazily at the top of the ceiling came plummeting down. They were actually coming down surprisingly fast, but not quite as straight as he imagined. He probably threw off their balance too much in his attempt to make one side more blocky and heavier than the other. Luckily, the distance from the ceiling to the troll wasn't enough to cause too much alteration to the downward course, and the 8 wooden pikes came down heavily onto the troll. As soon as he watched the first one impact with its skull, he knew the battle was over. While it certainly didn't go as deep as one would expect, it clearly went at least 6 inches to a full foot down into the troll's skull, likely right into its brain. The troll eyes rolled into the back of his head, and it fell to the ground with such a limpness. It was almost like it had been held up by invisible strings that had just been cut. He idly noticed other pikes stab into the body near both its shoulders and through one of its feet. Not that it mattered. A moment later and the troll was fully collapsed on the floor. There was no way around it at that point, it was dead. He looked at it with his blank eyes directly into its lifeless ones. Those eyes had just been filled with rage mere moments ago, now looked completely hollow, giving nothing away to show what had been inside them only seconds previous. Out of the top of its head was a giant gaping hole leaking a dark ooze that he assumed was likely its blood and brain matter. Harry couldn't take it anymore. He felt his esophagus start to spasm and something getting pushed upward, and he immediately dropped his head between his knees right as he began to spill the contents of his stomach all over the floor of the hallway. Harry tried to look back up, but as soon as he did, his eyes went straight back to the deadly wound on the troll, which caused him to lose the rest of the strength in his legs and collapse onto his butt. He brought up his knees, buried his head, and shut his eyes as tight as he could, trying to do everything in his power to forget the image currently violently replaying in his mind. "Harry, are you all right? Harry?" His eyes snapped up as he realized that it wasn't just the voice in his head calling his name, but outside of it as well. He wearily opened his eyes and looked over to where it was coming from. He saw Hermione, Neville, and Ron banging on an invisible wall to try and get to him. He must have been looking at them blankly for an entire minute before he realized what was happening. When he did, he slowly lifted his wand and cancelled the ward he had hastily thrown up to stop them from getting close to him during the battle. As soon as it came down, Hermione was on him, on her knees, and had him wrapped in her arms. "Oh, Harry, are you okay? Don't answer that. Of course you're not. Oh, Merlin, look at your head. You're bleeding," Hermione said with a clear panic in her voice. Harry blinked at that. He slowly reached up and touched his forehead. He felt an uneven line going across near his hairline. He pulled back his hand and looked at it. The hand was covered in red, which took him a minute to figure out was blood. Ha! That was the only thing that Harry could think as he saw the liquid which represented his life force splayed all over his fingers. He couldn't even feel the wound. A small part of his brain recognized he was likely in some sort of shock. "What is going, Mr. Potter? What happened?" That was another voice he thought he recognized. There was still a voice in his head blaring his name in what sounded like anger and wouldn't stop. He tried to tune it out, though, as he tried to concentrate on the group of people approaching. A woman came right up to him and kneeled down next to him. "Mr. Potter, can you hear me?" she asked. Harry looked at her as he tried to place a name to the face. Took a moment before he finally did. "Minerva," he whispered, remembering the kind older witch who had visited him so often. She seemed to hear him and nodded. "Yes, Harry, it is me. Are you okay? Do you know where you are? How many fingers am I holding up?" she asked him, holding up her hand. Harry looked at it for a moment. "3?" he asked. She looked to have grimaced at that. She turned her head back to the other group of people behind her. "It looks like he has a concussion. I shall take him to Madame Pomfrey. Are any of the rest of you hurt? He heard Minerva ask. No, Professor, he protected us. He distracted the troll until we were a safe distance away. Is he going to be okay? A frantic voice asked. He recognized that one too. He was sure it was Hermione. She must be worried about him. He had a feeling he should probably be worried about himself as well. Do not worry, Miss Granger, he shall be fine. He just needs the school nurse to fix him up a bit. You may come visit when you finish answering the professor's questions. Minerva said, perhaps we should take this to my office. The children may not be comfortable in such a graphic environment. A smooth and calm voice said. He was sure he recognized that one too. Albus? An excellent idea. I shall join you as soon as I deliver Mr. Potter. Harry wished he could listen further, but suddenly he felt his consciousness fade into a dark abyss, and this time, there was no library. One day later, Harry blinked as a soft light entered his vision, though not enough to blind him. He groaned softly as he reached a hand up to his forehead. Man, he had quite the headache. Don't you dare move another inch, Mr. Potter. A voice snapped, causing him to freeze. He felt his eyes move to the direction of the voice almost on instinct, where he met the stern eyes of Madame Pomfrey. Upon seeing her, he looked around the room and finally realized where I am. Ah, how did I get here? He asked as he started racking his brain for what happened. You did something incredibly foolish and decided to take on a fully grown mountain troll. Have no idea what you were thinking, she muttered angrily as she started whipping her wand over him, casting what he suspected were diagnostic spells. Ah yes, I think remember now. My memory is kind of fuzzy though. That'll be the dreamless sleep, blood replenishing, and pain relief potions in your system. You'll likely be asleep rather soon. How tired are you? The headmaster requested to speak with you as soon as you awoke, but if you're not feeling up to it, no, I'll be fine. Please call him. Harry told her politely.
HMPH. Fine.
But if you look like you can't handle it, I'll be kicking him out and you'll be right back to sleep, mister. You're too kind to me, madam, he said with a smile at the nurse. She gave him a parting glare before spinning around and going to call Dumbledore. Harry immediately started organizing his memories of last night, which was rather hard since many were still fuzzy. He remembered he got injured on his head somehow and instinctively reached up to where the injury had been. It seemed to no longer be there, which was nice. He also suddenly remembered something else that caused him to wince. Ciri, he called out hesitantly into his mindscape. He waited for a moment before he felt her response start traveling to him. Harry, are you all right? What happened? She yelled across their bond. Harry winced at the volume. Ciri, calm down. I am fine. I had a bit of an accident yesterday and got injured is all. I'm okay now though, I promise. He told her. With the delay they experienced, it would be easier just to wait until they met later in person. You felt scared. You better explain everything when we see each other tonight. She demanded, though Harry could tell she was actually just confirming that they would indeed be meeting. Yes, of course. I shall likely be asleep in a couple of hours at the latest. I shall see you then, he said back before waiting once more. Fine was all she said back, but did not sound happy. Harry breathed a sigh of relief at that as he waited. The headmaster didn't make him wait long, as Harry heard a noise only a few minutes later, and he turned to see his guardian appear at the door to the hospital wing. He immediately fast walked over to Harry's bed and transfigured a chair from an unused nightstand next to Harry's bed before sitting down. Harry, how are you feeling? Fine, all things considered. Just a little tired. How did I get injured? I don't remember the troll hitting me, Harry asked. Dumbledore frowned a little. It did not. According to your friends, it happened when you blacked out. When did I black out? After you threw up, you blacked out for 1 seconds and fell on your head. After that you awoke, but apparently hadn't even noticed before sitting down with your knees near your chest. Dumbledore explained. Harry thought back to that moment. He remembered seeing the dead body and indeed curling up, but he couldn't remember the blackout. It is common for one not to exactly remember some blackouts, Dumbledore told him, seemingly sensing what he was thinking. Harry nodded slowly at that before frowning. So, what happened? How did a troll get into the school? Harry asked. Dumbledore frowned before smoothly pulling out his wand and casting some sort of spell around them. Once he did, he scooted closer to Harry. I must apologize, Harry. It seems another one of my decisions has ended with your life in danger, Albus said, ducking his down in sorrow. Harry scrunched his brow in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Albus looked up and directly at him. Do you remember our conversation about the hidden item on the 3rd floor? I told you it would not present a danger to the student population. It now has become a very real danger as proven by your injury, Dumbledore told him. Harry felt his mind race as he put the puzzle pieces together in his head. Someone was using the troll to cause a distraction by causing havoc to go after the stone? Harry asked seriously. I doubt its point was to cause much damage. Indeed, I do believe that the troll was actually supposed to simply wander for a while to distract. It is my belief the person who released it never really expected it to attack any, though I doubt they would have cared if it did either, Albus admitted. Harry looked at him for a moment. So, you know who the culprit is then? I do indeed, although getting rid of them is a different matter. Actually, I wish to speak with you on that. Oh, I meant to ask, how easy it for you to craft a new illusion? Dumbledore asked seemingly out of the blue. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the question. It depends on the type of illusion and who it's targeting. Why? Because I wish to deal with the assailant soon, and before then, I would like it if you could craft an illusion for me. Can you do that, Harry? I'll do the best I can. Thank you, Harry. Here is what I wish you to create. 2 hours later. Oof! Was all Harry could manage to get out before something slammed into him with a lot of force behind him. He immediately wrapped his arms around the object to try and grab whatever slammed into him to slow him down. He blinked at his face was suddenly buried into a sea of soft white. It took him a moment for his brain to catch up to what was happening. Hey, Ciri, he told her quietly as he held her for a minute. She looked up and glared at him from down by his chest, causing him to blink in confusion. What? Don't what me? You know what happened? I felt a whole bunch of panic and fear come from you last night, and then you go silent and to reply to any of my calls. And then you don't show up here last night. Ciri growled at him. Harry felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. Yeah, well, it was an unfortunate series of events that started when a mountain troll that got into our school. Harry started. A mountain troll? I didn't know you had those in your world too. Ciri interrupted with surprise. I guess so, though I am not sure if it's the same as in your world. Here, give me a minute and I'll show you it, Harry said as he began concentrating and began forming a basic static illusion of the creature. A few moments later and his recreation was complete and cast. Holy crud, language, Harry chastised, though he couldn't help agree. Even when seeing a fake version of it, he felt like shirking away from the giant. This isn't what mountain trolls on our world look like. Ours are still near the height of men. This has to be close to 15 or 20 feet in height. And that club, you'd be dead from one hit, Ciri yelled, marveling at the giant beast. Harry just nodded in agreement, trying not to remember how the creature looked at the end of the night. Were you able to outrun it? No, it can unfortunately move rather fast, especially with how much ground it can cover with each step it takes. So how did you deal with it? I ended up having to kill it, Harry admitted. You killed it? How? Ciri exclaimed, looking at him in shock. Harry shrugged. Magic didn't seem to have much effect when I attacked it directly. I unfortunately had to transfigure some sharp wooden pikes. I then had them float high in the air and dropped it on top of him, which killed him, Harry explained, closing his eyes and trying to think of something else. Are you okay? Ciri asked. He reopened his eyes and saw she was looking at him with concern. He tried to give her a reassuring smile, but judging by the frown that appeared on her face, it didn't work. It was just a lot is all, Harry told her. Ciri looked at him and he suddenly felt bare before her eyes. Considering she had access to pretty much his every waking thought and emotion, that statement was probably very accurate. Here, why don't you lay down? I'll give you a massage, Ciri told him. Harry gave her a queer eye at that. Ciri, you don't know how to give massages, he pointed out. She glared at him. I've seen it done. Just lay down already, she yelled. Harry rolled his eyes before moving over to a futon they had in their library. He placed it down into its bed form and got onto it. He silently laid on his stomach and waited. Ciri hopped up and on top of him. She then started pushing down on his back, likely simulating whatever massage she had seen done. Turned out Harry had been right. Ciri did not in fact know how to give massages. That being said, she was a quick learner and adjusted her technique based on either his grunts of dissatisfaction or moans of contentment. Soon, she seemed to figure out the correct way to do it and was even cracking Harry's back, relieving tension in injured places. Harry idly noticed how the sensation of touch had been becoming less and less dulled the more time they seemed to spend in their fully constructed mindscape. He theorized that it was their minds adapting and thinking they were actually experiencing the full sensations and recognizing them as real. That could have interesting applications in the future. Well, how is it? Ciri asked, sounding pleased with herself already. You mean after you stopped practicing harsh treatment techniques on my back? Not so bad. Harry teased. He immediately groaned as he felt smash into his right shoulder blade as Ciri expressed her displeasure at his words. Say you enjoyed it or I shall never be doing this for you again. She growled. Harry chuckled at that. Fine. Thank you, Ciri. Your massage was very enjoyable. I feel a lot less tense. Are you happy? He asked her. I am now, yes, Ciri said, seemingly pleased. Harry rolled his eyes as she hopped off him, allowing him to stand. So, anything else interesting happened to you? Or was it just the killer giant? My guardian asked me to craft an illusion to help him with something, but other than that, not really. That Dumbledore fellow? What's he want you to make an illusion of? It's complicated. Anyway, what about you? How was your day, or days I guess? Harry asked her as he changed the futon back into a couch and sat down on it. Ciri joined him and tilted her head up in thought. Not much really. We mainly just do training and studying. Nothing interesting really happened. Certainly not near what happened to you. Oh wait, didn't you say you were going to make your first enchanted item? Did you manage to do it? Ciri asked. Harry nodded and cast another illusion to show what he made. She took it and looked at it. Interesting. Does it just tell the time and season? Yes, though it's a little more complicated than that. It also updates based on wherever I am. Harry explained. She looked at him curiously. What do you mean? Like when I enter a different time zone and such? What's a time zone? Alright. Well, Chapter 15, December 19th, 1991. It was a close attempt, Mr. Potter. Harry frowned down at his creation before looking back up at Professor McGonagall, or Minerva as he liked to call her in private. His transfiguration teacher was attempting to aid him in taking his transfiguration to the next level. Ever since his run-in with the troll, he had been trying to diversify and advance his skills. Right now, he was trying to make living creatures with transfiguration. He looked down at the small kitten he had been trying to transfigure into existence. It looked correct for the most part, but some its limbs weren't quite right yet. It also wasn't moving, which was another problem. Judging from this, I have a feeling I can already guess my problem. That being said, would you like to tell me what you believe my issue is just to be sure? He asked his teacher. Minerva nodded at him. You are simply not familiar enough with the creatures you are trying to transfigure. For each animal you wish to transfigure, you need a clear mental image, and judging from your attempts it seems obvious your image is too vague. Minerva told him seriously. Harry nodded in agreement. That was what he figured as well. I suppose I don't have experience with many animals. Even with occlumency giving me better recollection abilities. I guess there's a few people with pets in the castle. May I can observe them to help. Perhaps on your break we can go to a zoo, so you can get a feel for the appearance of some animals. Minerva suggested. Harry shook his head. This close to Christmas, Muggle zoos will either be closed or completely packed with people. It might be better to wait until summer for such a trip. In the meantime, what about animation? Well, usually animation comes after living transfiguration, but that's mainly due to the power requirements associated with it. For some reason, I suspect that'll be less of an issue for you. She gave him a deadpan look at that. He gave an innocent smile in return. Naturally massive magical reserves for the win. The issue with animation is it's something more similar to a hybrid of transfiguration and charms. I would advise that you watch me and observe how my magic moves while I cast. Minerva suggested. Harry nodded before once more reaching out into his magical sixth sense and began paying close attention. With that, Minerva pulled out her own wand and began to cast. Harry watched patiently as the wand began to form a shape. It looked like a dog made of stone of some kind. Even with it made, he watched more magic begin pouring into the creature, specifically its legs. Harry watched it seep in and even begin changing the form near certain areas of the legs where they joined with the rest of the body and further near its paws. After a few moments, the transfiguration and reanimation was complete and the dog began pacing around the room slowly. Now, can you tell me what I did? I believe after you made its body, you gave it a command to move in a circle, and to do so, had the magic alter injure parts of its body that it would need to move. That looked hard. It isn't easy. Off the top of my head, I can only think of one person who is good enough to use animation transfiguration as a combat style, and that is Professor Dumbledore. Minerva told him. Harry frowned. It is just because of the power requirements. No, or at least not fully. It takes a while to animate an item even after you have created it, making it hard to have the time to do so in combat. It took years for Albus to manage to practically do both instantaneously. While I don't mind you starting now, just know, it may take a while before you can do the same yourself. Minerva told him. Harry frowned at that. It wasn't ideal, that was for sure. But he needed to start somewhere. He also had other things in the work he could use to help supplement his attack power until this was finished. Very well. I suppose I could always ask Albus for tips later on. Harry pondered to himself. Speaking of the headmaster and asking for things. He tells me he asked your help for something regarding, you know what? She said, giving him a pointed look. Harry nodded at that. He had actually asked a month and a half ago though. Yes, I just managed to finish up his request 2 days ago actually. I suspect with that taken care of, he will make his move over the break. Harry responded easily. He knew, of course, at this point since Dumbledore had decided to clue him in. I see. May I ask the mirror? Did you see it? She asked hesitantly. Harry nodded in confirmation. At this she looked conflicted, like she wanted to ask something else but wasn't sure if she should. I saw my family, he told her softly. He trusted Minerva quite a bit and knew she wouldn't speak of it to anyone, at least not without his permission. He hadn't even bothered to tell Albus, but knowing the old man, he probably suspected already. It's not like it was particularly hard to guess. I see. What did you think of it? The mirror as a protection or its ability in general? This ability, I think I could do the same thing with an illusion with no issue. Harry answered with a shrug. The mirror hadn't impressed him much more than the fact that it was an advanced enchanted item. Of course, there was also the fact that it had a pocket dimension attached to it. Even if it wasn't part of the original design and something Albus had added himself. He was more impressed the headmaster was able to add more enchantments on top of an already created item. That took quite a lot of skill. Yes, well, we're not as skilled in such a field as you. Illusions are easy. I am sure that if it was taught in this institution, it could be picked up easily enough. Although I suppose it's an ability that's extremely easy to abuse. Maybe it's best that illusionary magic as its own branch has faded into obscurity. Harry commented. Perhaps you are right, though I don't think it would be too bad if everyone was required to learn some occlumency. It's a useful ability, which is exactly why it isn't easy to have non-purebloods to learn it. The books teaching it are rare and expensive. Mass teaching it would be pretty much impossible. Harry said back. Perhaps someone should come along and mass produce the sale of a teaching aid. I assume it must be harder than that considering it hasn't been done before. Harry muttered out loud. Minerva nodded in acceptance. Very well. Shall we call it here for the day? This is the last day before the Christmas break, and I assume you'd like to at least spend some of it with your friends. Minerva suggested. Harry nodded at her words. It was still early afternoon, and he had promised them he would meet them at the club room after he finished here. He said his goodbyes to Minerva, who he wouldn't see again until during the break, and headed to the R&D clubroom. It didn't take more than 10 minutes to reach the hidden door to his clubroom. He had recently applied the ward to keep people from paying attention to entrance, even if they had an idea already where it was. There were 2 teachers and the headmaster himself who were immune to it, but Harry was satisfied. He reached out and opened the door before slipping inside. "Ugh! Finally! You've been gone since morning," Ron complained as soon as his eyes landed on Harry. Harry rolled his eyes as he looked at the redhead who was seated at a table and writing something out. He walked over to the boy and looked down at his writings. He was doing some arithmetic work finally in relation in his quest to gain some foothold in alchemy. Harry had to admit, he was impressed that Ron had stuck with the subject a lot longer than Harry would have guessed when he had made the offhand comment to the boy injured months ago. He knew part of it had to do with the fact that he liked how rare alchemy was. Simply knowing the basics would likely make him known at least in the UK and distinguish him among his family. Harry didn't care that much for the boy's motivation since it's not like they hurt anyone. Some might not consider it an honorable reason, but it wasn't exactly a bad one either. "Well?" Ron asked him nervously. Harry looked at him before his eyes flickered back to the paper. He went over it for a minute before concluding his findings in his head. He reached out to 2 places on the paper. "I am not familiar with alchemic formulas, so this is assuming you wrote them correctly. If you did, then these 2 parts are incorrect and you should revise them. If you didn't write them correctly, then everything else is incorrect," Harry said dryly. Ron rolled his eyes before looking at the places Harry pointed out with a frown. "This time like these I wish magicals used pencils. Crossing things out and writing over or next to mistakes is so messy," Hermione said. She had come over to them while Harry was looking over Ron's paper. "You could always just make one if you wanted. I can't imagine they're that hard," Harry told her. Hermione looked shocked at that. Likely not because of the suggestion but because she had not thought of it herself already. "It's only an issue until they teach us the vanishing charm, then it's no problem at all," Neville told them easily. Harry nodded at that. That was honestly the best part of having the boy around. He was always there to give them small little tidbits that escaped them because they were either muggle-raised or just ignorant in Ron's case. He looked at his slightly pudgy friend who was sitting at a nearby table. Hermione had been sitting with him until she had come over, likely helping him with homework. "Neville, I've been hearing you have quite the green thumb recently. I happened to hear Professor Sprout speaking avidly to Professor McGonagall just this morning on your skill in her class," Harry told the boy. Neville immediately turned beet red and looked down. "It's nothing. Why did you not tell us you were so good in herbology, Neville? Although I suppose I should have guessed since it's the one subject you have never asked for help in," Hermione commented as she looked at the boy. "I'm not that good. I just know a few things is all. You don't seem to have much confidence in yourself. Why is that, Neville?" Harry asked bluntly. As someone who was now a close friend to him, Harry didn't see an issue with asking him what could potentially be a personal question. Neville looked down but shrugged. "I won't take that as answer, but if you do not feel comfortable telling me, I will respect that," Harry said, moving over to sit across from his friend so he could look him in the eye. Neville looked up and flinched when he met his gaze. He looked down again and went silent. He had a face that looked to be deep in thought, so Harry decided to wait a moment. Eventually, Neville finally looked up. "Och, I almost didn't come to Hogwarts," Neville revealed. Harry looked at him curiously at that. "Why not? For most of my life, my family thought I was actually a squib. I've never been a magically gifted." Neville continued, sounding somewhat sad saying that. Harry just rose an eyebrow at that but said nothing. "My grandmother used to say how it was my responsibility to carry on the family name and make my parents proud. She got me tutors when I was younger on some basics, but I never showed much promise. They tried all sorts of things to get me to display magic, but none if it worked. I only finally displayed something around a year and a half ago when my great-uncle dropped me from a second-story window to help produce a magical result. When I hit the ground, I bounced and skipped across it like a stone across a pond and was unharmed. We celebrated the rest of the day." Neville finished. Harry closed his eyes in annoyance. That was quite a lot to unpack, and he didn't want to say the wrong thing. That being said, he was absolutely furious. Neville just told him a member of his family had basically attempted to murder him if it meant producing some magic. Better to be dead than a squib, it seemed. He couldn't help but think back to the Dursleys. In doing so, it only made him angrier. Your family sounds like complete and utter morons. As of now, I want you to disregard anything they say or do. If you think they say something reasonable, you are to consult with Hermione or myself on how to proceed. Am I understood? Harry demanded calmly, but looked at the boy as seriously as he could muster. Neville looked shocked at his words, and his mouth was even hanging open. What? Did you not understand the words I spoke? No, I did. Well, ignore everything they say. How am I supposed to do that? Say things to pacify them, lie, I don't care. Just do not listen to a word they say. They are clearly a negative influence on you, and I will not have them do more damage than they have on someone I call a friend if I can help it. Now I ask again, am I understood? This time, Harry was less calm, and his question came out as more of a demand. Neville still looked rather panicked, but he eventually nodded slowly. Good. Next, disregard any thought on your own belief of being a subpar wizard. I can tell you for a fact you have great potential, and you're also probably the farthest thing from a squib that can be. Harry told him. Neville looked slightly saddened at his words, as if he didn't quite believe them. He nodded none the less though, which caused Harry to frown. Neville, besides myself, you have the most magic in this room. Harry revealed, causing the boy to look confused, Hermione to intake, and Ron to start choking on his own spit.
Ido.
Yes. I fully recognize that in terms of magical reserves, I am an incredible outlier, but for a first year you have quite the amount of magic. In fact, you have as much magic as Ron and Hermione combined.
Ido.
He does? Harry just rolled his eyes at the 3 different actions he got from that statement. Ron was, of course, the most over the top, but the others were just as surprised. He didn't really know why Neville was so surprised. He was descended from literal battle mages. One of 3 of the ancient and noble houses in Britain who could claim such. The other 2 being his own, of course, and the Bones family, who actually only reached ancient status this century. It is true. You have quite a bit of magic for your age. You're easily within the top 5, if not the top 3 students among the first years with the most magic. Which tells me that your potential is high. I can guess then from how you've described your childhood you have subconsciously inhibited your own ability with magic growing up and have been doing so for most of your life. That is dangerous, especially as I am sure even you are aware what that could lead to. Harry warned. Neville paled as he caught onto the implication. What could happen if you inhibit your own magic? Hermione pressed, looking confused. You can become an obscurial. Neville answered solemnly. Hermione looked even more confused. Harry decided to pick it up from there. It is a dark magical force that can inhabit young wizards who have for some reason either repressed or grown to hate their magic. It is a parasite that will eventually kill the host if enough time passes. The force is known as an obscurus, while the host is known as an obscurial. They are rare, though not as rare as most would like. There have been 2 reports of such within this century alone. Harry explained to her. Needless to say, she looked horrified by the thought. He turned back to Neville. Since you understand, the next thing is to understand why you have such little success with practical magic. Even with your confidence issue, the fact that you made it into Hogwarts means you should know that you have the capability. Can you think of anything else that would prevent you from reaching your full magical potential? Harry asked. At this, Neville looked to delve into thought. For a split second, his face seemed to light up in realization before the look was quickly replaced with one of shame. What? I saw you thought of something. Harry pushed. Neville looked down. It's nothing, just a dumb thought. It's just a thought, Neville. There's nothing wrong with voicing it and talking it out, even if it may be unpleasant. You are among friends, and we shall not judge you, right? He said as he looked at Hermione and Ron. Hermione nodded rapidly in agreement, and Ron came over and sat next to Neville before throwing his arm around the boy's shoulder. Of course not. This is my favorite sleep mate we're talking about here, Ron said with a wide smile. Harry smiled at the boy for his words, and so did Neville, albeit hesitantly. Well, I'm not sure if it would change anything, but I am using my father's wand, he commented uncertainly. Harry immediately dropped his head into his hands in annoyance. He rubbed the bridge of his nose for a moment before looking back at the boy. As I happen to know House Longbottom is anything but poor, I assume that was another idea of your family's? Harry asked through gritted teeth. Neville nodded in embarrassment. Harry sighed. I know the man seems eccentric and possibly off his marbles. But there is a reason that Ollivander says that the wand chooses the wizard. Even if you don't know anything about wand lore, you have to assume there's reason he has to find a wand suited for each person. Otherwise, what's the point of the wands being different? Neville, you shouldn't be using your father's wand. Just because it fit him is no guarantee it'll fit you. Over the break, we shall get you a new wand. I'd advise hiding it from your guardians. Harry told the boy. Neville nodded, looking slightly put out. How will we do that? Just tell your guardian you are visiting me. Harry said with a shrug. Oh yeah, I guess that'll work. Gran will be happy to hear I am renewing old alliances if nothing else. Neville said after a moment. Good, after that we can move forward with your education. I'll help too. Hermione came in looking interested. Me too. Well, I'll support you if nothing else. Ron told the boy with a smile. Neville looked between all of them before his eyes started to start looking a little wet. He lowered his head so they couldn't be seen. You guys, thank you. Of course, we're friends after all. Hours later at night, Ciri. Is there something wrong? No, why would you think something is wrong? She shot back. Harry looked at his best friend and observed her carefully. He couldn't quite place it, but he knew something was wrong. There was an air about her that was off. You seem tense. Did something happen today? He asked her. Immediately, he saw a change in her face that indeed confirmed his words. She schooled her features quickly though. No, she said again. Harry looked at her in surprise at that. She seemed to notice and glared at him. What? This is the first time you've lied to me in maybe ever. It must truly be bad for you to do so. I won't press, but you know I am always here for you, Ciri. I would hope at this point you would know you could trust me with anything. Harry told her gently. Ciri looked like she had been struck before she looked down in both sadness and embarrassment. I got a training accident the other day, that's all. She told him. Harry looked at her in confusion. She never had a problem telling him about such incidents in the past. What had changed? A training accident? What kind? I am not sure. Don't really know how I am injured or even how it happened. I don't even remember hurting myself. She confessed, looked more and more red. Harry frowned at that. That sounds strange. Where is the injury? He asked her. He was no health expert, but at the very least, he could ask Madame Pomfrey and get her feedback. Unfortunately, Ciri went even redder at his question. Ciri? Is something wrong? He said, not having ever seen her like this. It was throwing him off. It's down there, she finally said as she looked down. Harry just looked at her in confusion. Down there? You know, down there, she said, gesturing with her head to her lower body. Harry followed her gaze to, oh, I see. Harry said, feeling his own cheeks heat up as he understood now why she was so embarrassed. He thought about it for a moment before shaking his head and clearing his throat. He couldn't back down, even if it was embarrassing. This was for Ciri, so he would need to tough it out. Can you describe the symptoms? He asked her as seriously as he could manage. She looked mortified but nodded. I don't know what it is, but, well, it keeps bleeding. And I keep feeling an uncomfortable clenching feeling in my lower abdomen, she said, placing her hand right above her waist to demonstrate where she was speaking of. Harry blinked at the description. That sounded rather strange. Since when did it start doing that? 2 days ago, I guess. I had to do training today with a cloth in my trousers to make sure Geralt and Vesemir wouldn't notice. Ciri told him, seemingly calming down enough to give it to him straight, though she still looked rather put out. Is it constantly bleeding? Well, not constant, but Harry frowned at that. For some reason, Ciri was bleeding out of her downstairs area, and she could even feel some discomfort near her waist. Could it be an internal injury? Then why would the bleeding be intermittent? And the symptoms sounded rather familiar. He strained his mind as he tried to figure out where he heard of something like that. It was a health book, wasn't it? Back when he was living with the Dursleys and was choosing a branch of magic after illusions, he had read up on medicine to possibly go into healing. What had the book spoken about? Something about a woman's Harry felt his face hit nuclear levels of heat as he suddenly started doing mental calculations in his head. Ciri was 11, almost 12, in a little less than 2 months. That seemed a little early in his mind, but not entirely outside the realm of possibilities. He knew a few girls in his year had already begun theirs. They had unfortunately panicked when it happened, which made sure it wasn't exactly a secret. Ciri, I do not believe you injured. What? What do you mean? I've literally been bleeding for almost 3 days now, right? So, ugh. I don't think I should be the one speaking to you about this. Ciri, I believe you have begun your period. He managed to get out. My period? What's that? She asked him incredulously. Harry took a deep breath at that loaded question. No, he needed to do his best to explain it so she wouldn't freak out. It would be uncomfortable, but he could do this for his friend. When a young girl begins the process of becoming a woman, they start having something called a period. I know you know about intimate. Do you know how pregnancy works exactly? He asked her. She shrugged. Man sticks it in, spurts inside, and months later a child might pop out. Yes. Well, the exact things that happen are, a man spurts out something called fluid, which when going into a woman, will search for an egg that is within a woman's womb. However, if the woman is not impregnated, she will, once a month, need to get rid of the egg. The bleeding you experience is your body getting rid of said egg. Another egg will then take its place. At least, I think that's how it works. Tried his best to explain from what he remembered. He felt uncomfortable the entire time he spoke, but he couldn't stop now. So, this is normal, and I am going to experience it every month? Yes, it is completely normal. It happens to every young girl at some point. Although, I would like to stress that just because your body has started doing this does not mean you should just start having intimate with people. It's different in certain places, but here, underage intimate is looked down upon. Underage being intimate before the age of 17. Harry told her as calmly as he could manage. The last part was repeated from Minerva, who, despite his insistence, had forced him to undergo his own intimate talk. Ciri looked like she understood, so she nodded. Is this always going to feel like this? She asked, looking down at her waist with a frown. Harry flinched. Probably. At least I think so. Look, my knowledge on this is somewhat limited. I don't have girl parts, so I can only tell you so much. I would advise you to tell Geralt about this as well. Even if he doesn't really speak to you about it, he may want to change around your schedule because of this. Harry told her. She nodded. All right, I guess I can do that. I do feel kind of better knowing I am not injured. I guess I was freaking out about nothing. Thanks for telling me, Harry. I know this was probably hard for you. I get the feeling I probably should have spoken to a woman about this, she said with some redness coming back to her cheeks. Harry nodded in response. Well, I guess we can move on now that it's addressed, Ciri said, clearly trying to change the subject. Harry flinched and closed his eyes. He knew what he had to do next, even if he really didn't want to keep going with this. Not exactly. Considering you don't have a woman to tell you these things, and I am not sure if I trust your mentors to do a good job of it based on what you told me, I am going to take the job of speaking further on this in as comprehensive of a manner as I can. It may be uncomfortable, but it's all things you need to know. Harry told her, steeling himself. She looked at him uncertainly. Harry, you don't have to. I'm sure I can ask Geralt.
No.
Yes, this is uncomfortable for me, and I am sure for you, but this important, and I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't do my best, even if it makes me uncomfortable. Well, if you're sure, I am. Now, as I said earlier, you're entering the transition from girl to woman. This period is known as puberty on my world, and it shall likely last for in your years, possibly all the way up to your early 20s. During this period, you will experience certain changes, such as, next day, good morning, Harry. Why the long face? Hermione asked with concern as he slowly entered the common room. He looked at her with tired eyes. Nothing, just, it was a long night is all. He told her softly with a sigh. Merlin, that wasn't the truth. Even after his speech was over, Ciri had some questions and he answered them to the best of his ability. He recommended that some questions should likely wait until she met a woman in her own world to ask, but he did his best. The whole thing was mortifying, and he never wanted to have another conversation like it for the rest of his life. That being said, despite the embarrassment, It was good to reassure Ciri she could come to him with any of her problems. That's all that mattered in the end. Nightmares. Not exactly. Anyway, are you ready to go home for the break? Harry asked her. She nodded excitedly. I can't wait to see my parents. I have been sending letters all semester to them. I can't show them magic, but I can tell them all about what we've learned. Hermione told him excitedly as they headed outside of the common room and into the hallways of the castle. That's nice. I am sure they are excited to see you. I was thinking about getting an owl myself over break, though I am not sure it's worth it. Almost everyone I know is usually at Hogwarts with me. It would likely be more of a pet than anything else. Harry commented. Have you thought of what you are going to get Neville and Ron for Christmas? She asked, changing the subject rather quickly. Harry nodded. I have all your gifts picked out. They'll arrive the day before Christmas, Harry told her. Even if Harry didn't get an owl, he could always get Dumbledore to deliver it for him. He did have a teleporting phoenix after all. I can't wait to see what you got me, Hermione told him with a big smile. Harry just rolled his eyes at the girl. I'm sure you'll like it. I'd like it no matter what it was, simply because it came from you, Hermione told him pointedly. Still, it would be rude not to put in any effort. Well, maybe.
Scusi mie.
A voice interrupted. Harry looked behind him in confusion to see his defense against the dark arts professor standing behind them and looking down at them nervously. Yes, Professor Quirrell? He asked.
Mr. Paul Oder.
I would like you to help identify your la est defense esa for me. I seem to have misplaced it ttt. Professor Quirrell stuttered out. Harry frowned at that but nodded. He turned to Hermione. I'll meet you in the Great Hall after I find it. Okay, he asked her. She nodded. Sure. I'll make sure to save you some food, she said with a smile. He turned back to Professor Quirrell. Shall we, Professor? He asked. Professor Quirrell smiled down at him. Go the een. He stuttered before turning and walking down the corridor. Harry made to follow him. The walk was silent for the most part. Although he sympathized with the man's issue, his stuttering made it difficult to hold any sort of conversation with him. He also wasn't a huge fan of the man's teaching style. He had barely taught them any more than theory the entire year, meaning Harry had to basically self-study and practice some of the spells on his own. It wasn't until they were on the 3rd floor that Harry realized something was wrong. Professor, I believe we got off on the wrong floor. This is the 3rd floor, Harry called to him. Professor Quirrell stopped and looked back at him. Very astute of you, Mr. Potter. However, our true destination is on this floor, the professor said back. Harry blinked at the man. Your stuttering is gone. Harry noticed with a dawning horror. Indeed it is. You have no idea how annoying it was to keep that up for these past few months. Luckily, today will be the last day I do. You see, after you help me retrieve something, I shan't be returning to this castle, the professor told him with a smirk. Harry slammed up his mental barriers and used his full ability with occlumency to make sure none of his true emotions showed on his face. I don't understand, Professor, Harry said with a faux concern, trying to buy himself some time to think. How in the hell was he going to get out of this? He knew Dumbledore had a plan to lure out the traitor, but he was pretty sure it didn't include him. Such a shame. Well, don't worry, Harry. You will soon. Now come along. You're going to help me with something. With that, the professor reached over and balled up Harry's cloak roughly in his hands before dragging Harry over to a familiar door. He didn't bother struggling, as there was no point to it. He was an 11-year-old boy and this was a full-grown man. Quirrell opened the door and shoved Harry forward. He felt his nervousness start to build up before slightly calming, seeing the giant 3-headed dog within was fast asleep as a harp played a soft tune off to the side of the room. Are you planning to feed me to this dog? Harry asked, trying to keep up his charade. You're a rather good actor, Potter. Your occlumency is also quite impressive, especially for your age, but I know you know where we're going, so if you're simply going to pretend you have no clue what is happening until we get there, I'd rather you just stay quiet. Quirrell told him dismissively. Okay. The man pulled out his wand and flicked it, opening a trapped door that was on the floor. They walked over and jumped in. Harry frowned as they slowly descended to the floor of the next room. He noticed scorched marks all over the place where the devil's snare was supposed to be located. The man must have destroyed it before retrieving Harry. They pushed past it though and entered the next room. You get no points for subtly. Harry couldn't help but comment as he looked at all the keys that were laying all over the floor with their wings cut off. Yes, I didn't really have the time, you see. Though it worked, and that's all that matters. Come along, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said as he pushed open the next door showing the next puzzle. Harry blinked before shaking his head. Seriously? He asked as he looked at the completely destroyed giant chest set that was supposed to be in this room. I don't have time to play a chess game with myself, unfortunately. Though you should be impressed I was able to destroy the enchantments protecting the set to get around it. Some would say that is harder than playing the chess game. Clearly not, as it's the option you chose. My opinion of you is going down the toilet. Harry commented blandly. Enough out of you. Keep moving. With that, they moved into the next room where Harry saw the dead body of a mountain troll, rather similar to the one he killed earlier in the year. I do certainly have a gift when it comes to trolls. Quirrell chuckled evilly as they continued on. Harry tried to avoid looking at the body as they continued on past it. The next room was seemingly the simplest. However, as they entered it, a ring of fire seemed to come up around the next door. A clever little trap by our dear potions professor. Come Harry, which do you think is the right potion to get by? Quirrell asked him as they approached a table with 7 different potions sitting on top of it innocently. Harry shrugged. I haven't been to a potions class since the first week of school. He pointed out blandly. Not that it really mattered since he had been studying diligently on his own. That being said, he still didn't know what any of the potions were and he felt no need to try and guess. Toot toot toot. How disappointing. It is obviously the smallest one to prevent more than one person entering at a time. Fortunately, it self-refills after a couple hours. I took some from earlier and you will take some now. We shall both be going through. Quirrell told him, pulling out his own small bottle, popping the cap and downing the entire thing. He then shoved Harry forward and gestured for Harry to take the other and start drinking it. Harry complied and downed the potion. He sighed as Quirrell once more pushed him forward and through the fire and then the door. With that, they entered the final room. It was a giant empty chamber with stairs leading down to the main floor. As soon as they entered the room, torches around the chamber suddenly lit up, showering the room in a warm orange. Oh, Dumbledore, always with the flair for the dramatic. You're one to talk. So, now that we're here, would you mind explaining to me why you're doing this? You mean besides the benefits of eternal life and fortune? I guess you have a point. Is that why then? Just greed? Harry asked the man. Quirrell just smiled down at him but said nothing. They then walked over towards a large mirror that sat in the middle of the room. They stopped as they stood in front of it. Now retrieve it, Potter, Quirrell demanded. Harry just looked back at him confused. Wait, what? Retrieve the stone, Potter. Don't make me tell you again. Quirrell demanded angrily as he looked down at him. Harry frowned. I don't know how to retrieve the stone. Why would you think I did? Harry asked. Do not lie. I know Dumbledore brought you down here. I know he must have revealed how to get it to you. Do not lie to me. Okay, I shall admit Dumbledore brought me down here, but it wasn't to show me how to retrieve the stone. It was to prove that it was properly secured. He just had me try a few things to properly retrieve it to make sure there was no ways around the protection. Harry lied with ease to the man. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say as he suddenly felt something slam into the side of his face and he fell to the ground. As he laid on the ground for a moment, he reached up and touched his cheek that had just been hit. He flinched as soon as his finger made contact. It was definitely bruised. He then looked hesitantly up at his professor who was scowling down at him. See here, Potter. You will let me speak to the boy. An invisible voice suddenly said, causing an almost visible chill in the air. Quirrell went from furious to frightened in a fraction of a second. My lord, you are not strong enough yet too. I am strong enough for this. Do it. The invisible voice hissed. Yes, my lord. Of course, forgive me, Quirrell said as he turned around. Harry just looked at the man confused as he watched him reach up and towards the turban he had on his head. He then started unwrapping it. Harry just watched until the man was finished and the cloth fell away. Harry's eyes widened in horror. There was a face attached to the back of the man's head, and it was looking right at him. Look at me, Harry Potter. Do you see what I have been reduced to? I, the great Lord, HRKGH. Harry immediately turned his face away and started throwing up all over the floor. He felt his body shudder as another wave hit him, and even more of his stomach's contents started coming up. He stayed there for a moment on his knees as he hovered over the place he had just spilled his insides. He gasped for a few moments as he tried to regain his breath. He also had his eyes shut tight as he tried to banish the image that was burned into his retinas. Are you finished? Harry couldn't even verbally respond. He just held up a hand with one finger pointed up, gesturing that he needed another moment. He stopped gasping, and once he was sure he wasn't going to throw up again, he shakily started getting to his feet and looked back at the disgusting sight. It almost physically hurt to see. What the hell are you? Harry asked, breaking his cursing policy just this once. The face simply glared at him. Am Lord Voldemort. Okay. Why do you look like that? Once my body was destroyed, I existed only as a wraith. It was only recently that I tied myself to this man's pathetic life force and now exist as a parasite within him. The lengths I must go for immortality. Still, after this, I will be able to maintain an immortal body and heal myself from any wound. Why do you bulge out on the sides? Are you also a tumor? What? Like, your head is bigger than his head, so you bulge out? What's that mean for his skull? Did it just expand to accommodate you, or? Enough stalling. You will give me the stone, Potter, or I shall destroy. Well, I don't know how to get it. Harry told him, still very much creeped out by the second fused head on the back of Quirrell's. He was also concerned about the fact that it was apparently the Dark Lord who killed his parents and tried to kill him, but he wouldn't worry about that right now. He was sure Dumbledore would have an explanation after this was over. All he had to do was delay until the old man got here. Make him stand in front of the mirror, the ugly face ordered. Quirrell immediately turned back and tried to grab Harry. He once more grabbed him by the back of his robes and dragged him in front of the mirror. What do you see, Potter? It's me, but older. I look accomplished. My parents are standing behind me looking at me with pride. There's a girl standing next to me, Harry told the man. All of that was true, except for the fact that his older version of himself smiled at him before pulling a small red stone out of his pocket and putting it back in. At the same time as he did, Harry felt his own pocket suddenly have some weight to it. He frowned. Where the hell was Dumbledore? My lord. Enough, Quirrell, destroy the mirror. Use whatever you can. Even if Dumbledore notices our presence, we'll use the boy to escape. As you wish, my lord. Bombardo. Quirrell yelled as he aimed his wand at the mirror and started casting spells at it. Harry watched and slowly backed up as the room shook with the power behind each spell. Despite that, the mirror stood strong and didn't show any of the damage. My lord, it's not working. You are too weak. Figure out a way to get past the protections or you shall be punished. I'm afraid it is much too late for that, Tom. Both Harry and Quirrell turned and saw Dumbledore coming down the steps into the chamber. As soon as he saw this, Harry decided to act and immediately took off running away from Quirrell. Get him. Harry could feel something swing near the back of his head, showing that the man had just missed grabbing him. He didn't stop though as he ran closer to Dumbledore, who had drawn his wand. Hide, Harry, he ordered as he raised his wand and immediately began casting at the possessed professor. Harry immediately turned and ran over to a column that he could hide behind. As soon as he got behind it, the room immediately started shaking. He wasn't sure how long he was there, but it must have been near 5 to 10 minutes. He didn't even know what spells were being cast, since most of them were cast wandlessly by both combatants. Harry peeked from behind the column and watched the two-man spar. Almost immediately, he could tell Dumbledore was winning. The man was using his immense skill in transfiguration to conjure all sorts of animals, both real and fake, as well as inanimate objects, to attack Quirrell from multiple angles, as well as blocking the man's own magical attacks. His headmaster looked calm as he continued to cast. Quirrell, on the other hand, looked like he was barely managing to keep up with the man. In fact, the more he watched, the more Quirrell seemed to have to focus more on his defense than offense to avoid being overwhelmed. When he went full on defense, Harry could tell it was over. He was proven right when a moment later, a canine Dumbledore had created managed to sneak behind the man and bit right into his Achilles before tearing at it. Quirrell cried out as he fell to a knee as the construct kept going at him. He turned to look at the fake canine and made to cast at it to get it off. Unfortunately, that left him wide open to the most powerful wizard alive. A second later, the man's wand was flying away from him in the air, and he was being pinned down by injured stone creatures. The man turned over and revealed the Dark Lord attached to his head. "You cannot stop me, Dumbledore. I am immortal, and I will not stop until I get the stone," the Dark Lord hissed at the man. Dumbledore moved over past him and approached the mirror of Erist. He placed his palm against it, and when he drew it away, a red stone sat within it. He showed it to the downed Dark Lord, who looked like he was almost salivating at the sight. "I know you won't," Dumbledore said calmly before closing the hand with the stone into a fist. Suddenly a light seemed to be emanating from his hand and getting brighter and brighter. A crackling noise could be heard like the discharge of a lot of electricity at once. The Dark Lord's faced from a sneer to one of anger as he seemed to finally realize what was happening. "You old fool. You wouldn't. It isn't yours to destroy. You can't. I have already informed the owners of this possibility. Better to destroy it than let it fall into the hands of the likes of you, Tom." Dumbledore yelled over the loud crackling. As soon as he finished his sentence, a loud crack was heard, and suddenly the entire cavern was filled with a blinding light, causing Harry to look the other way to relieve his eyes. When the light finally faded, he looked back to where the two men. Dumbledore was still standing calmly over the downed, possessed professor. His hand was now empty, and the Dark Lord looked pissed at the man. Dumbledore simply looked down at the man solemnly. "It's over, Tom. You have accomplished nothing with this. I will rise whether you like it or not. I am immortal, perhaps, but not today. Now leave my school before I banish you in a much more painful way," Dumbledore commanded. The Dark Lord sneered, but suddenly there seemed to be steam coming out of the possessed professor's head, and Quirrell started to cry out in what was clearly pain. Suddenly, a dark mist came out of the man, and it seemed to be forcefully ejected out of the room. It was likely the school's wards just launched the wraith forcefully out of the school's premises. With the mist gone, there was no longer another head on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. He also noticed that the professor was now lying on the floor without any sound or movement. Harry exited from behind the column he had been using for cover as Dumbledore approached the man and silently cast a spell to turn him over. Harry flinched as he approached. The professor was clearly dead. His eyes were glassy, and there looked to be some sort of black ink-like liquid oozing out of his mouth. Harry frowned as he looked at the body, but managed to stop himself from upchucking again. He wasn't sure if it was because he was getting used to this, though, or because his stomach was empty. "Are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore asked him softly. He nodded slowly before frowning and looking at the man. "You sure took your sweet time," Harry commented with some annoyance. Dumbledore looked rather bashful. "Yes, well, Fawkes decided today was the perfect time to go through his burning day. I had to run down here from my office," Dumbledore told him. Harry rolled his eyes at that. "Doesn't it always seem like everything that can go wrong does go wrong recently? Indeed. I shall have to account better for such in the future. Don't bother apologizing. I don't blame you for this. You're just a man who's doing his best. I can't blame you for every little thing that goes wrong." "Thank you, Harry. Nonetheless, I will continue to strive to better myself so you do not keep ending up in these situations." "I'd appreciate that, I'm sure. So, do you have it?" Dumbledore asked as he looked down at him. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. He silently handed the stone over to Dumbledore, who gingerly took it and put it in his own pocket. "Do you think he fell for it?"
Ido.
"Had I not known it was an illusion, I myself would likely have been fooled by such a display. You did very well with it, Harry, thank you. It was the strongest illusion I have ever crafted. I've never built one in parts like that one. If even that didn't fool him, I'm not sure what would have. Either way, I am glad it worked out well." "Yes, indeed. Well, shall we depart?" I need to go speak with some people about this incident, and I believe much of the school populace is about to head down to the train. I imagine you wish to go down with your friends. Let me escort you back to the Great Hall. Okay. Will you need me to speak to anyone about this? Not in a legal manner, but I believe you should speak to Minerva on watching a man die in front of you, even if you did not cause the death. Dumbledore told him pointedly in a way that told him he didn't really have a choice and he was simply being polite. HRGH. Very well. It's probably for the best. Man, this has been nothing but a rough day so far. I might just sleep for the entire 8-hour train ride. Do you ever just sleep? Not normally, but sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to give my mind a break even if my body is resting during the night already. Harry answered. Interesting. Chapter 16. December 24th, 1991. Harry sat reading the newspaper in a decently sized living room in his manor. Across from his armchair sat his headmaster, who was also drinking a cup of tea. The man had just arrived and Harry had gestured to the already prepared seat which his guardian had taken gratefully before he began sipping. You look like you're in a good mood, Harry commented as he set aside the newspaper and looked fully at the man. Yes, well, I just got back from delivering a package to my good friends the Flammels. It was a much more subdued meeting than our last. They were also quite happy to see their property returned to them as, for some reason, they seemed to think I wouldn't be able to return it. Dumbledore replied with some amusement. To be fair, there was a good chance you wouldn't be able to. Still, I am glad it was a much happier meeting among friends than your last. Indeed. I also mentioned to them how you were the one who created the illusion to aid in protecting their stone. They were quite intrigued by some of the work you are doing, so, to show their appreciation, they sent me with a few gifts for you along with a letter. The gifts can be opened tomorrow, but I assume the letter can be opened now. Dumbledore said, pulling Injure things from a pocket before enlarging them. The two gifts floated over to the Christmas tree where they were put down at its base with a few others. The letter, however, was handed to him. Harry looked at the crisp, soft red paper for a moment before smoothly breaking the seal on it and opening up the paper. The words on the page were so smooth it almost looked fake. Whoever wrote it clearly had plenty of time to refine their writing. Dear Harry Potter, our good friend Albus was just telling us about how it was thanks to you we were able to receive our wonderful creation back. I was most impressed by what he told me you did. I haven't met a decent illusionist in close to 250 years, and it sounds like you already surpassed them. He also told me how much you like experimenting into the unknown. Truly wonderful to hear of a child so driven at such a young age. I have given a few gifts for you this Christmas season. I hope you can find at least one of them useful for your future endeavors. If you ever need anything, Perenelle and myself are only an owl away. Sincerely, Nicholas Flamel. Well, that is very kind of the man. I assume the fact that I can now contact Nicholas Flamel whenever I want is a big deal, like with Ollivander's apprenticeship offer? Harry guessed. Nicholas Flamel was one of the most famous wizards of all time, right up there with Merlin. He was also somewhat of a recluse, and not many seemed in contact with him from what Harry knew off the top of his head. That is correct. A very valuable resource, indeed. Nicholas has knowledge on almost every subject in magic, much more so than even I. I imagine he could be a very useful source to you should you wish to utilize him. Dumbledore told him with a smile. Harry nodded as he made sure to file that bit of knowledge away for later usage. Excellent. I also brought another letter, this time from Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore said before pulling out said letter. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you just give it to me with my other things? I thought I'd let you address everything one at a time, for the purpose of processing. Dumbledore explained with a mischievous glint in his eye. Harry rolled his before taking the next letter and reading through it quickly. At the end, he nodded before putting it aside. Well, I don't have to share what's in my letters with you, Harry said with amusement. You're going to keep a poor old man like me in suspense. Is this what they call elder abuse? Dumbledore asked back, causing Harry to actually laugh out loud at the thought. Cheeky old man. If you must know, I am stopping by Ollivander's with Neville today. His grandmother has him using his father's old wand. I believe it is hindering him to do so, Harry explained. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. You are likely right on that deduction. I suppose it does sound like something Augustus would do, likely as a way to honor her son. Still, she should know better. I assume she does not know what you two will be doing today.
No.
I advised Neville not to tell her. Should I escort you both through the alley then? No need. The letter from Ollivander was in response to the one I sent him through you a couple of days ago. It was requesting permission to be able to use his flu to go directly into his shop to add some privacy to our transaction. He agreed and gave me the passphrase in the letter as well as allowing me into the ward scheme for today along with Neville. Harry explained. Dumbledore nodded as he began stroking his beard. A smart idea. I take it that means you only plan to shop there and nowhere else? Correct. If it was multiple stops, I would wait until you or Minerva could attend with me. Speaking of Minerva, have you spoken with her about the events of your last day of the semester? Dumbledore asked imploringly as he eyed Harry. Harry simply sighed before nodding in a much more subdued manner than normal. I see. And how are you feeling? Well, I'm not exactly happy to have seen a man die right before my eyes, but it has stopped actively bothering me at this point, and I am hoping it doesn't start haunting me later. But for now, it's better. Harry explained to the man. It was the truth, too. He had already spoken to Minerva for hours on the subject since returning home, and he thought he was fine now. Dumbledore had freely admitted when it came to matters of emotion, he was better off speaking with her. A man with his age and experiences saw things with a different perspective was his excuse. You can always speak with her again if it or anything else starts to bother you. You can speak with me as well, of course. He added the last part almost as an afterthought, but Harry just nodded gratefully. Very good. Well, I shall not hold you any longer. I expect young Neville will be arriving soon, and I wouldn't wish to distract you from your planned activities. Dumbledore said as he finished his cup of tea and stood up. Harry continued sitting since the fireplace was right across from him. Very well. I suppose I shall see you tomorrow then for Christmas? I am making a ham, Harry told the man. Dumbledore looked back and smiled. I shall be there. I'll make sure to bring our resident transfiguration professor as well. Make sure you do or you shall not be allowed in. Harry told the man, sternly causing him to chuckle warmly as he approached the fireplace. He grabbed the flu powder before casting it into the fire and calling out the passphrase for his office, turning the flames green. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Albus. And with that, the man was gone. Harry watched fire sizzle out after a moment before picking back up the newspaper. He had initially been reading through it to see if there was some mention of Quirrell. There was a small piece on the 6th page noting that he would not be teaching at Hogwarts for the 2nd semester, but that was about it. He assumed Dumbledore must have used his influence to somewhat cover the incident up. It's not like they did anything wrong, but sometimes sweeping something under the rug was just easier. He sighed at the thought of the man. In truth, what had happened with Quirrell still weighed on his mind. Perhaps not guilt or terror, but there was a certain weight on his shoulders that hadn't been there before. Watching a man die was an experience. It felt like a sudden realization on how fragile one's life really was. Thank Merlin he had a clumency. The ability to physically go in and organize his thoughts and take time to process them was a huge help on his recovery. Unfortunately, the long-term consequences of the encounter were even more frightening than the fight itself. It was now abundantly clear that the Dark Lord was still somehow alive, or at least partially so. Even worse, he had aided in thwarting the man's plans. That, if nothing else, would make sure he was on the man's hit list. Plus, there was something about the way Dumbledore had spoken to him about it. He believed the man was holding something back. Dumbledore was a smart man, but Harry had noticed that when he didn't wish to speak on something, he would drop some interesting tidbit you couldn't help but latch onto and easily lead the conversation into a different direction. He didn't do it too often, but he had done it enough that Harry had started to notice the pattern. He shook the thoughts away though. Even if he was hiding something, if there was something he was sure of, it was that he could trust the old man. The man didn't want him to be harmed, of that he could tell, plus he owed the man. For now, he wouldn't question it too much, but he would eventually speak to the man plainly about it. Harry was once more drawn from his thoughts as his fireplace burst to life. Out of the green flames stumbled out a boy with a familiar face.
Ah, Neville.
You're right on time. A shame you weren't here 5 minutes ago. Professor Dumbledore just stopped by for tea. I'm sure he would have been interested in speaking with you a little before we begun on our plans for the day. Harry told his friend as he set aside the paper and picked up his tea again while Neville righted himself. Once he regained his balance, the boy brushed himself off and looked at Harry. I'm glad I came on time then. I'd rather not have stuttered my way through a conversation with our headmaster. Neville said back with an embarrassed smile. Harry returned it easily at the thought. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. You've gotten a lot better in the last few months, even if there's more work ahead. Harry told him, leading somewhat into what the purpose of the other heir's visit here today was for. Right, about that, I convinced my gran to give me some spending money for today.
No.
If you spend money, she'll want to know what you used it on. Better to give it back to her in its entirety and tell her you didn't end up needing it. The less of your words are a lie, the easier it should be for you to say it. Harry told him seriously. Neville looked conflicted at his words for a moment before a look of resignation before nodding in understanding. Right? I hope no one recognizes us when we go. I don't need her finding out about this. I told her Professor Dumbledore would be watching over us for the day. Neville revealed. Harry nodded at that. Shouldn't be an issue. I set it all up with Ollivander. We will be fluing directly into his shop, so no one should see us while we conduct our business. We shall then flew right back. Harry told him. How did you manage to pull that off? I asked. Now, are you ready to go, or would you prefer to relax a little? Harry asked his friend. Neville seemed rather nervous before answering. Is it okay if we go now? He asked. Harry smiled before standing up. Of course. Just make sure you repeat the name exactly as I do. The passphrase is Ollivander's backroom. You got it? Ollivander's backroom? Wouldn't anyone be able to guess it? Most places have wards to prevent unwanted people from entering without permission, though the flu network is managed by the ministry, which means if it is ever compromised, as it was believed to have happened in the last war, a ward breaker might be able to get through if they know the passphrase. And a very skilled one can apparently do it even without. So many avoid speaking the passphrase except to those they trust. Harry explained. Wow, I didn't know about that. Did Dumbledore tell you, or did you read about it? Dumbledore, of course. Many crimes are not actually mentioned in history books because of pure blood influence. You need to get it from a first-hand source. Harry explained solemnly as he thought back to that particular conversation. In truth, he had been disgusted by what his guardian had told him. It seemed even the wizarding world had many problems. Right? I'll keep that in mind. Wait, what about your flu system? As of now, there are only a handful of people besides myself who even know I have a flu address again. Dumbledore buried it in ministry files for me and did some nifty tricks to keep it that way. Furthermore, the wards centered on my flu are the strongest of the entire property according to him as well. Harry told him. Of course, they are. Well, should we head out? I think I have the passphrase down. Shall we? Of course, I shall go first. Harry told him before stepping up to the fireplace and picking up a hand full of the powder on the mantel. With that, he threw it into the fire before calling out, Ollivander's backroom. Harry then stepped through the green flames and immediately came out at an unfamiliar location. In a small room with shelves that held injure books as well as jars that looked to be filled with different materials in them. He didn't have long to observe his new surroundings though, as a familiar man popped out from an entryway on the other side of the room. Ah, Mr. Potter. Excellent to see you again. And how nice to see your natural appearance this time, Ollivander said as he quickly approached. Harry watched and gave a polite smile to the man. And how does it look? Better or worse than you expected? Not unexpected is all I shall say, though you did look quite good with redhead hair as well. Maybe I'll change it at some point. I did enjoy it. I already look so much like my father after all. It would be nice to take a little more from my mother than just her eyes. Perhaps, but the last time the color was too deep of a red. A little too artificial. Your mother's was a much softer color. I'll keep that in mind for next time. As Harry finished, the fireplace behind him flared up once more and out came Neville, once more stumbling forward. Though, this time Harry reached out to grab and steady him. Neville gave him a smile at that. Thanks, Harry. Of course, you really need to get better at your balance. Yeah, you're right. I've only done it a few times though. My gran prefers apparition. Anyway, Neville, this man behind me is Mr. Ollivander. He shall be selling you a wand today, Harry said, introducing the man to his friend. Neville straightened himself and nervously approached before sticking his hand out to the man. A pleasure, Mr. Ollivander. I appreciate you taking the time to help me find my wand, Neville told him, clearly making sure he kept his voice steady. Ollivander smiled at the boy in a knowing way. Of course. Though I should scold you for taking so long. I was expecting you close to 4 months ago, you know. It's impolite to keep someone of my age waiting, Ollivander chastised in a friendly manner to the boy. Neville's face went red at the comment and he looked down at that. Sorry. Well, it's no trouble. You're here now and that's what matters. Shall we begin then? You're lucky you came on a quiet day. I have only had one customer all day. Well, most come during the summer, of course, so it is expected. Why don't you grab a seat, Mr. Potter? This may take a while, as you say, Harry replied easily while finding a simple chair at the back of the main storeroom where Ollivander had his many shelves. Harry sighed in weariness. When Ollivander had said this would take a while, he wasn't kidding. They had already been there for 45 minutes and Neville still hadn't found a wand. He had some that looked like they gave promising results, but Ollivander had claimed they weren't right and they continued to push forward in their search. No. Maybe that's not right. Mr. Ollivander, do not lose faith, my boy. I have thousands of wands. It sometimes takes a while to go through them to find the perfect match, right? What's the longest it has taken you to match one? Neville asked. Harry tried to seem uninterested, but even he was straining to listen in on the answer. I believe it was about 2.5 hours or so. Now back to it. Harry couldn't help the expelling of air as he heard that in annoyance. It had already taken so long as it was. Maybe he should go explore after all. He had no idea how much longer this would take, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to take sitting here for much longer. Here we are. This is it. I can tell. You said that 20 minutes ago. Neville seemed to point out, unable to fully hide his exasperation. Are you doubting me then? I'm just saying you weren't right last time. Nonsense. I just didn't have all the proper clues at the time. Now, enough talk. This is it, Ollivander said before bringing a box over and opening it in front of Neville. The boy looked frustrated for a moment before reaching out once more to the newest wand. This was different than the last time, though. Harry could tell when Neville seemed to freeze as his hand approached the magical stick. His face scrunched up in confusion before changing to one of wonderment. Harry blinked for a moment as he saw the change, then watched as his friend continued and actually grabbed the wand. Immediately Neville gave it an experimental wave and suddenly a huge gust of wind smashed through the store, blasting the wands all off the shelf and slamming into Harry himself, causing him to fly backwards and land squarely on his back. Harry groaned in pain from the uncomfortable landing before slowly getting back up and looking around him. Neville was looking around with his face now doing its best impression of a ripe tomato. Ollivander somehow had managed to remain standing despite the huge blast and wore a self-satisfied smirk. Ah, you see? I told you, didn't I? Yet you doubted this old man. Mr. Ollivander, I am so sorry about your shop, Neville immediately yelled, looking at the mess. My shop? No worries there. This happens every now and then. Between you and me, if your friend over there didn't have such good control of his magic when he came, he likely would have dished out the same amount of destruction. Don't be too upset about it. It's an easy fix, Ollivander replied as he withdrew his own wand and immediately cast a wordless spell. Harry watched and felt the magic enter the air as the room seemed to pick up itself and place all the flung things back into their proper place. Harry reached out as he felt the magic in the room do its work. What an interesting and useful spell. He would have to learn and make use of it at some point. Now that he had gotten a little more of a handle on charms, it shouldn't be too hard. Though Hermione would likely stay above him in it, much to her elation. There, you see? All better. Now to your wand. A fine design if I do say so myself. 11 inches of blackthorn wood. It is paired with a dragon heartstring taken from a Hungarian horntail. It was further soaked for 3 days in the dragon's own empowered blood. Empowered? Harry asked. He had never heard about that. Yes, some powerful magical ingredients and such can be further empowered, meaning exactly what it sounds like. the ingredient becomes more magically potent than normal. Ollivander explained. What did you empower it for then? I didn't. A friend of mine who dabbles in alchemy did so for an experiment, and I asked for the string when he was finished with it. Ollivander said with a smile on his face. Neville just looked at his wand in amazement. Harry nodded at the explanation before looking back at Neville. All right, well, let's test it out. Go ahead and cast an incendio at me, Neville. I shall have a strong shield ready. Should we be doing that here? Neville asked apprehensively, looking at Ollivander for permission. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought of that. He looked at the wand seller for permission, and he seemed to give a dismissive wave. It's fine as long as you pay for anything you burn. Ollivander answered easily, not seeming too concerned for his shop. Harry nodded. He was positive the man would likely be able to fix any damage that a simple incendio could cause. He looked back at Neville as he cast his shielding ward with his wand and nodded as it formed. Neville looked nervous but nodded nonetheless. Okay, here it goes. Incendio! He yelled as he pointed his wand at Harry. Immediately, a sizable fireball erupted from the tip of his wand and raced at Harry. It splashed onto his shield and exploded into nothing when it couldn't get past it. It hadn't done much damage, but Harry was impressed nonetheless. Nice, Neville, that's a huge improvement. Harry congratulated his friend. It was the truth too. Before this, Neville could conjure a fireball that size was close to that of a spark or ember. It was so small that it looked like it was supposed to burn out in the air as it traveled. Now though, that fireball was likely one of the biggest that could be produced in their year so far. Though that may be because Neville likely hadn't been trying to control the output. He should perhaps give his friends some tips on that. Indeed, I'm glad to see that this did the trick. I trust you will remember in the future, Mr. Longbottom, that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around, no matter how some may wish it. Ollivander said, giving him a stern look. Neville gave the man a smile, looking happier than he had since he had known him. Don't worry, Mr. Ollivander. I shall never forget it, Neville told him. Harry smiled at the interaction. This was the right thing to do, he could already tell. He reached to his side and pulled out a pouch with clanking metal in it. He tossed it to the older man, who caught it with ease. There's enough for the wand and a bit of a tip for you, Mr. Ollivander, for agreeing to my unreasonable request for privacy. Thank you again for this, Harry said to the man gratefully. Ollivander simply smiled at him. It was no issue, my boy. No issue at all. I'm mostly busy in the summer anyway. Around this time, it's simply buying replacement wands or custom ones every now and then for most, the old man admitted. Still, well, it's getting late, we should probably head back then, Harry commented as he pulled out his time coin from his pocket. It was hanging off a chain just like a pocket watch did. He noticed that it was already early afternoon. Neville couldn't stay long since it was Christmas Eve. You're right. I told Gran I would be home by 3. Right, all right, let's go. Thanks again, Mr. Ollivander. I won't forget this, Harry called to the man as they made their way to the back room that had the hidden fireplace. No problems, boys. And Mr. Potter, remember to think about my offer, Ollivander yelled after them. I'll keep it in mind, I promise. Hours later. What a busy day, Harry commented as he sunk into a lounge chair in his mindscape. Don't tell me. Let me try and remember myself. Ciri stopped him, waving her hands in front of his face. Harry rolled his eyes at that but said nothing. Even though she wasn't a practitioner of occlumency like he was, because of their connection, she still experienced many of the same benefits like protection and an improved recall ability. It had something to do with a wand or something, right? She asked him with a self-satisfied smile. Harry gave her a deadpan look. My abilities are wasted on someone like you, he finally said as he looked away from the white-haired girl. What's that supposed to mean? She demanded angrily as she hopped on his lap, grabbed his collar and started shaking him fiercely. Harry let himself go limp as he felt his head being shaken. Hey, answer me, Ciri demanded. Harry sighed as he finally looked her in the eye and simply stared with a blank face at her. Your face is pissing me off right now. I'm sorry, looking at my face is making you angry, he told her with a bored expression, not sounding very sorry at all. Ciri glared but didn't say anything. I went out to get a new wand for my friend Neville. I told you about this yesterday. Harry reminded. Ciri's frown turned into a pout which caused Harry's unimpressed expression to turn into an amused smirk. I forget sometimes, okay. I'm a very busy person, you know, she told him, trying to defend herself. I literally keep a constant check on our mindscape to make sure both of us have the most organized mind possible, which allows us to recall things with as much clarity as can be possible. I am so glad you're taking advantage of all the hard work I put into it. Harry told her back. You're getting too smug. That's it. Get up, I want to train. Let's get some swords and fight each other. Ciri demanded as she hopped up off of him and approached the dueling platform in the middle of their library. Harry sighed as he stood up and conjured up an illusion of the swords as he always did. He had tried conjuring them at one point through transfiguration, but there had been little point. They still weren't using their actual muscles after all. Nice. We haven't done this in a while, Ciri said as she swung her sword around experimentally. We literally did this last week. Harry pointed out tiredly as he eyed his own sword for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. He then got into one corner of the ring and waited for Ciri to get into the other. That's a while. Especially for you. You know, if you don't practice, you're never going to catch up with me, she pointed out with a pleased smile. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm pretty sure at this point you could beat grown men in terms of skill. So, I'm not looking to be as good as you. This may surprise you, but in a world where sword fighting is a rare hobby some people have, learning it isn't high on my list of priorities. Harry shot back as a ding sounded from nowhere, signaling the beginning of the first round. Ciri didn't respond anymore. As soon as the bell rung, her face changed to one of complete seriousness and concentration. She twirled her blade in one hand before grabbing it with two and stalking towards him. Harry lifted his sword and prepared himself. He may not be anywhere near as good as Ciri, but he was likely near the skill of an average swordsman. If nothing else, it gave Ciri a benchmark of where she stood in terms of skill. When comparing herself to some like the Witchers she was constantly around, improvement tended to look rather slow. The point was, since he was at least decent, he could last for a bit against Ciri. Not long, but for a few moments usually. Ciri pulled her arm back and Harry immediately lifted his own to block, barely making it in time as Ciri's sword came to try and bisect his chest. He flinched internally and the strength behind the blow. He didn't lament on it, though, as he was forced to jump back as she quickly pulled back and came down with an overhead strike. He knew he wouldn't be able to both bring his sword up and have enough strength to take the blow. So he moved. Ciri didn't seem put out as she immediately moved and closed the distance between them. While she did, Harry moved his blade up and angled it to try and stab her through the chest. He centered his stance before lunging forward to meet her. Ciri didn't seem surprised as she angled her step to the side and twisted her body to avoid the blow. As she did so, she lifted her blade and used it to bat away his stab into the opposite direction before carrying the momentum of the swing into a fully body spin and came around, now next to him. The next thing he knew, her sword went right through his neck. Harry sighed as he got out of his stance and looked at the smirking Ciri. She was giving him a Cheshire-like grin, like the cat who caught the canary. He just rolled his eyes at her. The first round to me then, and the next two will be too. Honestly, I don't see why you even bother. You have far surpassed me in skill. Well, you're my only real opponent, Ciri said back. Harry looked thoughtful at that. Not necessarily. When were the most recent spars you had with Geralt? Harry asked her. Ciri shrugged. 3 days ago. Why? Hold on, I have an idea, he told her as he walked over to her side of the library and started looking for the correct date. It was a little knowing since he had to do some mental math since Ciri's world date was different than his own. He finally found what he believed to be the correct memory date. He picked the book off the shelf. He then looked at Ciri for a moment. Nothing happened that day, right? I'm not going to see anything I shouldn't? He asked her warily. Ciri's face quickly went to frightened as she looked up in thought. I may have taken a bath that night, so only go as far as late afternoon. If you get to the dinner, then you've already gone too far. Got it? She told him with a slightly red face. Harry nodded as he felt his own cheeks heat up a little. Okay, here it goes, he said to himself as he opened the book. Immediately, he was immersed in the memory of the day. Watching memories in the mindscape always felt strange. The images of the day raced by, yet despite the speed, he processed every moment in what must have been a fraction of a second each. It was like knowledge being directly put into one's head. Harry saw as he finally got to the spar Ciri had with Gerald. As soon as the spar finished, Harry closed the book. "Well?" Ciri asked him. "I got the spar. Do you have another date in mind? I would like to get a few more before I do what I have planned?" Harry asked her. She frowned but nodded before revealing other dates he could look into. 5 minutes later, and he had a good enough idea about the man that he was about to try and mimic. He put the last book away before stepping back to the arena. "All right, hop back in," Harry told her. Ciri still looked confused, but she did what he told her. She got her sword ready for whatever he was about to do. As she did, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on his magic before building it up as he normally did. "Miran Taz, yes," he called out. Immediately a flash came out and an illusion started crafting on the very floor of the arena. A second later, a full replica of the man who had taken Ciri in and had been training her stood tall and looking seriously across at the girl. You made Geralt?" "Indeed. I didn't recognize that spell name. Is it a new one?" she asked after a moment while keeping her eye on her trainer. Harry nodded in response. "Yes, an even further culmination of my Mirantaz spell. The original spell creates an illusionary environment that works based off the target's own expectations. Mirantaz, yes, however, combines the target's expectations with knowledge and experience of the user. The illusion then uses your expectations and supplements my knowledge to adapt even further against you. In this case, the biggest problem with making a normal illusion of your trainer before this was that he would only react as you would expect, which meant you may have him make mistakes without knowing it. With my own knowledge added, the illusion will use it as a reference to do something different than just what you would expect if it fits more in line with the illusion." Harry finished the long explanation. "Darn, you keep getting better and better at illusions. What you just said sounds incredibly complicated," Ciri said back, looking at him impressed. Harry smiled at the praise. "Thanks, I dabbled with the concept when I was crafting that illusion I made for Dumbledore. That one was really complicated. It was so powerful, I literally had to build the illusion in separate parts. That being said, it gave me ideas for the future. This spell improvement was only one. The rest I'm still working on though," Harry told her excitedly. Illusions would always be his favorite subject and something he was passionate about. He wanted to master them. One day, the bar, he said, was to craft an entire illusionary world, as Ciri had once mentioned to him. "You'll have to tell me about that further sometime. For now though, let's see how this illusion of yours can fight," Ciri said with excitement as she readied her blade. The bulky Witcher standing across from her pulled his own blade out and aimed it at her without a word. For a moment, everything was still. Ciri and Geralt simply stared at each other. Then, a ring went out as it did when Harry and Ciri had sparred, and both of the combatants sprung into action. They ran and lunged at each other, and immediately their blades started to clash. If he were honest, Harry was completely entranced by the battle. Ciri was going at full strength, and you could tell just from her face. She looked like every bit of concentration was focused on her trainer. He had never seen such a look on her before. A few moments into the spar, Harry could fully understand why. Ciri was a prodigy in his mind. She was so good she could take on men 2 or 3 times her age, he bet. Yet, before Geralt, she looked like a rank amateur. For every move that Ciri did, not only would Geralt meet it with ease, he seemed to use it to his advantage, either finding a weakness or creating one from every move she made. Watching the man, Harry suddenly got the same feeling he had when he had watched Dumbledore battle Quirrell. It was someone who was a true master of their craft from years of work and training honed to perfection. The problem was that Ciri was Quirrell in this situation. The girl was fast, much faster than him, yet Geralt was so much faster. Geralt was so fast in his movements, he literally seemed to blur in his vision, as if his eyes literally couldn't keep up with the man's movements. He bet the man could even match a vampire from his world. It was amazing to see. When the battle got to be around 2 minutes long, Harry couldn't help but feel impressed by his best friend. She was completely being overwhelmed, and it was rather obvious. That being said, She changed her movements enough just to delay the fight and last longer against the man. She would eventually run out of tricks to throw him off, especially with how fast the man adapted, but Harry knew the strategy well. She was delaying the ending as much as possible in hopes that at some point, her enemy would slip up, even if only a little, and she could take advantage of it. It was a smart strategy too when you were going up against a superior opponent and had nothing really to your advantage. Unfortunately, it had to come to an end at some point. Oof! Ciri grunted as Geralt's sword went through her chest with a stab. As soon as she called out, the illusion pulled its sword back and calmly went back to its own corner without a word. Ciri rubbed her chest where the blade had gone through, even though he knew she couldn't actually feel anything. Harry smiled and started clapping. Amazing, bravo! That was one of the most impressive things I have ever seen. With a teacher like that, I can see how you've improved so much in only a year. Harry called out to Ciri, who still stood in the middle of the ring. She looked over at him and smiled. Yeah, he's really good. Good? He's clearly a master. I've never seen a human move like that before. To think you have to deal with such a thing multiple times a week. I can see why you come in here so tired sometimes. Harry commented as she came over and stepped out of the ring. Yeah, it's really tough, especially because he sometimes makes me go up against him until I literally can't walk anymore. Says, my opponents won't care about how tired I am and I'll need to get used to pushing through that. Ciri told him. Harry nodded. He's probably right. So, what did you think of the illusion? It was impressive, I have to say. Truly felt like I was fighting against the real thing. The only difference is the real Geralt would have been calling out my mistakes and where to improve during the battle. Though it's nice to not be critiqued mid-fight for once. Ciri said, looking at the illusionary version of her guardian with exasperation. Harry chuckled at that. I'm sure. Well, with this, I guess you'll be able to get a lot more training in now. True, especially since my body doesn't hurt after these fights like in real life. It's all just about refining my technique and allowing me to further get used to his speed. Ciri replied with a smirk. An excellent idea. I remember seeing somewhere that it's possible to triumph over a physically superior opponent if you have enough experience. Being able to predict their movements and such. Harry said to her. Ciri shrugged. That sounds right, but I am a long way from being close to Geralt in terms of skill, let alone surpassing him. Maybe, but I believe you can do it. You're one of the most amazing fighters I have ever seen, and you're only 11. I'm almost 12. Ciri grumbled in annoyance. Harry just rolled his eyes at that. Maybe. But that's still 2 months away, so for now, you're 11. Besides, that makes it more impressive, so I don't know why you're complaining. Harry shot back with a roll of his eyes. Ciri smirked. Speaking of birthdays, are you getting me something this year? She asked. Harry just gave her a quizzical look. What would I possibly be able to get you? I don't know, but you better figure it out. Make a fancy illusion or something. Ciri said with a shrug as she continued to smile at him. Harry frowned in thought at that. Does that mean you're getting me something? How the heck would I get you something? I don't have any magic. Ciri shot back with a roll of her eyes. Harry just gave her another deadpan look. She just smiled innocently back at him. Not my problem. You better figure it out. Harry told her seriously. That was only fair if he had to figure out how to get her something. She frowned at him but said nothing for a moment. Fine, but then you better get me something great. She told him. Harry just looked at her but said nothing as he moved back over to his chair and sat down in it. Ciri came over and sat next to him in her own seat. Well, what do you want to do now? Ciri asked him. He looked at her for a moment. Relax, I guess? Ugh, so boring. Fine, conjure a bed and make a night sky so we can look at some stars. So demanding. Just do it. The next day, Harry sat next in his living room with both Minerva and Albus as they all sat calmly while talking and sipping tea. It was near 11 in the morning and they had both come over to celebrate Christmas with him. I see your issue, though. Perhaps you can simply give her a new experience as a gift. Albus suggested. Harry nodded slowly. Perhaps I could. Still asking me for a gift. Can you believe her? How many impossible things am I supposed to figure out how to do? I'm not even in my teens yet. Harry grouched with a faux annoyance. He wasn't overly bothered by Ciri's request. In truth, Dumbledore was right. If push came to shove, He could always figure some illusion to show her to take her breath away. That being said, it would be nice to give her something tangible, it just seemed rather impossible. Then again, that hadn't gotten him down before. I'm sure you'll think of something and that she'll be grateful no matter what it is. Minerva commented easily as she enjoyed another sip of her tea. Harry nodded in agreement with her. Well, I do believe we are all properly settled after that delicious breakfast you made. What did you call it again, Harry? Quiche. He replied. Yes, absolutely delectable. I'll have to have you make it again sometime. Anyway, I believe we are all settled. Would you like to begin opening your gifts? Dumbledore asked him with a smile. Harry returned it and nodded. Harry liked gifts as everyone did, but in truth, he enjoyed simply spending Christmas with those he cared about more. It was nice to feel wanted. He was drawn from his thoughts as a wrapped box floated over to him and came to sit on his lap. He looked at it and saw a small paper telling him it was from Hermione. He had a feeling he could already guess the type of present she got him. He unwrapped the present neatly and withdrew its contents before looking at it. It was a book, of course, the Enchanter Guide to Arithmancy, using the numbers specifically for creation. Harry blinked at reading that. A marvelous book indeed. I actually own it myself, though I personally use an older but similar book for when I need a refresher on such things. This book, however, had many endorsements from enchanters all over the world on its easier teaching as well as its range of levels. Dumbledore commented. Minerva said nothing but did look intrigued by the book. Harry opened it to the table of contents and smiled. The book was sizable and apparently had many subjects within. He would look forward to reading through it at some point. He would need to make sure to thank his friend when he saw her next. Next one. Dumbledore called out as another gift floated over to him. He set the book to the side and grabbed onto the next present. This one was nowhere neatly as wrapped and even looked scrunched up and messy at parts. He smiled as he knew who this was from even without looking at the name. Ron had written him a nice letter with the present explaining how he hoped Harry was having a happy holiday, and that his mom wanted to send him a gift. Harry opened it to reveal a blue sweater within with a gold-stitched H on it. Ah, a famous Weasley sweater. I'm sure Molly is hoping to tempt you to visit with such a gift. Minerva said with a smile. It's very nice. Made from scratch as well, which means it was likely made with care. I'll have to remember to thank her and Ron whenever I see them, Harry said before putting the clothing item to the side as well. The next item was from Neville. It seemed rather small, so he assumed it must have been a book of some kind. He saw that there was also a note to go with it. Hey Harry, I know you hit a wall with your work on rituals, so here is a basic strengthening ritual members of my family used to undertake when they went through majority. It has some risks associated with it which I highlighted, but I trust you won't do anything dumb with it. I hope it aids you in your future endeavors. Harry's eye shot into his hairline at the note. Had Neville really given him access to what was likely family magic? He opened the package to what indeed seemed to be a small book, though it was really just paper sewn together with a leather back and cover showing it was likely custom-made. Harry opened it and looked through the first page to confirm his thoughts. Once he did, he shook his head. That boy! I'll have to properly scold him when I see him next. Harry muttered to himself. What is it? Albus asked him patiently. A ritual from the Longbottoms. A basic strengthening one, but family magic nonetheless. Neville has given me the information about it in hopes it'll aid me on my quest to learn about rituals. Harry replied. He saw a look of surprise cross both his professors' faces, though Albus managed to school his quicker. A generous and dangerous gift. I'd be careful with such, Harry. There is a reason such rituals are no longer used even by the families who know them. That much I know at least. Harry responded. Rituals weren't really an exact science, and they carried risks during the process as well as after that spurned many away from them. A strengthening ritual physically altered the body, which was also rather dangerous. The Longbottoms were famous for being something similar to magical berserkers in the past. Able to move at speeds others couldn't dream of, and hit hard enough to smash through stone and castle walls. Warriors in the extreme. All living Longbottoms, to this day, were descended from a berserker ancestor because all members used to undergo such rituals and would either live through it or die. In the modern day, There was little use for such rituals, especially with the risk they carried, so it was uncommon to use them, Neville had once told him. Though his friend's father may have, he hadn't been sure. Well, why don't we continue? Minerva has a gift for you next, I believe, Albus said as Minerva indeed floated the gift she brought to him. Harry grabbed it softly as he brought it in close. Like many of his other presents, it felt like it was probably a book. I wonder what it could be? Harry teased as he looked at her. She gave him a playful glare at that. If you do not wish to receive books as a gift, you should not be so studious. She shot back at him. Harry chuckled at that before pulling it open softly to peer inside. The book's title, Advanced Transfiguration, The Secrets of Animation. He smiled as he read it. He looked up at her. Thank you, I am sure I will put it to good use, Harry said to her softly. She smiled, looking pleased at his words. With that, Dumbledore floated the next gift to him. This one was clearly not a book, or at least not obviously one. Harry grabbed the gift and immediately felt his hands sink into it. It was clearly some sort of cloth. He looked over at Albus with a raised eyebrow. The man just stared back with a familiar mischievous twinkle in his eye. Harry sighed at the man before opening up the present, only to expose nothing. Harry frowned down at the apparently empty wrapping for a moment. Was it some sort of prank? He had definitely felt something inside of it. He reached down into the package and immediately felt something soft on his fingers. He frowned. There was definitely something there. He just couldn't see it. He gripped the invisible cloth and pulled it out to try and see if he could examine it. Took him a moment to understand what was happening. When he turned the cloth over, he actually was able to see it. The cloth was burgundy with small diamond patterns connected to each other. He flipped it back and forth for a moment until it clicked. An invisibility cloak? He asked. Albus smiled while Minerva looked like she just thought of something particularly unpleasant. Indeed, that particular one was a family heirloom your father entrusted into my care years ago before his death. I now pass it along to you to continue the tradition of the passing down along the Potter line, Albus told him. Harry smiled at that. A gift that almost seemed to come from his father himself. He would make sure to treasure it forever. Most impressive. I have never heard of a cloak lasting so long. And the invisibility. There are no discrepancies at all from what I can see. It doesn't even seem to shimmer. It must be an extremely powerful enchanted item, Harry commented as he ran his hands over the soft item. Indeed, I trust you will use it responsibly, and not for sneaking around to cause mischief. McGonagall interrupted, giving him a stern glare. Harry said nothing. He simply smiled at her, causing her to glare harder at him. He started laughing at the expression before waving it off. It's fine, you know me, I don't go looking for trouble. I'm more likely to do some non-invasive tests on it. I'm rather curious to see if I can figure out to see how it was created, Harry mentioned as he looked down at the cloak. Would you mind keeping an old man in the loop about the results of such tests if you do happen to find anything? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded easily at that. He imagined the man had likely done some similar things with the cloak. Not that he minded. He was clearly trusted by his parents, and he was trusted by him as well. With that, it was time to open his last gifts. These were the ones the Flammels had sent him. It was a bigger package, but Harry had a feeling he already knew what was inside of it. Let me guess, just open it, McGonagall said with exasperation, causing Harry to laugh again at her expense. She was so easy to rile up. He did in fact open the big package, only to find 3 separate books. The first appeared to be some form of journal, likely one of Flamel's own. He opened it briefly and looked through it to confirm. I appreciate the gesture, though I have a feeling Ron would enjoy this more, Harry commented as he set it aside and moved on to the next one. This one was another notebook, though when he opened it, it didn't appear to be in the same handwriting. This handwriting seemed neater and more put together in what he would typically associate with a female. This book, however, made him smile. Now, this is much more up my alley. It's a book on rituals. It seems to be an in-depth look into things that I have been looking for when it comes to creating them. It even speaks on certain known effects of different items and times of the year. I can't wait to look into this more thoroughly. Do you recognize who wrote this, Albus? he asked as he handed the man the book. Albus took it with interest and looked it over. I believe this was written by Perenelle, Nicholas's wife. Albus replied easily as he handed the book back. Harry nodded as he looked back at it with some reverence. He could already imagine all the things he could do with this. Interesting. I assumed she was an alchemist as well. She is, though not of the same level as Nicholas. By most standards, she is considered a master, though it is not the subject she is most passionate about. Then again, Perenelle has always been something of a free spirit, and she has lived a long time. She has touched on many subjects because of it. I am unsurprised that she has experience in rituals. Did you mention my interest when you spoke with them last? I believe I mentioned it in passing, along with your interest in enchanting and illusions as well. Albus admitted. Harry nodded, understanding now why she believed he may like this. I'll have to be very careful. Rituals can be quite dangerous. Harry murmured the last part to himself. He would still invest time in learning about them. After much study with ancient runes, he concluded that a ritual combined with enchanting may help maximize his chances for success in his endeavor. Indeed. What about the last book? Albus asked him. Harry looked at the final book and frowned. The title was Curses and Hexes, 1,000 Years of War. Harry frowned at said title before flipping the book and showing it to Dumbledore. Ah, that is quite the rare book they have given you. I don't believe I have it myself, though I do know about it. Dumbledore mentioned as he eyed it. What's it about? The history? Not really. It goes into a bit, but its focus is on the most popular and dangerous curses used from the year 512 AD to 1557 AD. A period of on-again, off-again wars all over the magical world. That book has a huge culmination of many of the spells used during that period. That book will likely help expand your repertoire when it comes to combat more than any other, Albus advised seriously. Harry looked at it, then looked at it from the side so he could see the pages. It's very thick, and the pages are rather thin for parchment. It must be quite the long read. I'll treat it carefully as I do with all my books. Harry told him reassuringly. I trust you will. Well, I thank you both for your gifts, and for coming over today. This has certainly been one of my most happy and peaceful Christmases yet, Harry admitted as he smiled at them as genuinely as he could. The boy smiled back at him. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, indeed. Chapter 17. January 25th, 1992. Harry stared at the floor of the clubroom where a circular symbol had been drawn with chalk. On top of the circular was a 7-pointed star. With that, there were symbols also written all over the spaces of the two symbols, truly selling the look of some satanic-looking ritual drawing. At each corner of the star was the heart of a pixie. Though that also sounded rather dark, they were commonly used in potion ingredients, so acquiring was both very legal and extremely cheap. Harry, is this a good idea? Hermione asked from off to the side of the room, where she stood with both Neville and Ron. Define good idea, please? Harry asked absent-mindedly as he flipped through his journal to double-check everything. An idea that does not pose a threat to the person executing it or anyone else. Hermione shot back almost instantly. Then, probably? If all this goes to plan, then there should be no issues. Harry, I hate to have to be the voice of reason, but rituals are notoriously finicky and tend to never work as designed. Neville pointed out, looking slightly concerned. Harry nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. Very true. That's why I'm using the runes to help better define the ritual's limits. I'm hoping with the additions I have added, even if something goes wrong, the unintended consequences will be negligible. Harry muttered just loud enough for his friends to hear him. Harry was actually rather confident about this. He had been studying Perenelle's journal intensely for the last month, both while he was awake and when he was asleep. He had read and reread it multiple times. He could see why rituals went wrong so often. They were almost similar to potions, but less defined. Like if someone told you about a food you had never seen before, and then you tried to recreate it perfectly just from that description without even being told the ingredients inside. You had an idea of what the end result should be, but there were factors you didn't even know about. To help with this, Harry had combined the use of runes with the rituals. Runes were almost like the opposite of a ritual since they worked almost like a mathematical formula. If you messed up, it simply meant you missed something within the formula, but it all made sense, and it was much easier to figure out what it was you did incorrectly. He was hoping by combining the two, he could add some stability into the ritual to better increase the chance of what he wanted to achieve. He had spoken with Albus about it, and the man said it was at least worth a shot. He did, however, make sure to place extra protections around the clubroom to make sure that if something did happen, the rest of the school would not be affected. Actually, as soon as the ritual started, Harry and his friends were supposed to leave the room until its completion. All right, I think I have it all down. Now it's time to get this started. All of you should leave, Harry told them. Ron left immediately, not looking too concerned, while Hermione and Neville seemed to do so more reluctantly. That being said, none of them argued, and soon they were all outside of the room. Harry watched them before looking at the symbol on the floor. He went to his desk and picked up a small box covered by a cloth. He pulled the cloth off to reveal a small cage with a brown rat in the middle. He looked at the rat that Dumbledore had given to him for this test. Unfortunately, this ritual was meant for living beings, so there was no way getting around the risk to a creature. As a small mercy, they had altered the rat so it wouldn't feel pain in case something went wrong, and it didn't make it. He sent a small prayer before putting the cage in the middle of the two symbols and stepping back. Most rituals were broken up into separate parts that required the creator to be present the entire time it was happening. Hopefully, the runes would make that unnecessary as they guided the ritual into its different stages without the need of a person. Harry took a deep breath and raised his wand. Inceptio he cast over the ritual. There was no visual light that came out of the wand, but Harry could feel the difference in the room as he felt the magic seep into the ritual and begin to move. With that confirmation, he immediately turned around and left the room to join his friends. He stepped out the door and closed it behind him as he breathed a sigh of relief. Well? Ron asked. It didn't immediately blow up in my face, was all he said in response. That's as good a sign as any. Neville grumbled. How long do we need to wait out here? Hermione asked. Well, the ritual should only take a couple minutes to complete, so I say 5 minutes. Harry said back. I wonder, well, if it isn't Lord Scarhead himself. Draco said, coming up flanked by Crabbe and Goyle as usual, looking at Harry and his friends with a superior sneer on his face. Harry leaned up against the door, which they couldn't see, and crossed his arms as he gave the platinum blonde a bored look. Draco, he greeted, maintaining his aura of boredom. Hermione immediately tensed up as the three approached, and Neville and Ron were openly glaring at the three. What are you doing out here, Potter? Done with hiding every chance you get from the rest of the school? Draco mocked, looking at him. Harry just rose an eyebrow at that. Did the school think he was constantly hiding from all of them? Not really surprising considering how little he interacted with others even in his own house. He also spent almost all of his time in the clubroom when he was outside of class, and it was guarded heavily with injure wards, especially recently. Just hanging around with my friends. What about you? Rather strange to see you coming down an empty corridor at this time, Harry commented as he looked between the three boys. Draco glared at him. We're going to a class for your information. Not that you would know anything about that. Everyone knows you complained to Dumbledore to get out of Professor Snape's class. Draco sneered once more. Harry shrugged. He sort of did that, even if it wasn't exactly what happened. The man shouldn't have tried to attack me if he wanted me to attend his class. Well, you wouldn't want to be late for your class. You best be on your way. He pushed, trying to get the boy to take the hint. Draco frowned at that. This isn't over, Potter. What isn't over? He asked back, confused. This argument. What argument? We didn't argue over anything, Harry said back, giving the boy a queer look. Draco started to fumble over his words, looking confused, and seemed to be mentally going over their conversation in his head. Just get lost, Malfoy. In case you haven't figured it out, we're not in the mood to deal with you. Ron finally snapped. Harry let out a sigh of annoyance at his friend. And they were so close to resolving this peacefully. What did you say, you little weasel? Draco demanded, drawing his wand and pointing it at Ron. Harry rolled his eyes. Draco, Harry called out, getting the boy's attention. Immediately he looked him in the eye and cast Mirantaz on the boy. He knew he didn't have mental shields, so there was no issue with the more basic form being used. Immediately, Draco went silent and his face went slack. Both Crab and Goyle, who had been looking to get ready to fight, looked at their leader in confusion. Harry then cast the same illusion on them as well, and suddenly they seemed to become slack like Draco. A moment later, and all three of them started to run away down the hall looking upset and yelling that they would get even. Neville, Ron, and Hermione just looked extremely confused. What just happened? Neville asked. I cast an illusion on all three of them. As far as they are concerned, we just drew our wands, cast some spells on them, and they had to run away. In reality, none of that happened though, which means if a professor questions us, we can truthfully say we did nothing. Harry admitted. Harry had briefly spoken to them about his illusions after the troll incident, and it had only been brought up once since then, mainly because Harry told them he didn't wish to speak about it. He didn't want to have his abilities to get out. Your illusions sound very useful. I've been thinking about them a lot. I didn't see you even use your wand, Hermione observed. Harry winced at that. They definitely didn't know he could use spells without a verbal component or a wand. Yes, well, I don't need to cast illusions the same way I cast normal spells. I don't have to speak or use a wand if I don't want to, though there are advantages in doing so. I can make them stronger and cast them quicker with a wand. Harry answered easily. He supposed they deserved to know some of his true skills. After the months he had known them, he trusted them to keep it secret. Wandless and wordless. That's extremely advanced, Harry. Wordless isn't even taught until 6th year. How did you manage it? Hermione questioned, trying to keep her voice down besides how excited she was by his words. Harry sighed. All right, look. I can tell you guys, but you cannot tell this to anyone. The only others who know are Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall. No one else may know. Don't talk about it around others unless you're sure you're alone or have means to prevent others from listening. Harry told them seriously. All three of them nodded as they leaned in. So, I've been able to perform magic since I was 8. Harry finally admitted. All three of his friends gasped at that. Wait, so Professor Dumbledore actually did give you some training before you came to Hogwarts? Isn't that illegal? Hermione asked. It can be depending on what exactly he taught him. Though it is Dumbledore, he could probably get some sort of exception made. Neville explained. Dumbledore never taught me before Hogwarts, at least not directly. I didn't even meet him until nearly a year ago. I had run away from my relatives due to certain circumstances, and he came to find me. Harry corrected. Wait, you didn't always live at Potter Manor? Neville asked. No, I moved there only after Dumbledore found me due to my relatives no longer being a viable place to live. He allows me to live on my own for the most part, though he or Professor McGonagall will come to check on me or give me supplies once a week. Whoa, your family must have been terrible. Ron finally chimed in, looking surprised. They were terrible people. There's no other way to put it. Harry said back easily. He was over the Dursleys at this point, and he would not allow their memory to hold any weight on his conscience. So wait, if Dumbledore didn't teach you magic, who did? Hermione finally asked. Harry frowned at the question as he looked up in thought. He wasn't yet comfortable with telling them about Ciri. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not yet comfortable disclosing everything. I can say I was given advice about it by someone and sort of just figured it out from there. The first subject for my study was illusions, which I am now extremely proficient at. Illusions as a sole focus has all but completely died out in the magical world. Most illusionary effects are tied in with other spells, usually as some form of protection. I have created injure illusion spells ranging in purpose and strength. Harry explained. Hermione looked extremely interested as he spoke, while Neville and Ron looked like they were just trying to keep up. That's insanely impressive. Can you teach it to others? Hermione asked. Well, theoretically, I suppose. I have spell words and everything, and no wand movement are necessary for the spells, so it shouldn't be too hard. That being said, I created the spells myself, so I have no actual idea how they would work for others. But if you guys are interested, I guess I could try. Harry told them slowly as he considered it. I'd love to see if you can. Can you tell me which spell you used on Draco? Hermione asked. Yeah, it sounds dead useful since he just ran away. I'd love to try it out too, Ron said, seemingly excited. Neville nodded in agreement with Ron. That was a spell called Mirantaz. It's a complex illusion spell placed directly on a target that places them in illusionary environment that only they see and experience. In Draco's case, I made an illusion where he thought we fought him and he lost, so when he exited the illusion he would run away. It's the simplest and base spell of my Mirantaz line. Harry explained. Wow. How long does it last? Hermione pressed. At this point, I can keep it going indefinitely if I want. Though I don't usually bother. You mentioned it was a complex illusion. Does that mean there are simple ones? Neville asked. Harry frowned at that. Not simple, but there are two types of illusions. There's static illusions, which I guess could be considered simple. And then there's complex. Static is a simple illusion you place on an environment usually that really only affects one sense. The sense is usually sight and the illusion doesn't change much. The most complicated you can have it is where the illusion goes through sort of a predetermined change over time, but that's really it. Complex illusions are placed on a target and can alter almost all of the senses either individually or all together. Wait, it can alter all senses? Yes, complex illusions target the mind, which is in charge of processing the input of all the body senses. I basically trick the brain to think those inputs are going off in accordance with the illusion. Harry explained. Amazing. Sounds extremely powerful. I wonder how it interacts with those who know occlumency. Neville pondered. I use a more powerful variant for those with occlumency shields, which is URU Mirantaz. It can get past the average shielded mind, but more advanced users or even masters have a higher chance to break through it. I practice occlumency myself. Harry replied to Neville's question. They can even get past a protection. They must really be powerful. Neville commented, looking shocked. Well, yes and no. The effect is the same with either spell, one just takes more power to get around the shield. I figured a way to partially get around mental barriers. That being said, it takes longer, which makes it hard to utilize in battle. I stick with most of the basics. Even if they can be seen through and broken, it still takes a moment for the user to throw off the attempt, meaning I can use that to create openings. Static illusions actually work rather well in such cases because they're not cast directly on a person. They can't be shaken off then, they have to be dispelled by interacting with them. Harry further explained. That's what you did with the troll. All those different versions of you were just a static illusion. That's why they continued around and didn't react to what the troll was doing. They were just doing predetermined actions on repeat. Hermione announced, looking quite pleased with her deduction. 10 points to Ravenclaw, Ms. Granger. Harry said with a smile. What's your most powerful illusion? Ron asked with excitement. Well, that depends. So, for illusions, I have custom-made illusions that I haven't made into spells, and then I have the ones I have done so with, which I use more commonly. The most powerful illusion I have ever made was a custom-made one, though I can't go into the details for security reasons. My most powerful illusion spell is URU Priasmina, which I just actually finished last week. It traps whoever is caught in it in an inescapable prison of the caster's choice. It then uses the own person's magic to keep the illusion fueled, making it self-sustaining as long as the target is alive. Harry explained. Hermione's jaw dropped. Ron's eyes lit up in shock, and Neville looked even more impressed. How did you manage that? That part where one's own magic is used against them? Neville asked. Actually, I got the idea from a book I got this Christmas that is basically an encyclopedia of hexes and curses that have been used throughout history. It comes from what is present-day Germany when it was just a bunch of separate states. The original curse kills the target by tricking the target into thinking their body is a harmful foreign entity, causing their magic to kill it like a virus. It's been banned for like 200 or so years. Harry mentioned, thinking back to said spell. It wasn't even the darkest spell he encountered in said book. Wizards were messed up. That's awful. Hermione said with a scrunched-up face as if she just smelt something bad. Agreed, still. I asked Dumbledore on how I could mimic the magic turning on the user ability and that alone, and he gave me the rundown of the mechanics of it and then even offered to let me practice on him. He did? That's nice of him. Hermione said, sounding surprised. Well, it makes sense. Dumbledore is widely considered the most powerful wizard on the planet as well as a master at occlumency. If anyone could handle the spell, it would be him. Could it keep him under Harry? Neville asked. For a bit, yes. It took him around 30 minutes to break out from it, though. Dumbledore said it felt like it took longer for him. I believe that time works differently in the prison than it does when one is fully conscious. Harry mentioned. Man, being able to have Dumbledore fully at your mercy for 30 minutes. I bet the Dark Lord would kill for that ability. True, still, it takes almost 2 minutes just to cast. Even with a wand, I can only have that time. It's not something that can be really used in combat at the moment. Of course, bad guys do seem to like to monologue, so maybe it can be. Harry smirked and then frowned as he thought back to his encounter with Quirrell/Voldemort. Does practicing help? Of course, the more I practice and get my magic used to shaping the spell out, the faster I can do it. I can cast Mirantas instantly at this point and most of its variants down in less than 30 seconds even without a wand. Have you made any other spells besides illusions? Ron asked. A few, yes, though illusions are my favorite to work with. I wish to be a master illusionist. Harry stated proudly. If no one else uses illusions anymore, how will you know when you reach master level? Hermione asked. Simple, master illusionists are rare, but an ability that distinguishes them is the capability of making an illusion so powerful that it actually supplants reality with the illusion. To some level, the illusion actually exists and is then part of reality, even if it is only its own. Harry explained. He still had a long way to go before he could do something like that, but he would manage it one day, he was sure of it. Being able to overwrite reality. Man, it sounds so powerful. Ron said, almost drooling. It is. I can't wait to be at that level. Illusions come rather easily to me, which is why it's the one subject I have been able to power through even without any source text or a teacher. Harry stated proudly. Darn Harry, you know it's okay to not be good at everything, right? Ron teased. I have a lot of things I want to accomplish, and it unfortunately requires me to branch out into injure subjects. If that weren't the case, I think I'd be more than fine settling on one. I still haven't even learned any healing magic. I planned to do that literally years ago. Oh, woe is you, Neville said with a roll of his eyes. Yeah. Well, it's definitely been more than 5 minutes. Guess we should go inside and hope for the best. Harry said as he looked at the door. Okay, you go first, Harry. Ron said, pushing him forward slightly. He fully turned around so he could look the boy dead in the eyes with a blank expression on his face. Ron just chuckled nervously in response to that. Harry rolled his eyes and turned back around. He took a deep breath before grabbing the door handle and pulling it open. He slowly entered the room and looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief when he immediately saw that there weren't any major changes to it. Well, everything looks all right. The magic has definitely died down, showing the ritual has been completed. Harry said, noticing the magic levels in the room had come back down to normal levels. He walked forward and over to the small cage in the middle of where the ritual had taken place. The room hasn't been completely destroyed. That means there's a 50% chance that the ritual did absolutely nothing. Neville said from behind him. Don't criticize my rituals, please. Harry shot back at him as he lifted the cage and looked inside. The rat was still moving and seemed to be alive. He looked down at the floor and noticed that the pixie hearts which had been placed at each corner of the star were gone. He hadn't considered they would disappear in the ritual. He just assumed they would be sucked dry of their remaining magic. He immediately started to his designated desk and pulled out his notebook. His first note was to make mention of the fact that the pixie hearts would be fully consumed by the ritual. It wasn't necessarily important, but every detail should be written down. The second note was the apparent lack of destruction from the ritual, which was probably the best news. There was no physical damage to the room, suggesting it wouldn't have been dangerous to a spectator, so that was good. The next thing to note was the rat itself. The brown creature looked visually the same, which was good. It didn't somehow miraculously grow extra body parts. It also didn't seem to be exhibiting any strange behavior compared to before the ritual. That was another good sign. So, what exactly were you trying to do with this? Can you tell us now? Hermione asked, coming up next to him. I was trying to figure out a way to make a rat gain a magical core. Harry mumbled absent-mindedly as he continued to observe the rat. What? I was trying to. Heard you. Why were you trying to do that? Curiosity. It theoretically should be possible, and I had an idea on how. That being said, I wasn't sure why it hadn't been figured out yet. Though part of that might be the lack of magical sensitivity in this day and age. I wanted to confirm it though. Harry said, not taking a break for a moment as he continued taking notes on the condition of the rat, as well as the conditions of the two symbols as well as the runes on the floor. I see. Well, what's the diagnosis? Hermione asked curiously. A partial success from what I can tell, which can be considered a great advancement towards my goal. First, I can conclude that the usage of runes as a stabilizing agent in the ritual worked as it should, which tells me I should try to incorporate them more. Second, as of this moment, the rat does indeed have a magical core. Unfortunately, it isn't stable and is shrinking away slowly. Why? I'm assuming because the rat is not generating its own magic to fill the core, so as the magic placed inside the core from the ritual slowly dwindles away, the core slowly recedes back to its normal size. Harry theorized. That's just what he thought was happening from his observation. Could be some other reason, though he thought it unlikely. That doesn't sound like a success. Hermione pointed out. It is. It confirms I can indeed make a magical core, I just need to find a way to stabilize it. After that, if I can do something similar to the body, I can literally make artificial magical beings, including perhaps humans. Harry told her, finally looking over. Are you serious? Neville asked, looking like he had just been slapped in the face. Indeed. The soul portion is the hard part. I assume the body will be much easier to accomplish. I actually have an idea to keep the magical core stable already. If I can place empowering runes on the subject before the ritual takes place, it should suck in the ambient magic in the air with no issue and use it to supplement the lack of magic the person is creating. With enough time, the soul should adjust and naturally begin to produce an amount matching to that of the magic being taken in. Harry explained. That sounds insane. You always seem to be thinking on a different level, but I have to ask. Wouldn't it have been easier to work on the body first? I would assume the soul is harder to interact with than the magic in the body if you're to be believed. True, but as I said, I am less concerned with the body. If you can filter enough magic through the body for long enough, it should just naturally adjust to handling having larger amounts of magic flowing through it. Harry finished explaining just as he finished adding the last of his notes to his journal. So, how long will it take you to complete this then? A few days. Hermione asked. No, probably another month at least, just to figure out how to stabilize the core. Huh? But I thought you said you already know how to do it. Ron pointed out as he looked over and reached his fingers in to touch the rat out of curiosity. I know the basics of how to do it. I still need to find the right runes, the right way to organize them into an array, the right way to incorporate them into the already made ritual. What changes I'll need to make to the ritual to go with the runic changes, etc. The point is, with rituals and runes, there's not really such thing as a small change. I basically am going to have to restructure the entire runic ritual just to make it happen. Runic ritual? Did you just make that up? Neville asked with a smirk. Yeah. Did you like it? Harry asked, smiling back. Not bad. Simple, descriptive, and rolls off the tongue. Neville listed with a shrug. Then there you go. This seems really impressive. You make it look so simple, Harry. I just don't understand it. Hermione said with a shake of her head as she looked over the notes he had made. It's kind of unfair to put it that way. I mean, I'm standing on the shoulders of others who also had great minds and years to experiment. In doing so, I save a lot of time that would normally be required just to experiment on what factors affect things in which ways. In essence, I just got really lucky, he explained. There was also the fact that he had already spent literally hundreds of hours working on this project merely because he worked close to 6 hours a day on it, then an additional 8 hours a night in his mindscape for the last 3 weeks. He almost had 300 hours of just planning this one ritual out. The execution was the easiest part. Can I study your notes? Of course. This is a research club after all. There's no way I wouldn't encourage you learn and experiment yourself. In truth, I am surprised you haven't already. Even Ron believes he's about to attempt to try his first experiment with alchemy. At his words, both Neville and Hermione turned to Ron with a look of surprise. The boy looked bashful at the sudden attention he was receiving. Yeah, well, I think I got the basics mostly done. Your tutoring in arithmancy has really helped me out. Never thought I'd be decent at a subject like that. Ron chuckled. Man, if even Ron can do something, I guess I should figure something out myself. Neville said with a chuckle, causing Ron to slug his fellow Gryffindor in the arm playfully. Did you have anything in mind? Harry asked curiously. Ever since they returned to school, Neville had literally improved by leaps and bounds in work. His best subjects were now Transfiguration, Herbology, and Defense against the Dark Arts, which was now taught by a rotation of teachers including Professor Dumbledore. It would remain so for the rest of year from what Dumbledore told him. Either way, the point was that Neville had been doing amazing with his new wand and the boy's confidence had shot up. People didn't treat him like he was useless anymore, and the boy had already seemed to be feeling better about himself. I was thinking about doing some stuff with herbology, maybe see if I can make new strains of different kind of plants. Would that be okay? Neville asked. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, in relation to this room. It might take up a lot of space. Well, it shouldn't be an issue. If we start running out of space, I can always get Professor Dumbledore to expand the room once again. Harry told him. I kinda want to place a greenhouse in here if possible. Neville said as he looked over to his corner of the room, which was actually near some windows. That shouldn't be hard. You can probably get Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore to transfigure it for you. Won't it not last then? Hermione asked. Not forever, but you don't need it to, you just need it to last throughout the year and that's it. They can probably accomplish that. Harry explained. True, I suppose that just leaves me. Hermione didn't seem pleased. Indeed, I think I want to try and become a charms mistress, but I want to have a solid base in arithmancy before I start trying. Hermione told him. Aren't you at a 5th-year level? Ron pointed out. Yes, but Harry is already almost done with the 7th-year material and he still sometimes has trouble using it for developmental purposes. That's true. Though that's because arithmancy really only gives you theoretical workings that sometimes don't work when you put it into practice. Right, so I want to be sure I have my foundations as solid as possible before I start. There's nothing wrong with that. You're absolutely right, Hermione. We're not trying to push you when you're not ready, we were just curious is all. I appreciate you taking an interest in my development. Still, I think for this first year I don't have plans for development. I think I'll start next year though. She seemed to say the last part to herself as if she were tasting how the idea sounded now that it was out in the open. A good idea, I think. That is my one complaint with my work. It does always feel like I am rushing towards one goal or another. I always seem to have something I need to do for one reason or another. It sometimes feels like I have no breathing room. You know? I can imagine. It feels like ever since I've met you, you've been jumping between one topic or another. You never just chill and hang out with us. Heck, even Hermione has played a few chess games with Ron to wind down. Neville said to him. I relax occasionally to make sure I don't go insane or anything, but, like I've said, I have things I want to accomplish. I get that, but you have your whole life to accomplish them. You don't need to do so before we've even left school, you know. Neville pushed. Harry shrugged but said nothing. Most of the things he did had to do with Ciri, and doing his best to make sure he could help her as soon as possible was pretty high up on his to-do list. Waiting for later in life just wasn't an option. He needed to complete his goals as soon as possible. Well, I think we can call today's ritual a success. What else should we do today? Ron asked. I suppose we can get started on that charms homework. Neville answered. I finished it already. Hermione said. I'm a little more than halfway done with it myself. Harry answered as well. Neville and Ron just looked at the two of them before looking at each other. Ravenclaws, they're bloody mental. It's not hard to write a short essay on a charm. Just throw in some of its history, some of its uses, and talk about how to properly perform it. Simple as that. I wouldn't put it quite like that, but Harry is essentially right. Stop talking. You're both ridiculous. Ridiculous, I say. Chapter 18, February 27th, 1992. Fascinating. Did you ever doubt me? I can't say I did, though your progress has been astounding. It took me more than 800 hours just to perfect it. I'd hope it would work at this point, Harry said. He was currently sitting in Dumbledore's office while the man observed the rat in a cage that Harry had placed on his desk. The man had been observing it for minutes at this point before he had spoken. Harry sat across from the man as he usually did. sucking on a piece of lemon candy. You truly are quite blessed to be able to utilize the time the human body sleeps to continue to work. Though, I bet young Cirilla hasn't been happy with all the work you have been putting in on your project. She's taken it well and supported me actually. She tends to use our mindscape to practice her fighting technique, relax, or read. I think I am close to figuring out how to allow sleep in the mindscape for her as well, through the use of illusions of course. Well, I'm glad to hear it hasn't put any unnecessary strain on your relationship. The next question is what you plan to do with this ritual. Well, the next step is a human trial. I have confidence that it should go off without a hitch, but I thought I'd discuss it with you first. What do you think? Harry asked. Dumbledore frowned. You intend to use a mundane? He asked. Actually, I was thinking about using a squib since they should be easier. You only have to alter the body for them and you don't even need the full ritual for that. Will the ritual work if you only do part of it? Yes, with the runes added, it creates certain barriers throughout the ritual stopping certain effects in one part from bleeding into the next. It essentially means that the ritual in its completed form is two rituals combined to make one larger one. Runes? Truly ingenious to use them as a stabilization and guiding factor. I must confess, I never thought of that myself. Something even the great Albus Dumbledore never thought of. Now that is a true accomplishment if I ever heard of one. Harry replied with a smile. Dumbledore smiled back at that comment. Yes, well, I am not perfect no matter how many people say otherwise. Too true. Anyway, what do you think about the human trial part? He asked. Dumbledore frowned in thought at that. Well, I suppose I can reach out to some people and see if they would be willing. Though I would prefer if you looked in performing this on other creatures as well to make sure the results do not differ. Dumbledore told him. Harry nodded at that. He was confident it would be fine. Good. It may take a while though, so feel free to continue on with your other studies and experiments. Do you plan to release the knowledge of this ritual? A ritual that can make artificial magical people? No, I don't think I will be. As soon as I get home, I will be adding it my family grimoire. I was going to advise that myself. I am glad to see you are thinking about the possible repercussions of what your knowledge may one day accomplish. So what is next for you then? Besides the capabilities, the true success of this experiment was the proof of concept for my runic rituals idea. With that, I am going to continue forward. Because of the way rituals change with any added part or change, I will basically have to remake and recreate any ritual I wish to make. That being said, I have a lot of ideas. In conclusion, though it is still far enough, this a big step to my end goal. Harry told his guardian happily. I'm glad to hear it. Well, how are your classes going? Dumbledore asked. Great. I'm glad that defense against the dark arts is actually teaching us things now. A nice change, even if it means I am occasionally taught by Professor Snape again. Harry said with a frown, thinking back to the unpleasant man. I trust he has given you no trouble. He doesn't even look at me. I think he is pretending I just don't exist. Harry answered with a shrug. That worked perfectly for him. Harry hadn't necessarily forgiven the man for his actions at the beginning of the year, and always made sure to keep his guard up around him. I suppose that's fine. What about your other classes? All good, I think. I finished my potions work for the year and I did it 2 months early, so that is nice. Harry said with a smile. Yes, I saw. Professor Snape said he would be giving you and exceeds expectations for the year. Most impressive for being self-taught. Potions is similar to cooking, so it's not too hard. I'm sure if I cared a little more about the subject I could get an outstanding, but... Yes, I'm sure you have other things you wish to focus on. How is your transfiguration going? Dumbledore asked with visible interest. That was Dumbledore's specialty, so he could see why the man would be interested. Well, I finally was able to achieve making a living creature that there was nothing wrong with. It took a little longer, with almost all my focus the last 2 months being on my runic ritual. Minerva was right when she said the key was familiarizing myself with animals and their moving parts more intimately. I still need a lot of practice, but progress is progress. Very true. Especially with all the fields you are making progress in simultaneously. I have said it before, I shall say it again. I firmly believe you will be the greatest wizard of this age, even surpassing myself. Man, I don't really care about that. You know that. I do, but whether you intend it or not, it is the truth. Keep growing, Harry. I can't wait to see how you end up in the future. Glad you're interested. Well, I guess I can go. You can keep the rat. I don't really need it anymore. As you wish. Perhaps I shall feed it to Fox. Do what you want. Oh, Neville wanted me to thank you for him for the greenhouse you put in the clubroom. He's already put some plants in it. Harry told his headmaster as he stood up and got ready to leave. You can tell Mr. Longbottom that he is very welcome. I am glad I could be of help to him. Dumbledore responded with a smile. All right, I shall see you later, Dumbledore. Thanks for meeting with me. Anytime, my boy, anytime. Dumbledore called after him as he walked out of the man's office to go and get back to his clubroom. 2 hours later, Harry sat currently tied up in his shared clubroom to a chair as Neville, Hermione, and Ron were all glaring down at him, and he simply stared back at them with some confusion present in his eyes. He wasn't really sure what was happening. He had entered the room, approached his desk, and next thing he knew, his friends were pushing him into a chair and using a rope to tie him up. He hadn't been too upset. Clearly hurting him wasn't their goal. Rather, he got the feeling he had done something to upset them. May I ask what the reason for you doing this is? Harry asked finally. It was Hermione's idea, me and Nev just agreed to it. Ron said quickly. Hermione gave the redhead a glare before turning back to Harry. To be clear, while it may have been her idea, we all agreed to it because we believed her to be right in suggesting we do this. Neville said before Hermione could do anything to their friend. That's true, though only because we didn't really see a way around it. Ron pointed out. Can someone please explain to me what is going on? I can't seem to puzzle it out myself. Harry politely asked, causing the attention of the other 3 occupants to return to him. Neville looked bored actually, while Ron just looked to Hermione for her to take over. Hermione just looked conflicted. Harry, tell me, what has been your sole focus for the last 2 months almost entirely until this day? Hermione asked him. Harry looked at her for a moment before answering. My runic ritual? Correct. You've been working on it almost every free waking hour you have had for the last 2 months. That includes weekends. Am I correct? Hermione pushed. Harry looked at her and tilted his head at the observation. Yes, he said, still not truly understanding her point. Harry, how should I put this? I am glad to see that you are so driven towards your goals, but you need to understand that there are limits, and I believe you are pushing yours. What were you planning to do if we hadn't tied you up? She asked him. At this, Harry could see where this was going. I was going to go to my desk and continue to my next experiment. Look, Hermione, I appreciate the concern, but I'm honestly fine. Promise. The work is intense, but it's not overwhelming. Harry tried. In truth, he had been a little tired recently, but she didn't understand. He hadn't been missing sleep or meals, as he'd done the one time he had gone too far. Being tired didn't mean he was incapable, after all. Harry, being able to push through continuously is an amiable trait, but you have to also admit it's not the most efficient. The body and mind need proper rest, and you need to do so between your projects. I can tell you won't do so yourself, so as your friends, we shall do so for you. For the next week minimum, you may not work on any personal projects. Hermione told him sternly. Harry blinked at that. A week was a rather long time. What do you expect me to do for a week? Harry asked her with some annoyance leaking into his voice, even though he tried to remain calm and civil. It sounded like his friends were just doing what they thought was best for him, even if he didn't exactly agree with their assessment. Though Hermione's comment about efficiency did bring up a memory of Dumbledore making a similar comment in his initial breakdown. Perhaps there was some truth to what his fellow Ravenclaw was saying, and he was just unable to see it. Relax, hopefully. You need to let your mind rest. If you wish, you may aid others with their work, minorly. But that is all. And we're not allowing you to leave until you agree, right? She said, looking at Neville and Ron. Ron just shrugged, while Neville actually nodded and looked rather serious. That was the problem right there. Neville was a great friend, maybe too great in this case. If he believed Harry was doing something to harm himself, there was no way he wouldn't push to get him to stop. The boy had become rather assertive recently. There you see? So what'll it be? Hermione asked, looking back at him now that she had made sure she was supported by the others. Harry looked at the others and considered that offer. No work for a week. It likely wouldn't be as bad as he thought. Perhaps he was just addicted to his work? It's also not like he wouldn't maybe be interested in giving a hand to his friends. Ron especially would perhaps be nice to give a hand too. He had chosen not to focus on alchemy given the fact that he didn't really see it being a help to him in accomplishing his goals. At most, it would aid him in gaining rare materials that could aid his projects, but there weren't many things he couldn't get his hands on or simply replace with something easier to get a hold of. Very well. I suppose I will agree to this. Just to be clear, I will only allow this for major projects and only upon completion or any project that takes me 2 months or longer. I will not say anything about the week time period. That may change to more or less based on an agreed amount between us for each case. Agreed? Harry said back to them after listing his own terms. After some deliberation, he decided he could last a week. Maybe he could even treat it like some sort of vacation. Besides, perhaps the time would be good for him by better figuring out his next steps on his projects. He couldn't do major projects, but he could do some training with his extra time. Well, I guess that's fair. I thought you would be mad. Well, mad wouldn't be the word I would use. I was initially upset by being forced into something, but I can understand the worry. In truth, I have had an incident in the past where I overworked myself and it had a physical and mental toll on my health and I had to get medical attention. With that in mind, I guess I'm happy my friends are looking out for me, even if it sort of gets in the way of my work. Although, I would like to say that I wasn't going to be doing anything mentally strenuous today, just some simple planning for my next focus. Harry told them as Ron and Neville came over and started to untie him. As soon as the rope fell away, he rubbed his arms where the rope had been held tightly around. Not enough to injure, but slightly below comfort level. He then stood up and gave them a few experimental waves to make sure his circulation was as it should be. You already know what you want to do next? Yes. I wish to experiment in making a healing ritual next to aid with my lack of healing magic. Why don't you just learn the spells? They're much easier, I am sure. Well, from what I have read, they are and they aren't. Spells are easier to make and cast, but for complicated things they're too specific. What do you mean? From what I understand, a lot of the time when dark magic is used to injure a wizard, the counter curse is needed to heal it. With that in mind, I suppose healing is the wrong word. The correct term would be closer to purification. This would counter any dark magic in the body instead of just one very specific type. That would actually be amazing if you can pull it off. It has been attempted before in the past and there has even been some success. I've even seen another purifying ritual before and will likely use it to better understand and then make a better version. I've heard of purifying rituals before. Among ritual types, they're supposed to be one of the rarest. Where did you find one? Neville asked with some confusion. Harry was about to answer before pausing. I don't think I should say. I think the person I learned of it from would be happy about me using their name with others. They like to keep a low profile and I should respect that. Harry told them. Ah! So many secrets with you, Harry. Ron groaned. He smiled at the redhead. Apologies, though I would do the same for any of you as well, so it's only fair. Either way, yes, I have an idea and an example where to start with. That'll help somewhat, but I expect it'll take even more work to create this than my first ritual. A lot more work. Harry admitted. Purifying was hard because of how many ways dark magic varied on how it interacted with a target's magic. Some acted like a poison in the body, some acted more like a parasite, etc. Luckily, he should be able to observe how the ritual dealt with the dark magic directly in a way many others couldn't, which should allow him somewhat of an advantage in creating this. Sounds very interesting. But you already agreed to at least 1 week and I won't let you go back on that. Hermione told him sternly. Harry rolled his eyes at his bushy-haired friend. I wouldn't expect anything less. Well, it looks like I am not doing anything for the rest of the day. Does anyone need help with their work? How about you, Ron? How are your experiments going? He asked. I am glad you asked, Harry. So far, any transmutation I have tried has completely destroyed the material and left nothing but ash. Ron said happily. Harry rose an eyebrow at the boy. Interesting. Do you know why? I actually do, yes. From what I know about alchemy, it usually means the base material I am using is too weak to hold the magic of the transmutation. So it destroys itself. Ron told him, well, what are you using as a base? And what are you trying to turn it into? Oh, I am just using some stones I found out by the lake. I am trying to turn them into crystals. Ron told him. Harry blinked at that. Why are you using those? Because they're free and there's like 1,000,000 of them. Ron told him as if what he asked was stupid, which maybe it was. He didn't know enough about alchemy to say. I can't argue with that, I suppose. So what's the solution? Harry asked. I need to alter the conversion equation to either use less magic or maybe find a way to bleed away the magic into something else. I don't know, I'll try a few things. You might be able to help me with the math though. Make sure it all looks like it checks out. Sure, that's fine. Nothing else today. Thanks, mate. Hours later. If you're this tired already, Harry, then maybe you need a break more than you thought. Hermione said to him as they sat together in the Ravenclaw common room. It was barely 7:30 in the evening and Harry had already said he was going to bed. Yes, well, I have to do something before going to bed. And no, not to do with any of my projects. Harry interrupted before Hermione could try and jump on him. She gave him a hard look as if she wasn't sure if she should believe him or not, but Harry just rolled his eyes at her. I'm fine. I'm about to go up though, and I just wanted to say, good night. Harry told her politely as he stood up. Hermione watched him get up with a careful, very well. Good night, Harry. I shall see you tomorrow. I shall wait here for you before breakfast as always. Thank you. All right, see you later then. Good night. With that, Harry walked away from his friend and made his way to the Ravenclaw boys' dorm. He thanked whatever higher power existed every day that he was allowed to have his own room. If he wasn't, he'd likely just sleep in his club room, and he had a feeling the other members wouldn't be too happy about that. He entered said room and immediately started to go through his final activities for the night, including changing clothes and brushing his teeth before heading back and laying in bed. With that, he closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. When he opened them again, he looked around to confirm he was indeed in his mindscape. He looked to both the sitting area as well as the arena and made sure that he had beaten Ciri here. He saw both areas empty, which is just as he hoped, and he immediately got to work. He would have 15 minutes to an hour at most before she arrived, and absolutely everything needed to be perfect. With that, he got to work on crafting an illusion on their shared mindscape. 45 minutes later. Harry, you have no idea the day Harry simply smiled at Ciri as he watched her form shimmer into existence in front of him and lock eyes with him. As soon as she did, she started to talk at him, as she almost always did, before stopping after a moment in a shocked silence that gave Harry a bit of pride and happiness. Instead of looking at him, Ciri had begun to look around their shared mindscape. The library shelves, sitting area, and training area were completely gone, as were the walls that confined them into one room. Instead, they now appeared to be outside. And they weren't just anywhere either. They appeared to be on the top of an extremely high mountain part of a beautiful snowy mountain range. The top of said mountain had a flattened area with a near 30-foot radius. Around the area were standing torches illuminating the area in a soft orange glow. If you went to the edge of the flat area, there was an immediate and steep drop going down said mountain for a terrifying, beautiful, and awe-inspiring view of the rest of the snowy mountain range on all sides. The sky above was completely clear and was a dark blue, as if to show the sun had only set recently. Despite this, there seemed to be almost billions of stars littered across the darkened skyline above them. To put the finishing touch on it all, the Milky Way streaked across the sky right above their heads in a tremendous view. Despite the height and the snow that was present on both the mountain they were on as well as the others around them, the air was still rather warm, though there seemed to be a soft cool breeze consistently flowing over the top of the mountain that was rather comfortable on the skin. Further contradicting the feeling of the temperature was the tiny sprinkles of pure white snow lazily drifting down from the sky above them. They seemed to dissolve the closer they got towards the ground, though this was to prevent the question on why it wasn't piling up around them. Besides the view, there was also a beautifully carved dining table on the middle of the flattened ground with two matching chairs on either end of it. On the table were two candles sitting on each side of the table next to a plate and eating utensils along with a wine glass. Between the ends of the table was an entire banquet of food from a stuffed pig to a turkey. There were soups and sides with cheeses and fruits in abundance, looking as if they had been freshly picked or made. Overall, every detail provided before them showed an impossibly picturesque setting that was made to stun. Judging from the look on Ciri's face too, it was working too. His friend's jaw was dropped as she eyed everything from the table to the lights. From the lights, she moved on to the view both above and below them as she drank in everything her eyes could see. She slowly then looked up into the sky and stared directly at the galaxy seemingly splitting the heavens apart. As he watched her stunned form, Harry moved closer to her and eyed her clothes. It was a simple shirt and shorts which she had worn to bed. Usually he'd turn them into trousers as soon as he saw her because she felt more comfortable in them. This time, though, they would have to do something a little different. Harry waved his hand in front of him towards her while she was still distracted. Immediately, the clothes she was wearing were replaced. In their place was a silver strapless dress made from silk that had a light blue outline on it. It was much more similar to the dresses in his world than hers, so it was tighter and more form-fitting. He had chosen this for a reason though, and that was because it had slits going down the sides by her legs. If one looked close enough, they could see was actually wearing trousers under said dress in a white color to blend with her look. With her done, Harry changed his attention to himself and placed an illusion on himself. Immediately, his clothes were replaced and he wore a black-on-white suit with matching pants. The look, while high-class looking, was a little more casual as the jacket was left unbuttoned in the front, exposing the black vest he was wearing underneath. He had a green light blue bow tie of the same color as the outline of Ciri's dress. Harry must have done a rather good job of staying quiet, because Ciri didn't even notice their dress change, as she continued to look up at the sky with wonder. Harry couldn't help but smile as she continued to stare, feeling happy that she appreciated his creation. As much as I agree on its beauty, I am afraid I didn't set all this up so we could look at the sky all night, Harry said, cutting through her thoughts. Ciri seemed to jump a little as he dragged her back to reality. Her eyes came to his before almost immediately going down to his clothes. He watched her expression go to confused before they went down even further and looked at her own outfit, which caused even more confusion. Harry, wah, hhhh, Harry said as he came close and wrapped her in his arms as he gave her a tight hug. She hesitantly returned it, though it was clear she was still very confused. He rolled his eyes, though she couldn't see it, before deciding to take mercy on her. Happy birthday, Ciri, he said next to her ear before pulling away and giving her a smile. Ciri's face went from confusion to shocked in a second. He really was enjoying all the different expressions she was making in such a short period. It was almost amusing. Birthday? You remembered? Of course. How could I not? You reminded me of it once a month for the last 4 months. Harry teased as she blushed and looked away. Well, that's because you didn't remember it the last few years. That's because you hadn't told me when it was for me to know to celebrate it until this year. Harry shot back with a roll of his eyes. Ciri immediately whipped forward and slugged him in the arm, causing him to wince. You deserved that. Still, I would have never expected this. Feels almost real. Had I not known, I don't even think I'd be able to tell the difference. You even got the right feel for the air. Ciri marveled as she went back to looking around in amazement again. Yes, well, luckily, Albus had agreed with being my test subject to help me improve my illusions. He noticed the air sometimes felt off and I worked to correct that. He also aided me with some memories to create this place with, showing me some of the views he had seen in his lifetime for me to create this place. I'd ask what you think, but I think I can guess. It's beautiful, Ciri said immediately as she gave him a bright smile. He smiled back at that. It was always nice to hear it out loud when your work was appreciated. I'm glad you like it. I made it especially for you after all, he said as he looked around. Why? You didn't have to go this far, you know? It's my present to you. You did ask for one, Harry pointed out. Ciri glared. I was just joking around and you know it, she yelled in indignation. Harry smiled. He knew of course she hadn't actually expected him to get her anything, but he still wanted to. She was his best friend after all, and in terms of value, she mattered more than anything else to him. She deserved to have his best. I know you were, but I wanted to get you something. Forgive me, this is all I can manage at this point, but one day, I'll give you something real, something tangible. He promised her seriously. You don't have to go so far, it's amazing. Geez, this might be the best present I have ever been given. She told him as she looked at him, becoming less and less distracted by the sights around them. Well, I look forward to topping it next year. For now though, I have quite the night planned for us. So, I guess it would be best if we got started. He told her seriously. With that, he got down on one knee in front of her. He then reached out and grabbed her hand. She simply rose an eyebrow and stared at him in confusion once more. Cirilla Rhiannon, would you do me the honor of being my date to a dinner I am hosting this evening in your honor? He asked her seriously. She observed at him blankly for a moment before taking a deep sigh and rolling her eyes. Really? That might have been the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard you say. She told him in exasperation. He struggled to keep the smirk of his face and made sure to maintain his serious demeanor. Is that a yes? Fine, but only if you get up right now. This is embarrassing, she told him with a glare. Indeed, her cheeks did look slightly more red than usual. He would simply count that as another win in his book. With her confirmation, he dropped his serious appearance and let the smirk he had been holding back appear on his face. Thank you, my lady. I shall do my best to make sure you don't regret this. I already am. With that, Harry dragged her over to the table. He reached out and pulled her chair out and gestured for her to sit in it. She simply crossed her arms and gave him a deadpan look. Really? It's tradition. I want to do this right. He shot back. She rolled her eyes again before acquiescing to his demands and came over to sit in the chair. As soon as she did, he scooted her back into place before making his way back to his chair, which was across from her. Harry had wanted them to be able to talk comfortably, so he hadn't made the table too long. It was only around 6 feet long and 4 feet. He got into his own chair before scooting in and smiling across the table. So, how are we doing this? Can we just reach in and grab what we want, or would that break with your whole tradition thing? She asked sarcastically. He simply smiled. Just either call out or point to the food you want, and a portion will appear on your plate. Harry said as he gestured to the pig, the bread rolls, and some grapes, all of which appeared on his plate a moment later. And the drink? I actually had something I wished for you to try from my world. It's called butterbeer. If you don't like it though, just think of another drink and the glass will fill with it. Harry told her. She looked curiously at her wine glass that filled with a light brown liquid as soon as she touched it. He watched her bring it to her lips and sip it tentatively. Her eyes shot open at the taste. It's sweet, and it's bubbling in my mouth and throat, she exclaimed with excitement. Do you like it? He asked her. I think so. It's very different from anything else I have tasted, but I do think I like it. I just need to become more used to the strange sensation, she replied as she continued to take more sips. He nodded, happy that it hadn't tasted bad to her. With that out of the way, Ciri immediately began pointing and injure items of food and watching them appear on her plate. She completely filled it before she started to dig in. Harry simply watched for a moment. I gave you a fork for a reason, you know. The gods gave me hands for one too. I suppose I can't really argue with that. With that, Harry started eating as well, though at a much more sedated pace. The food was an absolute delight. Taste and smell were always the hardest senses for him to mimic. He could do it easily, but getting the various individual tastes and smells just right was a challenge. It was like he could make a decent version of it, usually enough to pass a test, but this was the difference between an outstanding and an acceptable. This is all so good. Why have you not made food like this before? To make food that tastes this good, you need to study it thoroughly. I had to eat all of these things times in the last 2 months. I had to then go in and review the memories each time I did to make sure they were ingrained. Tasting this though, it was worth it. I can't tell the difference between this and the real thing, Harry said as he looked at a piece of pork at the end of his fork. Well, we can just have this every night from now on. Am I going to get full? Yes, though at a slower rate than normal, Harry told her as he began chewing once more. With that, they went back on eating from all the food in front of them. Harry tried to only have a small amount of each thing so he would be able to try everything. When his plate got full of the remains of his food, He would toss it to the side where it would dissolve as it fell to the ground. Then he would keep going. So, how was your day besides this then? Harry asked. Great. Gerald allowed us to go easy on our training today and they made me a special dinner as well to celebrate. They all got me gifts. Really, what did you end up getting? Eskel got me a hunting dagger. Cohen gave me a citron ornate coin with my family's coat of arms on it. That was nice of them. What about the other one? Lambert? He snuck me a few sips of some mead for the first time. I think it was just because he forgot to actually get me something. But it was still amazing, Ciri told him. Harry rolled his eyes at the actions of that mine, though made no comment on an underage person having alcohol. What about Gerald? He gave me a wolf medallion like the ones they all wear. It was so cool. Here. I had it when I went to bed, but someone changed my clothes. Do you not like them? Well, I guess they're not terrible. At least I can still move in these. She replied, looking down at the dress she was wearing. I chose it specifically with you in mind. I know you once said you hated wearing the dresses. I figured these would hopefully be a little more tolerable to you. Well, it's certainly better than what I've had to wear up to this point. Though the top is a little, it's kind of obscene. It is? Well, I'm exposing literally everything above my chest, she exclaimed as she looked at him. Harry just looked at her in confusion. I mean, there's nothing above your chest to really be exposed, is there? Never mind. It's fine. The dress is very pretty and comfortable, and that's all that matters, she told him as she started to chug down some butterbeer. Her cheeks were clearly red again, though he didn't really understand it this time. He decided not to comment rather than accidentally say or think the wrong thing. With that, they drifted back into easier conversation topics as she finished telling him about her day up to this point. Hearing it, she sounded extremely happy. Harry had a small smile on his face as he watched her continue on. It wasn't so long ago that her entire home and the rest of her family had passed away. He remembered how desolate she looked in the aftermath. Even when she seemed to sort of get adopted by that other family, she hadn't been the same. Her road to real recovery had only started when Gerald had come to get her. He was still upset that he had been unable to help her, but he was glad that when she needed it, somebody was. Besides, one day he was sure he would be able to help her too, even if he had to tear open the barrier between worlds with his bare hands and hop through it. And then Eskel smacked Lambert on the back of the head with a big wooden spoon, and Cohen snorted so mead came out of his nose. It was so funny. Sounds like it. I'm happy you had a good time. Well, how was the meal? Considering how many plates you had, I assumed you enjoyed it? Very much. That was probably some of the best tasting food I have ever had. Well, we do have more advanced cooking techniques and a lot more spices that are available to you, at least I assume so, Harry told her as he set his own plate aside and simply took small sips of his drink. Ciri was miraculously still eating. Harry was getting to the point where he was getting impressed. Even with the slower rate she should be getting full at. Then again, she exercised quite a lot. She probably was used to taking in a lot of calories. I definitely wish I could eat food like this every day. So, how was your day? My friends tied me to a chair and wouldn't release me until I took a break from my projects. Then imposed rules on me for more future mandatory breaks. He answered nonchalantly, Good. You push yourself way too much as it is. Imagine if they knew that you were also doing work when you are in here every night. Ciri said back without missing a beat. Harry frowned at that dig. You use the arena to train almost every day too. He pointed out. Yeah, for a couple of hours. Then I do other things like rest or read. You just work, work, work. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times, it isn't healthy, Harry. Ciri told him. Harry sighed. Perhaps, but, as I said, I have now been ordered to take more breaks, so there you go. Besides, you know me, I just have so many things I want to accomplish. There's nothing wrong with that. I get the feeling you're still only pushing yourself this hard so we can meet faster. You don't want to meet? I do, but I also meet you every day here, and it feels as real as something can get. Overall, nothing will change even if you find a way. She told him seriously. Harry disagreed with that. The next time she got in trouble, he wouldn't have to sit helplessly twiddling his thumbs. He wanted to be able to reach out to her. Was all he said in return as he closed his eyes and took a longer sip of his drink. I know what that means. Means you're gonna keep doing stupid stuff, but you don't want me to yell at you for it, so you're not gonna comment. I guess that's the trade-off of spending half your life with someone. You can't really lie to them. Harry said with a roll of his eyes at her deduction. Darn right you can't. So don't bother trying. She told him seriously before going back to picking at her food. When she finally finished, she patted her belly in satisfaction before sinking into her chair. Harry loved the contrast of the beautiful mountain range behind her, the magical snow gently falling around her, and then the beautiful skyline. Then, right in the middle was Ciri, who was leaning back in her chair, grease stains all over her face and food ones on her dress while she rubbed her belly. It was a truly amusing sight. They sat in a comfortable silence for a moment as Ciri finally stopped playing with her stomach and looked across the table at him. For a while, they simply stared at each other. Finally, she scooted her chair back and stood up. All right, get me out of these clothes and into something comfortable, please, she said as she held her arms out. Harry rolled his eyes before waving his hand in the air. Immediately, the fancy clothes they were wearing dissolved and were replaced with the usual clothes they wore. She looked down at herself and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now get rid of this table and put a big bed there instead. I want to lay down and relax, she ordered. Harry immediately stood up, and as soon as he did, the chair he was under disappeared along with the one Ciri had been sitting in, as well as the table full of food. With that, he transfigured a big black bed that would be considered a king-sized in his world. Ciri immediately jumped onto it and started tossing and turning until she found the spot most comfortable to her. Harry was oddly reminded of a stretching cat as she did so. Once she settled down, he made his way over and took the spot next to her before laying down comfortably on the bed. So, as far as gifts go, how did I do? He asked her. You're up there. Did I at least beat Lambert? Ha 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 ha. Yes, I suppose you did. She laughed. He smiled at that as he continued to look up at the galaxy spanning light years above him. Hey Harry, what's up? He asked. Immediately, he felt something soft press into his cheek, causing him to freeze. He immediately felt his cheeks start to warm up as he felt the softness leave him. He turned his head so he could look at her. What was that for? Wanted to thank you for putting all this together. I really enjoyed this, she told him softly. Harry felt his blush deepen, and he was sure his cheeks were closing in on nuclear temperatures. Are you sure you should be kissing strange boys? I mean, you have technically started womanhood. Someone might get the wrong idea. Harry tried to tease to hide the embarrassment he was feeling. He couldn't quite place it, but Ciri's kiss made him feel strange. It was like a sudden tingle had begun in stomach and spreading. Meh, I'm sure it'll be all right. I have grown quite fond of this strange boy after all. Besides, I'm not exactly a princess anymore, which means I can kiss whoever I like. She joked back as she scooted closer to him and seemed to bury herself into his side. He lifted his arm so she could before setting it back down so it was around her. Ah, this is the life. Ciri sighed, signaling her feelings of content. Harry just nodded as he did his best to calm his heart, which had suddenly decided to beat as fast as it could. He prayed to whoever would listen that Ciri wouldn't be able to hear it. Apparently, she didn't, as they finally drifted off and simply laid together. That was how they spent the rest of their shared night. All throughout it, though, Harry couldn't help but think about his strange reactions he had to Ciri. He also couldn't stop himself on reminiscing about what she had looked like in her dining dress. She had been rather pretty, if he did say so himself. Next day, Harry sat up as he watched Professor Flitwick go through the wand motions on how to cancel the tickling charm he had just shown them. Harry looked blandly at the man as he did so. He wasn't the best at charms, but he was definitely ahead of the class and likely could be doing charms at a second-year level. Hermione had already mastered all the charms for the rest of the year and quite the amount for next year as well. He had watched her enough to see how the magic was performed to be able to partially mimic. Harry flinched as he was forcefully driven from his thoughts by a sharp pain in his head. It died down for a minute, causing him to look around. That hadn't felt like a headache. It felt like something had been squeezing on his mental shield from all directions. He frowned as he stood up, drawing the attention of his diminutive professor. Sorry, Professor, but I believe I need to go to the nurse, he told the man. Flitwick looked surprised at his words but nodded nonetheless. Of course, Mr. Potter. Do you need someone to take you? He asked. Harry stood at the affirmation. No, I think I'm... He froze as the pressure came on again suddenly. This time, it was amplified to the max, shattering his shields and tearing into his mind. He shut his eyes and opened his mouth to cry it out, but it never came out. All he could feel was pain before everything went black and there was nothing. Hours later, Harry woke up feeling like his whole body weighed a ton. He blinked a few times to try and get the sleep out of them as he slowly took in his surroundings. He was in the hospital wing, that much he could tell right away. As usual, it appeared empty. He looked to the side and saw that Hermione was sitting in a chair next to his bed and was asleep. She had probably been worried since she had been in the class with him before whatever happened to him happened. How are you feeling, my boy? Harry looked to his left and saw Albus sitting next to him. That was strange, he hadn't been there a second ago, he was sure of it. He must have had a strange look on his face because Albus seemed to take notice. A simple notice me not. We are also under a silencing charm so we don't wake dear Miss Granger. I thought you would prefer to speak privately first. Albus told him gently. Harry nodded at the man gratefully as he carefully sat up a little more. He felt lighter now that he had shaken the sleepy feeling off. There didn't seem to be anything physically wrong with him. What happened after I passed out? Harry asked, getting right into it. Well, you caused something of a panic in your class and then Professor Flitwick brought you immediately here. Young Mr. Weasley and Longbottom were here as well, though just went down to go and get some food. Ms. Granger has been here since the class period where you collapsed. Do you mind explaining to me what happened? Albus asked. Harry thought about that for a moment. I don't know entirely myself, but I do know some things. For one, something shattered my mental barriers. Harry started. Albus looked surprised at that before becoming deadly serious. Shattered, you say? You have decent shields to do so that quickly. Do you know who did it? Albus asked. Harry frowned as he thought back to the experience. He had already started looking back at his memories of the incident and going over them methodically, trying to pay attention to anything he might have missed. I don't believe it was anyone. Well, at least no one in this castle. The experience was strange, it wasn't like a normal attack. Can you elaborate? It wasn't like being attacked normally. It was more like, it was like a presence had descended over my mind. It then pushed down from everywhere and simply broke through with ease. It was unlike anything I ever felt before. Even with the practice you have done on me. Harry told his guardian. Albus didn't look happy to hear that. The old man frowned in thought. You said no one in this school. Were you then suggesting that the attack came from young Ciri's side? He asked. Harry nodded. I believe so, but I haven't confirmed yet. I can't reach her. Is that a concern? Yes. When we sleep, we simply go to the mindscape after all. Even outside of that, we can contact each other with thoughts alone. In this case, I cannot directly feel her presence, which means she has likely been rendered unconscious. It's not terribly uncommon given her training though. That being said, the shattering of our mental barriers should have likely caused her some pain as well. I can't do anything about it until she responds though. Harry admitted with worry clearly evident in his voice. Have faith. From what you have told me, young Ciri is a tough young woman. I am sure she will come out of this well. Now, what else can you possibly tell me? I don't know what the presence was, but its goal didn't seem to be to actually harm me or even Ciri. There's no issue in terms of memory, and they didn't even cause damage to either of our minds. Yet, whatever it was seemed more concerned with domination, which I am not sure is more or less worrying. Once it gained control, I passed out. Had I not tried to fight it though, I'm not sure if I would have felt the same level of pain. Harry theorized. Albus nodded at that. Would you give me permission to briefly enter your mind? I shall not look at anything. I just wish to make sure there is no damage or alteration you might have missed. Dumbledore asked, already drawing his wand. Harry steeled himself but nodded. Dumbledore silently cast the spell on him, and Harry immediately felt the man in his mind. It was a strange experience to have a stranger in his mind willingly. He felt his mind instinctively not like the foreign intrusion even if it was friendly. He had to stop himself from reacting in any way to Dumbledore. He briefly wondered why he never experienced such a feeling when he and Ciri first began meeting, or when he started crafting his mindscape. He didn't think on it long though, as he eventually felt Albus withdraw from his mind. I could find no issue, which lends credence to the idea that the presence you described wasn't there to outright harm or alter you in any way. But if it wished to dominate your mind, what was the point? You simply passed out after anyway. It didn't do anything before leaving? I can't answer that. I assume it was after Ciri, but I don't know, and I shall have to wait longer to find out. I can tell you after I see her, though, he told his guardian. Dumbledore nodded before going silent. Harry did the same as he continued to think on the experience. As he did so, he started to rebuild his mind shields back to their full strength. Well, I should probably leave you to it then. I have a feeling the rest of your friends will be rejoining you soon, and they deserve to have some time with you. Tomorrow is the weekend, so feel free to stay and rest if you believe you need it. Just make sure you don't leave until Madame Pomfrey clears you properly. Albus told him with a familiar, amused twinkle back in his eye. Harry rolled his eyes from the thought of the pushy but loving woman. Of course, I shall come visit you soon with an update, Harry told him. Dumbledore nodded before silently standing and walking away. As he left, Harry could feel the magic he had placed for silencing disperse from him, silently canceling as he left. Harry rolled his eyes at the display before once more looking over at Hermione. He had a feeling he was going to get an earful when she woke up. Chapter 19, February 28, 1992. Harry sat silently as he thought about yesterday's events. After Albus had left, he had been forced to speak to his friends when they had come back. Ron had woken up Hermione too, who had been nervous wreck about the whole thing. He hadn't managed to calm her down, especially because the biggest question they had was what had happened to him in the first place. Luckily, he hadn't said much because he didn't honestly know much. He had thought that had satisfied them, but it apparently hadn't. They had let him rest for the rest of the day, but now they were back in their club room, and they had just sat him down with serious expressions on their face. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what they wanted to ask about. Harry, Hermione started. Harry noticed that in serious matters like this, Neville and Ron seemed to default to having her be the leader and simply sitting on each side of her as some form of backup. Yes, he answered back. Look, we know there are things you aren't telling us about. There always have been, and it usually hasn't been a problem, but yesterday was just too much. I mean, you stood up and then suddenly looked like you were in immense pain before simply blacking out and falling over. That's not a common thing even in the magical world. And judging by your calm reaction, even if you don't know everything, you know some things. We're trying to be respectful to your right of privacy, but Harry, as your friends, we need to understand what is happening with you. Please know that you can trust us. Hermione pushed with her eyes watering. Ron nodded at her words, and Neville continued to simply stare at him seriously. Harry looked at them before closing his eyes in thought. Did he trust his friends? Yes. But how much was the real question? Could he trust them to keep his secrets, especially everything about Ciri? In truth, yes, he likely could. Harry wasn't blind after all. Besides situations like this, his friends often looked up to him and usually seemed to take everything he said seriously into consideration. They trusted him to help them even when they didn't know how to help themselves. Neville, for example, went against his family's wishes to get a new wand with him at Harry's behest. He had trusted him and it had paid off. In essence, his friends were extremely attached to him and would do almost anything he said within reason. Very well, you are right, there are certain things I haven't revealed. Things that I have kept extremely close to the chest. First, and what is likely my biggest secret, is that I have an extremely strong magical and mental connection with another person. Harry revealed, trying to gauge their reactions to that. So far, the only thing he saw was confusion. What do you mean? Are you saying you have a magical bond with someone? Neville asked. Harry blinked at that. A magical bond? He had never heard of such. What's a magical bond? Pretty much what it sounds like. A bond between two people's magic that connects them in some way. Neville explained. Harry frowned at that. He and Ciri were mostly connected mentally. The magical connection was mostly in the existence of that mental connection. None of their other actual magic was connected. At least not from how Neville described it. Maybe, I would need more details. Our bond is mostly mental, but our magic is mostly separate. The magical portion is really just in the formation of the mental link. Harry said back, that could be one. As I said, they form in different ways. There's not really much information about them besides some basic facts like what I already said because they vary so much. The only common one is a wedding magical vow bond that some of the older families still use. Neville explained back. Well, as I said, it's possible but I can't be sure. Anyway, I am connected to another person. She's a girl near our age named Cirilla, or Ciri for short. Harry explained once more. Neville and Ron looked interested all of a sudden and Hermione looked speculative. A girl? What does she look like? Ron asked with some excitement. Neville nodded his head showing he wanted to know the answer to that too. Harry frowned at the sudden interest, though he wasn't sure why it bothered him. Either way, he acquiesced to their demands and conjured an illusion of Ciri. He used her in her normal shirt and trouser outfit to showcase them. He certainly wasn't planning to show anyone what she looked like in her dress from the other night. Wow, you have a connection with some like that? She's super pretty, Ron exclaimed as he looked at the illusion. I have to agree with Ron. She has a very exotic look to her with her hair and eye combo. Where is she from and are her looks natural? Neville asked. She's from Cintra and yes, her looks are natural though. No, they are not common. Harry explained as he dispelled the illusion of her. He couldn't help but give a hard stare at Ron who had been drooling all over the illusion. He did not like that. Where's Cintra? I've never heard of it before. Hermione asked, rejoining the conversation finally. Yes, well, that's the other thing. So, Ciri isn't exactly from around here. She's actually lives on a different world entirely. Harry said, dropping the bomb. He waited for a moment but no one said anything. He looked and all of his friends simply stared back at him with blank expressions. Neville? Yes, Hermione? Is the existence of other worlds just something normally known in the wizard world, or did Harry say something insane? Hermione asked. Harry frowned. It's not a common topic, but it is believed that other worlds exist. We haven't managed to ever get to one as far as I know. So yes, Harry just said something insane. Neville said back calmly without looking away from him. Harry just gave him a small glare in response to his words. Neville stared back unperturbed. Other worlds are believed to exist. I've never heard of that, Ron said, looking at Neville with confusion. Harry answered for him. They do exist, getting to them is just difficult though not impossible. That's what my ultimate goal is. I wish to find a way to leave this world and go to hers if necessary. Harry told them. Apparently, that was the bigger bombshell as all his friends suddenly looked terrified. You're leaving, Hermione yelled. Harry almost fell out of his chair at the unexpectedness of that reaction. He looked at her shocked for a moment before responding. Well, hopefully one day, though, I am not saying permanently or anything. Harry tried to reassure. That seemed to calm them down slightly. Merlin, mate, don't scare us like that, Ron told him in exasperation. I didn't think you would react like that when I told you. Harry said back. Our friend just told us he was planning to try and leave the world. What were we supposed to think? Geez, I assume then you must be close with this Ciri. Neville mumbled, though still loud enough for all of them to hear. Yes, I have known Ciri for years. She is the person closest to me. How often do you speak to her if she is on a different world? Hermione asked. Almost every single day. I don't really sleep. We have a shared mindscape and when our bodies are sleeping we go to it and simply spend our nights together. Harry explained. You spend every night with this girl? Hermione asked with what looked like suspicion for some reason. Harry just looked at her in confusion. Yes, and what do you normally do? Depends. She trains most of the time while I read or do work that I then bring to the outside world. Harry explained. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. That's how you make progress so fast on everything. You literally use the entire day to work. That is crazy. Your brain should need to rest after a certain point. I know, but I rarely ever get mentally fatigued. I am not sure why. Harry admitted to her. It was something he had thought about as well and never could think of an answer for. He was forced to just assume it had something to do with magic and just leave it at that. That's strange. So that's all you do together? I suppose that's most of it. The only thing we do other than that is relax and talk together. We just celebrated her birthday a night ago and that was an enjoyable occasion. How do you celebrate it? Neville asked. I crafted an illusion where we ate dinner atop the highest peak on a snowy mountain range. Then we simply relaxed together and enjoyed the view. Man, illusions sound so nice. Every time you talk about that, I want to learn them myself. Imagining eating whenever you want and never worrying about getting fat. Ron drooled as he was lost in his own imagination. Harry, Neville, and Hermione all rolled their eyes in perfect synchronization at the boys' antics. The fact that Harry can literally manipulate any human sense at will, and all you can think about is how much more food it would allow you to eat. Hermione said to him in exasperation, "What would you prefer I use such an ability to do? Make people live some sort of hell on earth?" Ron asked back with a raised eyebrow. "No, but at least address the ability with the seriousness it deserves." Hermione shot back at him, causing the redhead to roll his own eyes this time. "Whatever. Still, that must have been nice of you, Harry. Did she appreciate it?" Ron asked. Harry thought back to the night and remembered suddenly the small kiss she had placed on his cheek at the end of it. He felt the warming of his cheeks signaling to himself that he was probably blushing. "Yes, I believe she did." Harry trailed off. Ron just nodded. Neville said nothing, and Hermione seemed to frown at his reaction. "I think I understand so far. Does Ciri have something to do with why you collapsed the other day?" Hermione asked. "I had forgotten about that." Neville murmured, suddenly looking at Harry suspiciously. Harry simply shook his head at the accusation. "She didn't, at least not directly. Something tried to invade our shared mindscape. I believe whatever it was that tried it has done so before without us noticing because of my lack of knowledge in occlumency. When the presence encountered my shields, it withdrew for a moment before slammed the barrier and proceeding into our mind. The reason I collapsed was from the sudden devastating mental attack I received from it." Harry explained. That didn't seem to calm his friends any. "Presence? What do you mean? As in, not a person?" Neville asked, looking very confused. "Exactly. It was almost like a mist that surrounds one in all directions. When it couldn't engulf us because of the shields, it destroyed them and proceeded forward." "Does Professor Dumbledore know about this?" Hermione asked. "He does. We have speculated that the presence, despite the pain it caused, we don't believe it wishes to actually harm me or Ciri in any way. Despite entering our mindscape, it didn't seem to damage our minds or go through any of our memories." Professor Dumbledore confirmed the lack of damage besides the shields either. "I didn't know that was possible, though I guess I only have the basics of occlumency, so maybe it's more common than I thought." "No, you're right to think it to be strange. When someone enters the mind of another against their will, even if they don't mean to, they almost always leave damage, even if it's only a little. The fact that there was none can only suggest that the contents of either of our minds was not the goal of the presence. Then what could it have wanted?" Ron chimed in. "I believe it was seeking to possess Ciri for some reason. I have not heard from her since the incident, which worries me, but she also must have dealt with the effects of the shields shattering, even if she has no part in maintaining them. That being said, I have seen she has not made any new memories since the incident, which leads me to believe she is still unconscious from it." Harry explained. "If Ciri is our age, what would be the point of possessing her? It could be anything, but there are things off the top of my head I could guess on motivations for possessing Ciri. For one, in her world, Ciri is a princess and the last of her line. Her kingdom was recently conquered by a larger one, and she was forced to leave, but the new ruler's grasp is much weaker without her there. There's also the fact that her bloodline seems to be special in some way, which may have people wanting her for that. Those are just the immediate ones as well. There are likely many other factors that could cause this that we have no idea. In essence, we have a lot of questions and not many answers." Harry groused quietly. At that, all his friends went quiet and seemed to be in thought on what he had revealed to them. Harry briefly wondered if knowing these things would change their relationship. Would it hurt them to know he held someone in higher esteem than he held them? He hoped not. What he felt with Ciri was unique, but that did not mean he didn't hold a great deal of care for his friends. He would do his best to safeguard them if it came down to him. Ciri was special simply because she had shown up when he was at his lowest and pulled him up. It didn't mean his current friends wouldn't have done the same, but at the end of the day, they hadn't, and there wasn't anything he could do to change that. Well, I can see why you're concerned for her, if nothing else, Harry. I think I speak for all of us when I say if this girl is a friend to you, then she is a friend to us as well, even if we can't speak with her. I'll be sure to be on the lookout for ways to help out any way I can as well, Neville said, coming up to him and placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry blinked at him in surprise as his slightly chubby male friend looked at him with such a serious expression. Ron took a step forward to nodding in agreement as he did so. Neville's right. We're in this with you. After all you've done for each of us, there's no way we'd let you shoulder this alone. I'm not sure what alchemy can do to help, but I'll make sure to find some way to do it, even if I have to become a master in the field to do it, Ron told him as he patted Harry on the back. With that, all that was left was Hermione, who was still a few steps away from them. Her face was screwed up into a frown, and she was looking up in thought. Harry watched her for a few moments until she finally looked down and made eye contact with him. He felt a bubble seem to appear in his chest, likely from the anticipation of the situation. Going to another world, that's something serious. The only story I've really read dealing with it was Merlin and Avalon, but I didn't really take it seriously. It's gonna take a lot, you know, Hermione told him seriously. Harry felt a small grin spread on his lips at her confirmation of joining his little crusade. With that, she stepped forward and looked at him for a moment. All right, group hug, she exclaimed, causing both Ron and Neville to groan and Harry to chuckle in amusement. Come on, we were having a good enough moment with, I said group hug, Hermione yelled this time with a glare, quickly silencing the redhead boy, who immediately jumped at the raised voice and moved into to acquiesce with the demand. Neville moved in to do the same. Suddenly Harry was being wrapped up on both sides before Hermione happily joined in wrapping her arms around all of them. They stayed that way with injure moments before finally pulling away. Good, now, first things first, we should probably figure out a way to communicate with Ciri. Can already? Harry tried before he was stopped.
No.
I mean all of us, Hermione said. He frowned at that. All of us? Why? We just proclaimed that she was our friend, correct? Well, don't you think we should be able to communicate with our friend? Hermione asked. That actually stumped Harry for a moment. Well, I suppose, but how do you think we're going to accomplish that? She literally only exists inside my head, Harry pointed out. I'm sure we could figure something out. In the meantime, can you get me a book on occlumency? Of course, I have a few that you can peruse through, Harry told her. Let me know which you have, and I'll see if I have any different ones that I could also lend. Ron, you should probably learn it too, even if only the basics, Neville told the redhead, who frowned but nodded in acceptance. I guess I could give it a try. I hope it doesn't cut too much into my alchemy time though, Ron said back. Security is important too. It wouldn't do if someone could simply go into your mind and just steal all your ideas and methods in the future, Hermione reasoned. Ron immediately frowned at her words and looked slightly worried. You really think someone would do that to me? If you're serious about alchemy, they certainly might. Remember, alchemy is pretty rare and sought after. Most who partake probably have some ways to defend their knowledge. Harry threw in his own 2 sickles. Ron suddenly looked a little queasy but nodded. Got it. Guess I'll get on it. Good. Well then, I suppose. Harry froze as he heard a distant voice in his head. Despite the muddled variant of the voice, he would recognize it anywhere. Ciri? Is that you? Are you okay? Where are you right now? He immediately shot to her. His friends looked at him confused, but he just held up his hand and asked them silently to wait. They seemed to pick up on his demand but still looked very confused. Calm down. Yes, I'm okay, or at least I think I am. I just awoke in my room at Caer Morhen. Geralt is asleep in a chair in the corner. We can talk about this later tonight. I just wanted to inform you I was alright since I knew you would be worried. I will talk to you soon. Her voice trailed into his mind. He noticed there was slightly more of a delay than there was normally, but that could just be because she had just awoken from true unconsciousness for the first time in a long time. Of course, I will speak to you tonight, he answered back, knowing how annoying it was to carry out any meaningful conversation in this way. though in this one case it'd almost be worth it just to speak with her. With that, he withdrew and came back to the outer world where his friends were still looking at him confused. Sorry about that. Ciri just woke up and she contacted to me so I would know she was all right. Harry told them. Immediately they all looked much more interested. Ciri? How is she? Hermione immediately asked. She seems to be fine from what she told me. We haven't spoken that much, so I won't know more details until we meet in our mindscape tonight. Harry explained. That's good to hear. Will she be upset that you told us about her? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. Not likely. We avoid telling others mainly because we both agreed we would likely be viewed as either crazy or just plain differently. I know she speculated on telling her guardian in the past, but she has not done so last I checked. Harry answered. Seems a little weird that you would tell your friends before she would tell her guardian. Do they not have a good relationship? Ron asked. They have a great one. It's just a lot to take in after all. Her guardian can sort of perform magic but is not an actual magic user, so some concepts may not be as easily understood and accepted as they would be with you all. How can you be able to perform magic but not be a magic user? It's complicated. Injure hours later, Harry opened his eyes as fast as possible and started to look around. They immediately settled on a figure sitting in a relaxed manner on one of the lounge chairs in the mindscape. He immediately made his way over to his friend before looking her over with a worried eye. Ciri, are you all right? Are you hurt? He asked quickly as he watched her movies. She just gave him a raised eyebrow from her seated position. Do I look hurt? She asked sarcastically. No, but the attack was mental, so you could be in pain internally in a way that might not be noticeable at a first glance. Harry argued, calming down a little, seeing her usual scrappiness coming out. We're in our shared mindscape. Wouldn't you be able to tell? Of course not. The shared mindscape is only a visual representation of a pocket space for our knowledge and experiences. Certain things such as what is currently being thought and felt cannot be shared. Harry shot back as he sat next to her. He continued only because he knew Ciri enjoyed arguments to some degree. He couldn't say he was of quite the same mindset, but he didn't mind, so he would appease her need if she wanted. I'm fine. Besides being out for injured days, I feel completely fine. After I awoke, I spoke with Gerald and he reluctantly told me that I seemed to go into some sort of a trance. He didn't really understand it himself. I didn't really have anything to add since all I remember was a strong pain in my head before everything going black. Ciri continued. Harry frowned as she recounted an experience extremely similar to his own. That is what happened to me as well. The pain you felt was from the presence that invaded our minds, shattering our mental barriers. Harry explained. Presence? You mean something was attacking us? Possibly. Based on how it happened, I don't believe attacking or causing us harm was the actual goal of the presence. I think it was simply an unintended necessity to gain access to our mind. But why? Were they searching for something in our mind? Who would want to attack either of us? I can't answer any of those questions. I can only speculate on a few things. First, I believe that you were the intended target. This seems to be further supported by the fact that you seem to have taken the brunt of the attack. I was only out for one day. Second, based on the fact that you blacked out right when it happened, it is completely possible that whatever this presence was, its goal was to possess you. This is supported further by what Gerald told you as well. I don't know how or why the presence did any of this though. I will try to fortify our shields further, but it may be that if this happens in the near future, it would be less harmful if we simply let the presence in. And just let it possess me? It's not an option I like, but it can clearly get in either way, and one way causes extreme pain to both of us before then taking us out of commission. What if the next time it happens one of us is in the middle of battle? Being left incapacitated is much worse than the alternative. Harry tried to say rationally. Despite his words, Ciri didn't seem happy about his words. And there's nothing else we can do? She demanded. Not anything I can think of off the top of my head. I may be able to come up with something later, but for now, if you have any ideas, I would certainly be willing to hear them. Harry tried to encourage. They both knew when it came to magic, Harry was much closer to an expert, but he would still give Ciri a say considering any decision made would directly involve her. Ciri frowned as she looked away for a moment and seemed to be in thought about something. Harry waited patiently for a few moments until she finally turned back to him. I don't have any other ideas. Gerald did say that he would see if he could get in contact with someone who knows more on the subject. A sorceress maybe. What do you think about that? Ciri asked. Harry blinked at the mention of one of the native magic users of Ciri's world before going silent in thought for a moment. We'll have to be careful. I'm not sure who this person is, but there is a chance that in observing you, they may try and look at your mind. Even if they have no malicious intent, they will likely notice something about your shields. If that is the case, they may ask you to lower them willingly as well. I'm not sure I would be comfortable with allowing a stranger access to our shared mindscape. They would have access to both of us after all. I hadn't considered that. Still, if Gerald can trust them, then I'm sure they're not going to do anything that hurts me. It's not just about pain. I have no idea how accomplished the people in your world are at the mind arts, but there's a good chance that once they're inside our mind, they will have unrestricted access to any of our thoughts and memories. Are you telling me there is nothing in your mind you wouldn't mind a stranger seeing, even if they come recommended by Gerald? Harry questioned. Ciri frowned before blushing. All right, point. Why does everything have to be so complicated with our lives, Harry? Your life more like. Nothing too chaotic happens in mine. I mainly just work on my projects. Harry shot back. Did you not have a giant try and kill you injure months ago, and then a professor possessed by a Dark Lord do so soon after? Besides that, Richt, whatever. Well, I'm glad it was nothing too serious, besides the pain and the long nap, of course. I guess I should let you know the other thing. What, is it something bad? Well, no? I suppose not bad. Then spit it out, right? So, you know my friends Neville, Ron, and Hermione, right? I know of them. What about them? Ciri questioned. Harry hesitated for a moment before pushing through his nervousness. So I finally told them about you. Harry braced, not really sure what to expect her reaction to be. She simply blinked at him but otherwise showed no other major response. Oh, how did that go? Well, I think they have declared you their friend and wish to meet you. Harry revealed as he thought back to this afternoon, and the conversation he had with his friends. I see. Well, they have their work cut out for them. So I guess that means they took it well. I'm a little surprised by their reaction and how accepting they were. Didn't you say these sorts of situations weren't known or common in your world? They're not. I think the fact that my headmaster and guardian believe me goes a long way. Dumbledore is kind of the leading expert on all things magical most people believe. Believe? Does that mean he isn't? Well, he is. The man is certainly a genius and likely has more knowledge spanning multiple topics than most people will ever have. But he certainly doesn't know everything, as I have found in our conversations. That being said, I am trying to accomplish something that most consider impossible constantly, so maybe I am just crazy. You most certainly are. Most wouldn't consider trying to find some way to make a portal that leads to a different world and reality. That's a fairy tale plot if I have ever heard of one. I suppose you would know. Fairy tale or not, I will accomplish it and all my other goals. Oh, and how's your goal coming then? She asked sarcastically. Harry turned up his nose. I have good knowledge in arithmancy, runes, and now an adequate knowledge in rituals. The ritual you created has nothing to do with going to a different world, though. It doesn't need to. The point was to see if I properly knew what factors influenced rituals, as well as seeing if I could use runes to further control and enhance the ritual's effects. The step may seem small since it does not directly relate to my control, but it is actually a major one. Even further, I hope to use the ritual on you one day. Me? Why? Since your body seems to be highly magical, I am hoping to create artificial reserves that will allow you to perform magic. Wait, really? You think it could work for me as well? Yes, though I still need to reach you before I can perform the ritual. Even if I gave it to you to get someone else to perform it, you don't likely have the same resources, and any change to a ritual can drastically alter it unless properly measured out. Still, that's pretty exciting. I would certainly like to be able to use magic finally, even if it's just the signs the Witchers use. You should be able to accomplish that and more, but we shall see. Anyway, the point is, I will succeed one day. Sure. Anyway, make a sparring ring and conjure us up some swords. I've been asleep for injured days and I want to use my muscles even if it's in this fake world. Yes, Ciri. Chapter 20, June 18, 1992. Harry sat quietly as Neville and Hermione all stood quietly at the side of their shared clubroom. Neat the middle of the room, Ron was working on drawing chalk on the floor extremely carefully. This looks very similar to what you did, Harry, for your ritual. That's not very surprising. Alchemy is similar though also very different, but in some ways it could be considered a type of ritual. It's basically turning one thing into another with the use of magic. In the middle of the ritual, you basically draw out an arithmetic formula used to specify the conversion. If the formula doesn't work, the alchemic reaction simply degrades and breaks apart, usually harmlessly. If it works, then good things happen. Rituals basically do the same thing but in a different way. They are much more chaotic, and even with my rune method, there is a certain level of experimentation that is necessary to figure out what type of results you will get. Alchemy is much more predictable but relies on complicated math, which makes it difficult. I'm trying to concentrate on this. Ron yelled over from his spot, crouched on the floor as he continued to draw. Sorry, Ron. Harry called out. It was strange to not be the one practicing an actual experiment in the clubroom. Up until now, he had been the only one who had done so, as both Neville and Hermione had resolved not to until next year. Hermione had already decided to have her focus be on charms, though she would likely be similar to him in having a certain adequacy in multiple topics. Neville actually surprised them by saying he would focus on defense against the dark arts. Harry had been sure he would pick herbology, but his friend had said he would use that more as a relaxing hobby than as a focus in which he would like to experiment. He was quite excited to see what Neville would do in said field. He believed the boy actually had quite a bit of potential, and his recent grades proved that. The boy had skyrocketed in almost all his subjects this semester, including charms, defense against the dark arts, and even potions, surprisingly. He wasn't the best, but he was certainly much better than he had been in the first half of the year, and their teachers had started to take notice. Harry himself had been doing some continued work on his runic rituals. He was currently still working on a purifying ritual, a high-level one too if he judged it correctly. He had sent a letter to Penelope Flamel a month or so ago showing her the first ritual he had done and speaking on his ideas for the next one. He had also explained how he had made it family magic and would appreciate it if you didn't spread it around. That being said, it was her work that allowed him his breakthrough in rituals, so he thought she deserved to see what he had done with it. She had been quite pleased with his progress and even gave him some helpful hints for his next progress. Certain magical animals that were known to have purifying properties associated with them. He had bought a few, though mainly so he could observe the magic of the ingredient rather than actually use them. He had built a good foundation from his research so far, but he doubted he would have any results for more months, especially with how he was splitting his time finishing up his arithmetic education as well as his ancient runes one. The only way he would learn more was under a master, and there happened to be one in each discipline here at Hogwarts. All right, and done. How does it look? Ron said as he jumped and looked over at them with a smile. Harry looked down at the five-sided star on the floor with small writing all over the inside of it. In the middle of it was a small stone from the lake just outside the castle. Ron was still insistent on using them. Considering I can't read the writing and have no true education in alchemy, it looks great, Harry told him. Neville snorted from next to him but nodded in agreement. Are you going to tell us what this is going to do yet, Ron? He asked. Hermione had been uncharacteristically silent this whole time as she watched with a rapt interest in what Ron had been doing. Yes, indeed. Alright, so basically, if I did this right, this pebble is going to turn into a crystal, Ron said proudly. Harry blinked at bit back his first response to that. He was going to ask why that in particular, but this was likely more of a proof-of-concept test for Ron than anything else. Interesting. What made you settle on a crystal for the end result? Hermione asked. Simply the obvious differences it has from a normal stone, making it more apparent if the alchemy reaction worked properly. Got to be honest, I am kind of nervous. I have triple-checked all my work and I'm still not sure this is going to work. Ron admitted nervously. Don't be, even if it doesn't work, it isn't like you failed. You simply found a sure way to make sure it doesn't work. Either way, we will never know until you get this started, so hit it up. Neville called out, looking somewhat impatient. Ron nodded anxiously before pulling out his wand and casting a white, slightly transparent spell at the star before stepping a few feet away. As soon as the spell made contact, the lines of the star started to glow a teal-blue color and small flecks of light came off them and started floating lazily into the air, giving it a truly mystical look. Soon after, the writing within the star also started glowing, and a low hum appeared in the air, seemingly originating from the star. Okay, so far so good. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to happen, Ron said over his shoulder as he slowly walked backwards and closer to them. Harry didn't say anything in response as he continued to look at the reaction. In truth, with the colors and effects coming off it, there was a certain hypnotizing feature to the whole thing. He briefly wondered if his runic ritual had the same beauty when he had first used it in February. Soon, the pebble in the middle of the star started glowing brighter and brighter until it was fully engulfed in a light and could no longer be seen. Harry had to shield his eyes and noticed the hum in the air had gotten slightly louder to the point where you could almost feel the vibration of the noise physically travel through the air. He waited for moments before the light started to recede and the noise started to go down as well. Soon, he was able to unshield his eyes and looked at the alchemy reaction plainly. Soon the light was faded enough that he could see the middle of the star once more, and what he saw caused him to smile. He reached over and patted his red-headed friend on the back as he stared back, looking gobsmacked. "Congratulations, Ron. You just accomplished your first feat in alchemy," Harry told him happily. Neville joined in a moment later in congratulating him, and Hermione grabbed him and hugged him tightly as she cheered at his success. By then, the reaction had completed and the magic had faded, leaving nothing but a small white crystal lying on the floor. I did it. I actually did it," Ron repeated over and over as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Harry just felt his smile widen at his friend's disbelief. "Never doubted you for a second, pal," Neville laughed. With that, they walked closer and closer towards the center of the room with Ron leading. When they got close, though, they stopped and Ron slowly turned to him. "Harry, you feel anything?" he asked him. Sometime after Harry had revealed Ciri to his friends, he had spoken a little more on his abilities to his friends, including the ability to sense magic around him. They hadn't even been surprised at that point, but occasionally asked him to use it for things like this. He concentrated back to the task at hand and concentrated his senses on the sign on the floor. He waited a few moments before frowning. There still seems to be a little magic on the floor, but it's not moving and completely stable, so it's probably just some remnants from the transmutation that lingered after. "Speaking of, that was a lot of magic in that process. Is that normal?" Harry asked. It hadn't been as much as the ritual, but considering how much magic it took to transfigure something, he hadn't expected to use that much. Ron shrugged. "I kind of overcharged the formula and added some enhancers to help with the process. I kind of based it off the ones you showed me that helped with your ritual. And that doesn't alter the process?" "Well, for something this small and simple, it shouldn't. I didn't use enough to make it explode or anything," Ron said back. Harry nodded slowly as his friend moved forward and slowly picked up the crystal on the floor gently and brought it up in front of his face to see it better. "It's beautiful," Ron commented, almost in a trance. Harry nodded in agreement. The crystal almost looked like an uncut diamond that had been polished rather than what one would normally expect from a crystal. Ron twisted it to get a better look at it before handing it over to Hermione, who looked very eager to check it out. Hermione gave him a grateful look before gently taking it and moving it over her palm. "Certainly is beautiful. It's amazing to think that this was once just a common stone found in a lake bed. And to think it will stay like this. It's amazing, Ron," Hermione said with a smile as she looked at it. She handed it to Neville, who took it and rolled it over his hands as he observed it. "I bet if you got this cut, you could sell it for a pretty penny," Neville commented. Ron immediately looked excited. "Really, how much do you think?" "Well, it's still a crystal, but if you could get it cut for cheap, you could probably get a few galleons for it. Especially if you mention it was made through alchemy," Neville mentioned before handing the crystal over to Harry. He took it and immediately froze up. When he regained his composure and brought it up to his face and looked at it closely, there was something strange about this crystal. It almost felt unnaturally warm to him. He opened his senses further, almost on instinct, and felt his eyes widen for a moment. Guys, there's something wrong with this crystal, he said. Immediately his friends all froze and looked with concern over at him. Ron especially looked concerned. What do you mean? Is it going to explode? He asked hurriedly. Harry slowly shook his head. No, I'm sure. There's magic in this crystal, and it's not fading at all, Harry answered. At that, all the look of concern immediately turned into ones of confusion. Magic? What do you mean? I think you not only turned this into a crystal, but you've also imbued it with magic somehow, Harry commented. His friends just looked amongst themselves before looking back at him. So, what does that mean? I'm not sure, but I think we should show this to Dumbledore. 15 minutes later. I am confused. What is it you wish to ask me about this crystal? We noticed it was holding magic and were wondering why that would be, Harry answered. Him and his 3 friends were all sitting across from the headmaster with the crystal lying on the man's desk. He had been elected to speak since he had the best relationship with the headmaster. Albus looked down and picked up the crystal. Well, besides the fact that it's a wardstone, I don't see anything strange about it. I wasn't aware you had been working with wardstones in your experiments, Dumbledore said, eyeing him curiously. Harry froze at the word. He knew what a wardstone was. They were stones, usually in the form of beautiful rocks or gems that were used as the basis to power protections. They were highly sought after. I am not. Today, Ron finally tested his first alchemy experiment, and that was the result. A wardstone, though? Are you sure? This is the result of alchemy? How impressive. May I ask what you used as a base, Mr. Weasley? Dumbledore asked with some excitement. Just a stone I found by the lake, Ron answered nervously. Most impressive. And what inspired you to use that? Well, it's free and easy to get my hands on when I need more. I see. Truly remarkable. Can we back up for a moment? Aren't wardstones supposed to be very rare? Some are, yes. There are 3 tiers of wardstones: low, mid, and high. The one you have seen at Potter Manor is a high-level one, which is why it has lasted centuries and will last centuries more. Mid-level wardstones can cover a decent-sized house and can last anywhere from 50 to 200 years depending on its power. Low tier is usually used for small areas like a single room or object. They are the most common and will usually only last a couple years at most, Dumbledore explained. Harry nodded slowly as he processed that. So it's common then. I don't suppose it's worth anything? Ron asked. He didn't fault the boy. He grew up in a low-income family after all, and money had always been a concern. Dumbledore nodded. It is the most common and the weakest type, but one can usually be sold from anywhere of 15 to 30 galleons depending on how strong it is, Dumbledore revealed. Harry immediately felt his eyes widen, and as he looked to his left, he noticed his friends had similar looks. Harry was extremely rich, but even he knew to an average person, 15 to 30 galleons wasn't chump change. This was doubly so since Ron could make them for pretty much nothing. Unlike a ritual, Ron didn't have to write out the whole transmutation process over and over. He could just keep placing rocks over and over and turning it on to make more. It still took a couple of minutes for each, but even if he lowballed the price to 10 galleons each and only sold 10 and 100, he could make a huge profit. Harry, how long did the process take? Ron asked with excitement. Harry thought about it seriously. A little less than 2 minutes. Which means you can make 30 to 35 per hour if you do it back to back. Harry told him. And if I sell them at store for 15 apiece, it'll likely be closer to 10 at most, since the reseller has to make a profit unless you're planning to sell them yourself, Harry advised. Not necessarily. For a low-level wardstone, this seems to be of a higher quality. I wouldn't be surprised if this sold for closer to 25 to 30 galleons. Young Mr. Weasley could likely sell them for 15 to 20 apiece. That being said, I have only limited business experience, so I can only guess, Dumbledore told them as he placed the crystal down on the desk. Oh man, guys, I'm going to be rich, Ron yelled as he jumped up and cheered. Neville smiled and shook his head. Hermione laughed behind her hand at his antics. Harry just chuckled at Ron as the boy did a little dance. I suppose I can reach out to see if there is anyone interested in buying your stock. I think the best place to look would be Europe, America, and China. They're the 3 biggest markets. Settling for just magical Britain would limit how many could be sold and therefore your profit. Make a bunch first though while I make inquiries. Harry told him. He didn't have much business experience, but he had stock in businesses, both domestic and international. He could probably check and see if any would be interested in selling the product. You'd do that? Oh, thank you, Harry. Man, this could change everything. I can't believe my first experiment succeeded so much. Ron cheered. Well, not exactly, Harry said back. Ron stopped and looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Well, as great as it is that you made this great discovery on how to make wardstones through alchemy, and congratulations on that, it isn't what you set out to do. You should save the formula you used before looking back and figuring out where it went wrong. Harry reminded. Ron immediately frowned as he thought about that. Yes, Harry agreed. Ron stopped and frowned as he continued to think about what Harry had said. I agree with young Harry. That being said, you still did an excellent job. You have no idea how many results in alchemy have been made by accident. The most famed creation, the Philosopher's Stone, was made by accident. Dumbledore informed. Harry rose an eyebrow as he mentioned the problematic stone from their first semester. He knew the man had already put the books mentioning back in the library, but he hadn't expected him to bring it up so casually. Are you serious? Hermione asked skeptically. Dumbledore simply nodded. Originally, the formula was only supposed to turn any material into gold. Instead, it could only turn other metals into gold, but also could create the elixir of life. A failure and a success at the same time. Dumbledore explained. Harry hadn't known that either actually. One of the most powerful artifacts in the magical world was made on accident. I guess that's why it hasn't been replicated. Hermione commented, sounding almost sad about that. Our mistakes contribute just as much, if not more, than our successes on our road of life. Dumbledore replied to that with his usual mysterious smile and typical eye twinkle. Harry rolled his eyes, but his friends looked to be eating the man's words up. Harry would never understand how revered Dumbledore was by the populace. Half the things he did was because he simply liked to tease people and they didn't realize it. There were occasions on real subjects where he purposefully tried to navigate away from topics he didn't wish to speak on. That was pretty rare though. Well, Mr. Weasley, I wish to congratulate you on your success. In fact, if you wish it, I would be more than happy to take you under my metaphorical wing and help you with smoothing out some of your issues and maybe expanding your knowledges. Dumbledore offered. You could almost hear a pin drop in the room with how quiet it just got. Harry blinked for a moment, not really sure what was happening. Did Ron not hear Dumbledore or something? He looked over at Ron, who simply stared at Harry's guardian with an "oh" look on his face. Oh, this was another one of those moments he would now start referring to as a Dumbledore moment, a moment involving Dumbledore that everyone but him was dazzled by. Do you mean that? Ron whispered. Dumbledore simply smiled back. Do you think I would have offered just to tease you? I would only be willing to help out. I myself am not a master in the art, so it isn't as if I could take you on as a full-time apprentice. Dumbledore pointed out. It would likely mean he would do the same thing he did with Harry, and simply give the pointers on what he needed to do. Of course. Yes, I accept. Ron yelled, clearly having lost control of the volume of his voice. Dumbledore's smile widened at that. Excellent. I am excited to see and be a part of your journey into the art of alchemy. If you started here, then believe me when I say the sky is the limit. Dumbledore encouraged. Ron legitimately looked like he won the lottery at that point. Thank you so much. I promise I'll do my best, Headmaster. Ron exclaimed, looking wowed. Both Neville and Hermione looked extremely pleased for their friend, while Harry simply kept his expression neutral. With that, the conversation winded down and the excitement from the day came to a lull. June 21st, 1991. Harry sat at Ravenclaw table for the first time in the past 3 months next to Hermione as they watched Dumbledore give his final speech of the year. He was currently congratulating all of them on getting through the year as well as going over the points for the House Cup. Now, before we end this, I have a last-minute announcement to make. After much deliberation between myself and the rest of the teachers of this great institution, we have made a decision. Harry Potter, would you please come up here? Dumbledore asked with a smile on his face. Harry blinked in confusion as suddenly the entire hall burst into whispers of speculation on him. Harry hadn't been singled out much throughout the year by his teachers on rare occasion when he performed above and beyond in class, which he didn't do often except on accident. Even further, he was rarely seen around the school with how much he was either in his room or in the club room. In truth, he had no idea why Dumbledore was calling him. Despite his confusion, he slowly stood up from his seat. As he did, he saw Hermione looking over at him front the seat next to his with confusion. He gave her a small shrug to show he didn't know what happened either. He then moved up to the front of the Great Hall where Dumbledore was standing at his podium. He stopped as he stood next to the man. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling like crazy at him, which showed Harry the man was feeling mischievous at the moment. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad for him. Dumbledore seemed to understand Harry's expression because a small smirk appeared on his face before schooling back to his normal grandfather smile as he turned to look at the assembled students. Many of you do not know this, but Mr. Potter here did a great service to this school during this year, which safeguarded the lives of many of you and those beyond these walls. He asked for nothing in return at the time and has not brought up his involvement since. I will not go into the specifics of what was done for privacy reasons, but I would be remiss if I let the year end without any sort of recognition for his acts. Harry Potter, I along with the rest of the staff of Hogwarts, would like to reward you 200 house points and an award for special services rendered in the defense of this school and all its inhabitants, Dumbledore said as he picked up something from his podium and handed it to Harry. He looked at it and saw that it was a beautifully carved wooden plaque with a golden plate on it and his name and award engraved into the metal. He slowly reached out and took it. Immediately, there were loud cheers from the Ravenclaw table as he did, as well as polite but confused clapping coming from the rest of the tables. Dumbledore shook his hand before gesturing for him to return to his seat. Harry was welcomed back into his table with cheers and strong pats on the back from all his housemates as he simply took a seat next to Hermione, who looked even more confused. What was that about? She leaned in, whispered. He just shrugged helplessly. I'll explain on the train, he told her. She frowned but nodded reluctantly back at him. With that, there was a couple more minutes before the hall finally settled down once more. Dumbledore was still smiling serenely. Yes, congratulations and special thanks to Mr. Potter once more. Finally, as you know, we teachers also like to point out impressive scholarly achievements made by our students to show what can be done with a little hard work and ingenuity. With that in mind, we would like to award one Ronald Weasley 150 points for his amazing alchemy achievement, both shown and confirmed by myself and injure others. While I cannot yet speak on what the achievement is, for legal reasons, the mere fact that one in their first year has already accomplished their first transmutation of any kind is simply remarkable and deserves recognition. In fact, I do not believe it has been done in nearly a decade and a half. If you will, please congratulate the young man on said achievement. Dumbledore called out. Immediately, the Gryffindor table exploded with yells and screams as the entire house suddenly went wild at the news. The screams and cheering were so loud, it felt like they were literally vibrating Harry's skull. He lifted his hands and began clapping with the rest of the hall. The only ones who didn't seem to be too excited about all of this might be the Slytherins, though whether that was due to the fact that they were rivals or because they were no longer in the lead in points was anyone's guess. Harry watched two redheads that looked the same go over to Ron and grab him before shaking him violently in excitement. It looked like they were saying something to him, but the loudness of the room prevented any chance of him hearing it. Good for Ron, he worked hard for that achievement, though I'm surprised Dumbledore didn't mention your achievements either. Hermione questioned out loud. Likely because I specifically asked him not to bring attention to them. I don't really want people to start scrutinizing my work. I should have known he'd find some way to get around my words. Slippery old man. Harry muttered in slight annoyance. Hermione nodded in understanding, though she did seem to be amused by his final words, even if she did lightly scold him for insulting the headmaster. Yes, excellent. Now, I believe it is time to tally up the points. Looking up, it would seem that the winner of the House Cup for this year is Ravenclaw. Dumbledore called out. The cheers at the table went up again. Ravenclaw was usually always the runner-up in recent years behind Slytherin, who had apparently been taking the victory for the past years. They made good points because of their knowledge but sometimes had a problem standing out in classes. Slytherins always had a huge amount, though that was likely due to their head of house who was biased towards them. Even if he had been more subdued this year, Slytherins were still intelligent generally. Yes, congratulations to the Ravenclaws. And with that, please enjoy the rest of the feast. A couple of hours later, I'm surprised more people haven't come to our compartment to question you too. Hermione mentioned, looking at their train compartment door with a speculative expression. I put an illusion to hide our compartment since I figured there would be some who would try and do so and I didn't feel like being bothered. Harry answered back with a shrug. That has to be against the rules. Hermione pointed out. Maybe, but until they press the issue, I'm still going to do it. Unless you're saying I should take down the illusion and let anyone come into our compartment? Harry challenged, giving his friend a raised eyebrow. Hermione frowned but didn't push after that. I can't believe Dumbledore did that. Everyone was questioning me during the feast about what I did and how I learned alchemy. Ron told them with excitement. What did you tell them? Harry asked with some concern. He didn't want people to start trying to join their club. I didn't really tell them anything. I kind of just said we do private study and research a lot. I did tell my brothers that I would show them when we get home. The twins were actually probably going to try and confront me again on the train, so I'm glad you put up an illusion. You still haven't shown us how to do any of them, he said, looking over at Harry. I too am eager to start learning. Neville chimed in. Harry nodded. I remember. I plan to start this summer on our training. We will be doing it wandlessly to start, so there should be no issue learning it outside of school. It'll give us something to do since we apparently can't use wand magic. Harry told them. Does that mean we're going to meet up this summer? Hermione asked with enthusiasm. I was hoping to, yes. Ron and Neville can simply flew over, but I was thinking to pick you up if necessary. Hermione. Unless your family would be willing to get connected to the flu network? He suggested. I thought that was only allowed for magical households. Exceptions can be made. Dumbledore could handle that if you're interested. He'll make sure to put some protections on your property to prevent unauthorized use. Harry told her. She looks interested but seemed to be holding back. I would be, but I will need to speak with my parents first. It is their house after all, she pointed out. Harry nodded in understanding. I should be allowed. I'm sure my gran will jump at the opportunity for me to spend more time with you, Harry. Neville commented. Not with the rest of us. Hermione questioned suspiciously. Neville shrugged. She's not opposed to any of my relationships, and she doesn't look down on either of you if that's what you're thinking. It's just that Harry is from House Potter, who are strong allies of House Longbottom. My friendship with Harry makes her feel like I am taking on more lordly responsibilities and such. I don't care as long as she allows it. Neville told them. That seemed to put Hermione at ease. Ron hadn't seemed bothered by the words in the first place. That's fair, I guess. Hermione muttered. So we're all going to keep in touch over the summer? Good. I have a feeling Mom's going to expect me to just study all summer. I'm sure she'll just be extremely proud of your accomplishments. Hermione told him with a smile. Ron just shook his head with clear dread on his face. Wouldn't be surprised if she somehow already knew. Her and Dad are apparently friends of Dumbledore's. Ron mentioned. Harry's curiosity pricked at that. They are? He's never mentioned that. I guess. I've not really ever seen him around, but they do occasionally mention speaking and meeting with him, though not too often. Ron told him. Harry frowned in thought at that. It truly was a small world, he supposed. So what else are you all planning to do this summer? Hermione asked. I think I'm going to see about maybe learning some defense magic and maybe use some of our family's greenhouses. Get ready for next year, you know? I think I'll be the same. They allow second years on the Quidditch team, you know. I think I might try out, so I need to practice. I also need to work more on alchemy. Wouldn't want to disappoint Dumbledore, you know. Speaking of which, Harry and Hermione, do you think you two could still help me with some of my equations? I should be able to. Of course. Great. Thanks, you guys. Anyway, that's me. What about you, Hermione? Ron asked. I suppose I want to start getting ready on some ideas for charms I have. I might start making notes and writing down some equations to put into use for next year. I also wish to start learning more on ancient runes since we don't get to start that until third year. What level are you in arithmancy? I believe I am almost at 7th at this point, though I wish to have Harry check for me. You are. I haven't shown you anything yet. You don't need to. I saw the practice sheets you were working on a couple of days ago. One of the equations you were using is in the 7th year course book I learned from. Harry explained. Hermione's face scrunched into something, as if she wasn't sure what emotion she should settle on. Worksheets? Neville asked. Yes. I looked through some of the arithmancy text in the library and made study guides and worksheets for me to get through. Smart of you. I was wondering how you were pushing so far ahead so fast. It's not as easy as it sounds. A lot of the texts aren't exactly current, so I needed to go to different books on the same subject spanning a number of years just to have what I felt was a comprehensive enough knowledge of the subject. Hermione told them. Harry nodded in agreement. That was something he had also noticed about the Hogwarts library. It was truly massive and had knowledge spanning to almost every magical subject out there. That being said, not all of it was recent. Some of the texts were even incorrect. It was quite vexing. His library at Potter Manor was slightly better but did have similar problems. Well, what about you, Harry? I have a feeling we know what you're going to do, but in the interest of fairness. Neville trailed off. I am going to be working more on my purifying ritual. I also think I will try to refine my knowledge in runes and arithmancy. I have the knowledge, but I believe I should weed out my mistakes and misconceptions to better use my knowledge. That might take a while, but I think I'll do it over time instead of at once. I also wish to do some research in a few things in my spare time. I'm still trying to figure out a way for all of you to meet Ciri, and I think I may have found something in that regard. Really? You never told us that, Hermione exclaimed. Harry shrugged. You know I don't like bringing things that may not happen up until I am sure. I am now though, which is why I did. Next time we speak, I'll give you more details. Harry told them. Nice. Speaking of, how is Ciri? Neville asked. Harry nodded. She is doing well. Her training has been going well, and I believe Gerald, her guardian, has summoned a sorceress to come and check her out to maybe find out what was trying to possess her. I think they will arrive in a couple of months since they have to buy foot.
No apparizione? No, unfortunately.
They do have portals, but you need to have a destination in mind. The sorceress has apparently never been to where Ciri is currently located. Even worse, it's deep and hidden in the mountains. If you don't know where you're going, it's easy to get lost. At least that's what Ciri told me. Well, that's something, I suppose. I hope it's nothing serious. Make sure you give her our best. Neville said with a nod. Harry nodded back in acknowledgement. With that, for the rest of the train ride, they drifted in and out of conversation as they peacefully rode back to the train station.